Welcome back to Consensus 2024. We are live here at the desk. I'm Jen Sanasi here with one of my favorite people on planet Earth, Nick Day. Nick, you and I talk about regulation often on CoinDesk. And like you said before the break, you're hosting a few panels. I heard that you're going to be talking to McHenry, who is a last minute ad here at Consensus. Tell me a little bit more about what you're going to ask him.
Yeah, we added Congressman Patrick McHenry, who, as our viewers probably know, is the chair of the Financial Services Committee, the former Speaker pro tempore with the entire House of Representatives during a interesting moment last year. And just this last week, a bill that he has championed, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, passed the entire House of Representatives in an overwhelming 279 to 136 vote. And it's headed to the Senate, where we'll see what happens. But we added him. We were able to get him. He'll be speaking virtually at the end of today, so about 4:30 Central Time. And he'll be closing out day one of Consensus.
Nick, you told me the last time we talked about Fit 21 that we should all go back to bed. And so has your tune changed on that?
This is actually a question I do want to ask Congressman McHenry, because again, the big question is there a counterpart in the Senate? Is there a champion in the Senate who will be able to take it up? And the answer so far doesn't seem to be yes. I do hope he'll have maybe a more comprehensive answer this afternoon, where he'll be able to speak to, what the next steps are, where the chances are, and where it goes from here. So we'll see.
Well, that's exactly it, right? There was a lot of excitement on the passing of Fit 21 in the House, but it has to go to the Senate. People were very excited in this industry, but it has kind of a long way to go, right? I think we need to be realistic about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think part of it is a symbol, right? As a bill, it is the first crypto market structure bill that made its way through either chamber of the legislature. It's the first time this has happened ever in the U.S.'s history. So symbolically, we can't discount that is a huge move. It is something that is years in the making that we have never seen before. And even though there are, I think, some, widespread criticisms amongst even pro-crypto regulatory folks of just the specifics in the bill, the fact that it did make its way through suggests that there is appetite in Congress for working on this kind of legislation. And so, what we might see is a future iteration of this bill. This bill was first introduced in 2023. It didn't really go too far that year. This year it went a little bit further. And the question now is, what is the actual ceiling for this legislation?
General consensus among folks I've spoken to, folks you've spoken to, you've said it on First Mover before, is that we're probably not going to get any crypto legislation before the elections at the end of the year. Does this advancement of Fit 21 maybe make that a little bit more likely?
Again, I think it really depends on, first off, if there is any kind of champion for this bill in the Senate, and just how much time we have left before everyone, closes up shop and goes home to campaign. We're only a few weeks out from that. The general election campaigns are going to kick off in full swing soon. So I think we do have a limited amount of time. One thing I do hope, either Congressman McHenry or we will also be speaking to Majority Whip Tom Emmer, representative of Minnesota in the House of Representatives, later today. He'll be interviewed by Matt Murray, former Wall Street Journal editor. And so he'll maybe be able to speak to some of these legislative questions as well, and just be able to speak to, what needs to happen before we can see these bills really go through.
All right, Ben Schiller is back with us, everyone. Ben, you just went away, came back, couldn't get enough of what was going on here on the set. We're continuing our conversation about regulation and policy. Curious to hear from you. You've been to 8 consensuses. Regulation and policy, a very big theme here in 2024. Has it always been that way?
Certainly not. I can remember the days when we were really struggling to find some kind of political story to write about, and I worked for a previous publication. We sent a guy to Wyoming. I remember it was kind of trying to be the blockchain state. We were kind of desperate for some relevance of crypto at that time, and it took a long time for the industry to really get its message across in DC. But finally, through the boom and the bust of the last cycle, we are now really central of the conversation. It's really something that's being talked about in Washington. I'm going to stick my neck out and say I do think we're going to see some kind of legislation this year, because there's so much appetite now to take this issue seriously on both sides, and I think we might actually see something, especially with McHenry. It's this kind of swan song chairmanship of the Finance Committee there. So I could see him really pushing through at least a stablecoin bill this year, and that could get support on both sides of the aisle, which is something we haven't seen for a number of years now, Nick.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Stablecoin legislation is something that McHenry has been working on with his counterpart on the Democrat side, Maxine Waters, the representative of California.
Yeah.
Here's my question, and I don't want to sound cynical, but I'm going to ask the cynical question.
Do it.
It's your job to be cynical a little bit.
We have the election coming up. Everyone's paying attention now. Will the members of Congress have the same amount of attention on this issue after everyone votes and there's campaigns are done?
Probably not. That's not normally how it goes. But maybe there's a short window now between, before the end of the session and before people go away for the summer holidays for something to happen, I think. And as I say, I think there's a lot of appetite on both sides. People see kind of political benefit in passing something, in being pro-crypto, in having a statement about crypto. So I could see something happening, maybe.
Nick, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. What do you think is driving this sudden momentum? Is it just because there's an election at the end of the year? What's driving this? What's making people like Ben so optimistic that we're going to get legislation by the end of the year?
I think it's twofold, right? I do think part of it is the election, absolutely. There's a lot of money in crypto right now. Fair Shake, for example, one of the political action committees that's trying to elect pro-crypto candidates, now has something just north of $100 million to spread around over the next couple months. That's a lot of money that I think a lot of candidates and members of Congress would be interested in securing, as donations for themselves. So I think that is part of it. It is an issue that, we're seeing these bills go through, but we also know that they're not really going to go too far, right? So I think that knowing that, you can vote in favor of these bills and be seen as being pro-crypto without really having a final impact right now, I think is also giving cover to some of these members. But also, to be less cynical now, these bills have been years in the making. FIT 21 was first introduced over a year and a half ago, and it's been working its way through committees, both the House Financial Services and House Agriculture committees, over the last, 18 months or so. That's a lot of effort. So, we're seeing the culmination of all these efforts of years of work at the same time. So I think it's...
Nick, I really love you. You're such a brilliant journalist, such a great expert on this topic, but I think we can distill it down to a simple word, and that word is Trump. There was a void in the political process, and this guy ran in, and whatever you think of him, this is brilliant politics. He saw an opportunity to gather a whole bunch of money, some votes, some influence, and he took that opportunity. And you're going rah-rah Bitcoin at the campaign rally. He gathered the crypto tribes on his side, and now the Biden campaign, or the Democrats, are now kind of running scared. They're worried about being outflanked by Trump and by this very powerful emerging community, and they're all, they're conciliatory and giving something back. So that's why it's on the agenda, because Trump saw an opportunity, crypto saw an opportunity to go with Trump, and now Biden is reacting. So they're all like in the ring now.
Yeah, no, I do.
And is this driven by the approval of an ETF, by these massive names behind the asset managers that are now playing in crypto, do you think? Or is that a totally separate topic that we
certainly
keep out
helps.
of this?
Yeah, certainly helps. I mean, it legitimized crypto amongst people who didn't necessarily see crypto as legitimate. And that definitely helped the kind of on the institutional side. But I think with Trump, I mean, he looks at kind of the political landscape and sees kind of factions or areas or tribes that he can kind of win over. And he saw an opportunity with crypto. Basically, crypto didn't have a political champion. And he said, I'm going to be that champion. And whatever you think of him, that was brilliant politics, I think.
All right, we're going to continue the political conversation throughout this entire morning. We're going to be talking to government officials from different regions around the world. We're going to take a quick break now, but stick with us because one of those guests will be with us right after this.
Consensus is the place to be to learn about the future of crypto and just have a great time.
Welcome to Consensus 2023.
There will only be more critical digital assets, and so thinking from the beginning about what that experience will be like will be essential to reach that adoption.
blockchain is going to enable this unlocking of revenue streams.
The people in this room are here because they see problems out there and they're trying to resolve them using technology, using communities, using art, whatever it is, but everyone is looking for a better way forward. So it's really encouraging, inspiring just to be around people like that.
Consensus has been great. It's insightful and overwhelming in the best possible way.
It's been an absolute amazing experience. It's my first year being here, and I feel like I've been vibing out in this crypto space for a while, and I finally found my tribe. I found the people that, I don't get questioned. I don't get looked at crazy being here, and it's a great experience.
Welcome back to Consensus 2024. We are live from Austin, Texas, where crypto thought leaders from all over the world have gathered to unpack some of the most pressing challenges facing this industry. We're coming to you from the CoinDesk podcast studio presented by BitGo. Founded in 2013 with the first institutional-grade Bitcoin wallet, BitGo is the gold standard in custody, staking, and settlement. Today, BitGo supports over 800 coins and processes 20% of all Bitcoin transactions by value. Check them out at bitgo.com. Joining us now is the Secretary General of Blockchain for Europe, Robert Kopic. Robert, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, Robert, we were just taking a look at our little consensus ad there, and we saw Lefty, I don't know if it was a llama or alpaca. I think it
was a llama.
A llama, Lefty the llama, okay, from last year. One of my highlights. And you remember Lefty?
No.
The llama. You remember the llama from last year?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. Actually, it's nice because, we were standing there and my deputy is a big llama fan and he has a tattoo even on his arm because it's his totem animal and he was so excited and I was like, yeah, okay, let's do the Instagram story and get over with it, and it was great. People loved it, and you should have more animals here, right?
I agree. We should have more animals here. Maybe we'll find like a little puppy pen or something that we can have at Consensus. I feel like it would really help people zen out.
Or some sheeps running around.
Sheeps. We could have it all. Come,
cuddle them and stroke.
Come for the in-depth conversation. Stay for the cute and cuddly animals. All right, we're gonna start talking about regulation in just a second, but I gotta get your thoughts. You've been to Consensus before. How are you feeling? We're just kicking off 2024.
Actually great. I mean, my first Consensus was still in New York, so it was a bit of a different experience. It was more, I don't want to say old school, but New York is, a bit different than Austin. And since then, you could really see that the Consensus always moved with the market. So, last year was a bit less enthusiastic, and the year before was amazing. I think this year will be amazing again. There's a lot of positive vibe, a lot of things happening, and adoption and regulation coming out. So legal certainty will be there. Companies will be happy, I think, at least in Europe. I think in the US you also made some progress now.
Finally.
Finally,
Yeah. Don't throw shade, okay?
No, it's all good.
No, that's a great segue, though. The market in crypto assets regulatory framework is coming into effect this year. What are you expecting? What are you seeing from companies and businesses that are trying to gear up for this?
Expectation are from super high to disastrous. There's a big range from that, depending on the angle you take, right? I mean, the regulation itself generates a lot of legal certainty for the market, so it's a real opportunity to set up shop in Europe, open up a business and be sure that what you do is legally savvy and enables you to grow, right? That's the key element of it. On the other side, there's always the question of how the regulators will implement it. And the European Union has 27 member states, and not every country is equally savvy on crypto. I mean, it's the same like in the States, in the US, right? I mean, there's a difference between what, I don't want to name and shame any states, but there's differences in the States, and the same is in Europe. And if you're local in one place where the regulators are a bit more conservative, it might be a bit more difficult to, get things going. But I think overall, most of the companies will set up in a handful of countries. And once MiCA is in place, right, so the stablecoins part will go into force in end of June, and the rest end of the year. And then you will have savvy rules, which are not perfect, but I think are a great starting point, right? I mean, no regulation ever was perfect. But you need to start from somewhere, and us as an industry player, we will keep working on improving that. And all depends on the innovators in the space, and that's why we're also here, to talk to them, to see what they care, what they look for, why it matters, and then hopefully go back to Europe and tell our policymakers to adjust over time.
So,
and,
so on those adjustments, the EU elections are in just over a week. Are there any expectations that either people who get reelected or new officials who get elected might look to modify or update, the 27 member framework before the individual nations do, or just what are you expecting from the elections?
I mean, I love that question because I have a very strong view on that. There's a lot of change coming, and the last parliament was more center-left leaning, which traditionally is more focused on social issues, consumer protection, climate, which is not a bad thing, right? But when it comes to innovation, business savviness, they're always very much on the cautious side. So they were consumer protection first, and then let's see if there's place for innovation. Parliament will move a bit to the right, which on some issues is not so great, to be honest. But when it comes to business and fintech and crypto, I think it will be good because there's more open-mindedness, and there will be more young parliamentarians coming in that already are used to wallets and crypto and stable coins and all these things. So the discussions will be different and hopefully better. So I think the opportunity for the industry to actually move this needle towards a more positive future is very much there, and an opportunity. I might be completely wrong though, right? And they're all electing old dudes and that all want all central banking and we're all fucked. But I'm an optimist.
Well, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Talk to me about getting everyone to work together on the drafting, the passing, and now the implementation of MiCA. It sounds like it would have been a challenging feat.
Oh, Jesus, yeah. We had 200 plus meetings with policymakers in those 2 years. And I remember one day where we got the draft of the Bitcoin ban in the parliament, and I was in the Dubai Expo Saturday evening, and they asked me, like, hey, what do you think about it? It's like, it's terrible, we have to get rid of it, which we then ultimately did. But, I actually was on holidays in the evening with my family, and that's not the way you want to spend your time on, to be honest. But, we did, and I think we did a great job. The only thing that was probably not turned out not to be as good as it should have been is the stablecoins bit, simply because everybody was terrified that big tech comes in and takes over the banking cake. And that's why they are very harsh on stablecoins in comparison to a lot of other places. Doesn't mean that this won't change, especially as the digital euro will take some time. And there's a gap now, and somebody needs to fill the gap. So maybe they turn a blind eye and say, like, okay, let them go till we have a digital euro. Or it will be just an unknown situation where, Tether won't be there in Europe because it's not MiCA compliant, and some others might be also gone. And the process was great because it was a collaborative effort, and there was a lot of excitement in certain parts of the Parliament and the Commission because they knew what it could change, what it brings, and the opportunities. But it was a huge uphill battle with certain groups and certain mindsets, and because what we don't know, we're afraid of most of the time, and we spent a lot of time to take away the fear. And I think overall it went quite well, but some stuff we can't control, right? Like FTX, Terra Luna, and luckily Terra Luna happened after MiCA was adopted, otherwise it probably would look different. And so but it was exciting. I think a great process, and it was a big fight till literally the last minute. So when the trilogue ended, and the French ambassador said, like, thank you, that's it. A minute before they made some decisions on NFTs, which nobody knew about, and they just went into law, and that was it, right? So it was quite a run.
Like I've been saying all morning, we are talking to other governments, regulators on the show this morning, trying to get inside the minds of what's going on in different regions around the world. Are you following regulation in different parts of the world? Is there any particular region that you're watching that you think is doing things progressively?
I mean, we actually follow all the regions, some more, some less. I mean, you always have to follow the US, simply because when there's a global level to all of this, then normally the US and the EU sit together and discuss. And the irony is that most of the time when the US is doing on a global level is the contradiction to what they do at home. They just force it basically on everybody else, then people are pissed off. And then they look at the US and say, guys, why are you not implementing any of this? It's like, yeah, we thought it's a bad idea. It's like, yeah, we knew that, but we still did it. And And we also look a lot in the Middle East. There's some positive developments there. And then obviously the big jurisdictions, right? The UK, still somehow relevant. Switzerland to an extent. Japan, Singapore. And also what the Chinese are doing, right? It's more like a monitoring. I mean, there's not much engagement going on there. But Hong Kong, for example, is quite interesting. And the next piece that will be particularly interesting for the rest of us is probably what's happening in Africa, right? Because they have a huge issue with the foreign currency there. So CBDC, stablecoins, that's stuff that's highly toxic, I would even say, when you look at Nigeria, for example. But on the other side, the adoption in those markets is just huge, right? And if you go to South America or Africa, and it's a great use case, right? Because in the West, people always ask, so what's the use case of crypto? And because we have those payments infrastructures and banks and all these things. And then when you look at people live abroad or especially in emerging markets, and it's just normal to them, right? It's like everybody uses it under a certain age. And I think that's something that slowly moves into the mindset that the Europeans and the Americans probably as well.
Robert, thank you so much for joining our programming this morning. That was the Secretary General of Blockchain for Europe, Robert Kopich. Now, one of the big themes we're exploring at Consensus 2024 is policy and regulation. As you know, this is on the heels of two big wins in the United States, the approvals of the spot ETH ETF and the advancement of the FIT21 bill. We continue to look at how other governments are approaching crypto. Joining us now to chat is Bermuda Premier David Burt. Premier, welcome to the show.
Hey, Melissa, good to see you again.
Nice to see you again. You're back at Consensus 2024. Got to ask you what you're looking forward to, given what's going on in the markets. It's a little bit of a different feeling than last year.
Well, I guess so. I mean, my first Consensus was 2018, so I'm kind of old hat at this, I guess you would say. But from the perspective of what we are doing in Bermuda, we're just here to see the companies. We know that we have large companies that are operating in Bermuda. We know that people have been able to do things in Bermuda that they're struggling to do in other jurisdictions around the world. And having provided regulatory clarity since 2018 with the names like Coinbase and Circle and others who are inside and the ones that are coming on board, we're just pleased with the progress. And we're here. Our regulator is here. The head of our regulatory agency is here. Our other regulators, our service providers, and we're just here to make sure that for those people who are looking to do business internationally, they know they have a home in Bermuda.
So recently, Bermuda announced a partnership with a company called Wenia. Can you just tell us a little bit about what that means, what that looks like, and what that will mean for Bermuda going forward?
Well, I think that was a really big announcement. Wenia is a subsidiary of Bank Colombia. They are and they launched a stablecoin, a Colombian rat peso, in Bermuda out of under our regulatory regime. And this is just an example of the types of regulation that we have in place, where a company out of Colombia figured that the best place to launch a stablecoin for a Colombian peso would be in Bermuda, that would be regulated and that they can use and expand. And so from that perspective, those are the types of important items. The work was done through Alpha Points as well, who's been working with Bermuda for quite some time. And so from that perspective, it just demonstrates the things that we are able to do under our regulatory regime, which, quite frankly, can't be done in many other places in the world.
Talk to me how this works, right? Wenia is a Colombian subsidiary of Bank Colombia, but regulated in Bermuda. How does that work?
How does it work?
How does it work? Why is this Colombian subsidiary regulated in Bermuda? What kind of protections do Bermuda and Colombian citizens have who are going to be using the product?
Well, I think that's a very great question, and we have to remember Bermuda's history. Bermuda is one of the most respected international financial centers on the planet, and that is the reason why global banks and others are comfortable coming to Bermuda underneath our regulatory regime. Look, we have some of the largest insurers in the world, we have asset managers in Bermuda, and now we're having large digital asset firms that are realizing how they can do things in digital finance to serve global markets. So you have to be a Bermuda company in order to be regulated under the Bermuda Monetary Authority. They set up a subsidiary, and they're able to do something there because they looked at all the other jurisdictions around the world, all the other places, and they said, this is the right place where we can actually issue stablecoins. And they're not the only stablecoin. I mean, Mountain Protocol is there, who's doing other things. So we've been doing things in Bermuda and pushing that, I guess I would say, innovation envelope.
So one thing that's really interesting to me, a lot of jurisdictions, I say a lot, there are some countries that would panic that they, at the idea of a stablecoin pegged to, the currency of another nation. We've seen, these things get banned in certain countries. What gives you comfort with this? So, how are you so flexible that this is a product that you're, totally cool with?
So our regulator is really good at focusing on the risks that are inherent in any technology rather than trying to, pigeonhole something in. So we look at what the risks are. Our regulator identifies those risks and makes sure those risks are managed to ensure that persons who are holding these assets are protected, to ensure that, the security risks are addressed, to make sure the AML risks are addressed. So that's what we've done, and we've had success at it. It's important to note, Nick, as you would understand, we've been doing this since 2018. So it's not as though if we're just figuring out how to do this. We've been doing this for a very long time. We are kind of, I guess you can call us the OGs when it comes to regulation in crypto. But from that perspective, we're proud of what we've accomplished, and companies are taking notice.
Now, I asked Robert this earlier. How closely are you watching other regions that are coining themselves Web3 hubs? They're really focusing on regulation. They're really focusing on getting firms, crypto startups from maybe other places where there's not as clear regulation over to their jurisdictions. How closely are you watching them, and what's giving Bermuda a competitive advantage there?
So from that perspective, we are not necessarily trying to compete with those. Back in 2018, when we were at our first consensus, that was more of the strategy from a company, from a country perspective. But we realized that because of the high standards that we have, that we cannot be all things to all people and all companies. We want the big established names that know what they need to do in order to make sure they can stand up to the scrutiny of our regulator. You have to remember, when it comes to AML, for instance, when we started this, there were no FATF rules. We had to invent our own. And when FATF came out with their rules, our rules were actually higher than theirs. So we had to tone down our rules to basically match. We know how to do this in regulation. So other jurisdictions may, but when you look at companies such as a Coinbase, who will look around to see all the things, or such as a Wenia, who will look around, or Bank Colombia, to see all of the various jurisdictions, they will choose quality. We're not trying to go for that low bar. We want the best companies because this is a long haul. Digital finance is going to be the future. What you see here at Consensus is the innovation of the future economy. And Bermuda has always been a home of innovation, and we're just going to continue to attract those companies who want to actually be credible to their shareholders, credible to investors, raise that money, and having a regulatory stamp of approval from Bermuda is the best ticket to go ahead and do that.
So, looking ahead a bit, one of the conversations I have all the time with people is every time you think you have your head wrapped around crypto, they come and build some other brand new, novel, weird thing. How are you looking ahead to, kind of continuing to adjust and update, any regulatory frameworks to deal with, new leverage products or tokenized, whatnots?
Well, that's a great question. When we talk about yield leverage products, we've been regulating yield products for the last 3 years. And so we've had persons that have been issuing items that have been yielding products out of Bermuda for a while. But when we talk about what's happening in the future, our next step is certainly going around digital identity. And we look at that from the perspective of a regulatory problem, a technology problem, where we will license digital identity service providers, and those persons who have those particular credentials will be able to have smoother access through the AML controls, etc. That will help our companies in the space deal with the compliance costs, because compliance costs are a challenge for all industries that are dealing in regulated, I guess I'd say regulated markets. But our perspective is looking there. So if you look at our history, we started basic, then we added clarity for derivatives, then we added clarity for staking and lending. Now we're going into digital identity. We're also going to look forward of how we deal with DAOs and those type of items. So for us, it's the continued evolution. But the important thing to remember is this isn't new. We've been doing this since 2018.
On the topic of digital identity, I want to take this a little bit out to left field here. I know there are some Latin American countries that are actually implementing digital identity protocols within their government services. And now that you're looking into digital identity from a regulatory front, would the government consider implementing digital identities so people could have better access to some of the government documents that are so difficult to get? I don't know if you've ever tried to get a birth certificate or a marriage certificate. It's a pretty laborious process.
Well, from the perspective of government-based credentials, we are doing that inside of our healthcare sector, where we're issuing things, and other matters may advance. But I think it's important to note that whether it's from the approach of which we take to CBDCs and stablecoins, where we do not want to issue one, we let the private sector and anything that is regulated is accepted by the government of Bermuda, or whether or not we look at the way that we go in the digital identity space, where it is anyone who has the regulatory authority to issue it will be accepted to the government of Bermuda. We think that's a better way to work. We think it's better for the market to go ahead and to bring these solutions rather than the government to do it. And that's Bermuda's unique proposition because, we're a very small country, 20 square miles, 65,000 people, but we're the ideal test bed for companies to say, let's go ahead and do this so we can scale globally. People aren't going to make significant money by dealing with the Bermuda market, but if they perfect in the Bermuda market, they can raise capital and scale those matters globally. And that's where we intend to be.
All right, Premier, as you know, we are at Consensus 2024. We're having lively conversations here all day before we let you go. What are you looking forward to? It doesn't have to be anything official. Also, there are a lot of events happening outside of what's going on here. I believe there's a karate combat happening tomorrow. What are you looking forward to?
Yes, there is karate combat tomorrow. I mean, for me, I am just here, as I said, with the delegation. We have a 20-strong delegation that has come here from Bermuda with our regulator, our law firms, our service providers, the persons from our concierge service. And we're just going to meet with the companies in the space that are looking to advance. I mean, Consensus is something that I've been doing for a while. I enjoy it, catching up with friends like Robert and others. So just looking forward. And then unfortunately, I'm not here on Friday because I have to leave bright and early to make it back for Parliament on Friday in Bermuda. So can't have, I guess, all the experience, but I'm happy to be here with my team.
Premier, it was a pleasure having a conversation with you again here at Consensus. Thanks for joining us.
It's good to see you again.
That was Bermuda Premier David Burt. You are watching CoinDesk TV live from Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. We are live in Austin, Texas. I'm Jen Sanasi here with Nick Day. Nick, how are you feeling? We're getting it going.
We're going. I'm amped. I'm excited. We're having some good conversations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm looking forward to the conversations to come. We just got some insight into Bermuda and into Europe. I guess, what's the key takeaway you're taking from those two conversations as our regulatory reporter?
I mean, this is kind of an obvious one, but just this idea that these regulatory frameworks have to be evolving, that they have to continue working, because crypto does some weird stuff. Every new thing that comes out, it's got some weird aspect to it. So it's just interesting to hear that those are issues that regulatory folks are thinking about and trying to adjust to it.
All right, we are going to keep the conversation flowing, and there is no better person to bring to the conversation now than TRM Labs Global Head of Policy, Ari Redboard. Ari, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. No better person. I love that.
No better person.
Wow.
It's so nice to see you IRL. We are not trapped on that computer screen as we often are.
I walked up here and I thought exactly the same thing. I've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time with Nick, but you and I think this may be the first time in person. So awesome to see you.
Awesome to see you too. Now, before we get into it, we are going to talk about policy, regulation, some of the reports that are coming out of TRM Labs. But you are a runner, and I learned that during 5 questions. Well, I learned that before, but we brought it up during the last 5 questions we did. Are you running here in Austin?
We are so running here. In fact, the TRM Running Club is an official event of Consensus. Thanks to you guys. And 7:30 tomorrow morning for a big run with hopefully, the thousands of people that are here, but very, very cool. It's funny. It's taken on this life of its own, but really it's an opportunity for this incredible industry, right, of builders and policymakers and journalists like yourselves to kind of get together. It's like the best Zoom call you've ever been on in your life, right? You're just like running along. You're talking about what you're building. You're talking about your family. It's really, really cool. So tomorrow morning, 7:30 at Consensus.
So you're giving a talk, or you're participating in a panel later today on, basically the evolution of regulation and investigations in crypto. Can you just talk a little bit about what you expect to discuss, when you're on stage later?
Absolutely. It is. I mean, when you think of the evolution in this space, right? I mean, the ability and need to investigate kind of tracks that, right? Just a few years ago, we lived in this Bitcoin-only world where in order to track and trace the flow of illicit funds, you had to be able to trace in Bitcoin. And today now you've seen this proliferation of, millions of different assets and blockchains. and you need to sort of trace and track the flow of funds in those today. So that's sort of a big piece of it. And look, you know, I was a prosecutor for a long time at the Department of Justice, and it was this game of whack-a-mole, right? You know, you knock out one shell company and another pops up. And it's that same cat and mouse game with bad actors today. So, you know, you think about, you know, tracing through mixers and across blockchains and in privacy coins, and all the sort of hot button regulatory issues are there because bad actors are using the technology. And just to sort of finish that thought, you know, it is just technology. And I think we got to get to the point in these conversations where, you know, the technology is used for good and bad. And we need to, in order for this ecosystem to flourish, and my God, like this morning at this place, it seems like it's flourishing, we need to stop bad actors from taking advantage of it.
Well, speaking of the Department of Justice, since the last time we spoke, CZ has been sentenced. I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on the sentencing, what that means for Binance moving forward.
Yeah, you know, look, I think it's a new chapter for Binance that we've seen for some time. Honestly, way before the sentencing occurred, you've seen sort of you know, the settlement with the government and all of that. It's interesting. I mean, the FTX saga and Binance happened so close in time that it's impossible not to draw comparisons. And for me as a former prosecutor, I was sort of very interested in like what was happening in the courtroom. I know Nick was too, camped out there for weeks at a time.
Did you see his drawings?
I am obsessed with his drawings.
I know.
I thought, honestly, I've been a victim of court sketches over the years, and I would much rather have one that looks like Nick's drawing than any of the ones that I have in real life. So no, huge fan of Nick's drawings. I think that one case shows what happens when you force the government to take you to trial, that you don't accept responsibility, that you don't cooperate, that you you know, force witnesses to come on, that you basically sort of put the government to its proof. And another where someone comes in, they cooperate, they come over from a jurisdiction that they probably would not have been extradited from, and ultimately, you know, resolves the case short of trial. And you see very different sentencings for those two cases. So I think it's a new chapter for the company, maybe for the space overall, but honestly, like I think that it doesn't have as much of an impact overall as one might think.
So one thing that was really interesting following the Binance case in particular, you know, as you mentioned, CZ lived in Dubai. He probably wouldn't have been extradited. His lawyers even brought that up during a sentencing hearing where they said, you know, if he wanted to fight extradition, he could have camped out for years without any concern. And yet, you know, Binance has said that for a while now that they've been building up their compliance teams, for example, and he did voluntarily travel to the U.S. Do you have any thoughts, and I know I'm probably asking you to speculate, but do you have any thoughts on just, you know, how we got to that point where he was willing to make that, you know, decision to come to face jail?
I don't. You know, again, I was a prosecutor for enough years to know that, you know, it's really impossible to speculate in those things other than wanting to resolve the case, right? Like, these things can drag on for years. They can take a long time. You know, the FTX case is actually an anomaly of how quickly that case moved, which to me is honestly the most extraordinary thing about it. It does take time, and there's a lot of pressure, and it's real. These are real human emotions that happen when you're facing these types of charges and potential jail sentences. So it could be the sort of personal piece where it's like, hey, I just want to move this thing forward, but it also could be the company and the business piece. Like, look, this is a real business with a real future, quite frankly, as opposed to FTX, at least, you know, from what we learned there. And it's like, it's time to let that company have its next chapter. I assume it's probably a piece of both of those, but that's about as much speculating as this guy could probably do.
I mean, given your background, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If we zoom out and look at what's going on in an international stage, we have what's happening with Binance in Nigeria. We have the illicit crypto activities in North Korea. We have a potential crypto ban in Russia. What are you watching, given your background?
Yeah, no, it's so interesting. Look, I think that the crazy thing about crypto, and what honestly makes this such an extraordinary space, particularly to do the national security work that we do, is that anything that happens in the world, there's a crypto angle. So, you know, Russia invades Ukraine, and it's, well, how is Russia going to use crypto to evade sanctions, right? Hamas attacks Israel on October 7th. It's like, well, how are they going to use crypto to raise funds? You have North Korea's weapons proliferation, and you know, how are they using cryptocurrency? So it's a part of every story, but I also think it's really important to point out that it is a very small part of many of these stories, right? You know, terrorists out there are experimenting with crypto. they are not using it at scale, right? North Korea is a very different problem. They are attacking this ecosystem at alarming speed and scale, stealing hundreds of millions, billions of dollars to use for weapons proliferation. So I think it's understanding like where to focus our time and our resources from a law enforcement and government perspective. More North Korea, maybe less terror financing. But it is extraordinary the way our space touches everything that happens in the world.
I want to bring our next guest in to join the conversation now, executive in residence at TerraNet Ventures and former White House official Carol House. Carol, welcome to the conversation.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
Oh, of course. I want to get your thoughts on what Ari was just saying. What are you watching if we were to zoom out and take a look at what's going on outside of the U.S.?
Great. Well, certainly from the illicit finance angle, area of course gets everything completely right. The issue of North Korean proliferation that is largely being funded because of its heists targeting cryptocurrency platforms and especially DeFi. It's a really important marker that they've shifted a lot of their TTPs, their tactics, techniques, and procedures from going after banks and SWIFT terminals to going after DeFi because of the poor cybersecurity in many of the systems and the ease with which to be able to launder being easier than in TradFi to an extent based on the current state of crypto. That is not inevitable. The state can do a lot. The state of crypto can do a lot to be able to improve there. So I think that is certainly an illicit threat that I've got a major eye on, and there's major developments also that we're seeing with pig butchering and other types of scams. Just growth of cryptocurrency in adoption and being able to be used in exchange for goods and services makes it a more attractive feature for illicit actors, which means that as the licit actors are growing, because also adoption for lots of good economic cases are happening internationally, right? That good licit use growth will also present vulnerabilities and opportunities for those illicit actors that often are distributed transnational criminal networks and syndicates, and it just requires that we make some significant movements on things like compliance. And I'm happy that the U.S., I still maintain that the U.S. sector is the most compliant sector for any other jurisdiction on anti-money laundering. We've just had the framework longer than most other countries have. So on the illicit finance side, that's what I'm seeing is growth of things like compliance, but also growth of adoption that will make it a more attractive mechanism in place. So we need to do a lot to patch up those vulnerabilities.
So something that's been really kind of striking me for a while now is the U.S. Treasury Department. We've had officials go, before Congress and say, we don't think crypto is a major vector, as Ari was saying, for some of these illicit activities. With I think North Korea being maybe the big exception, where we're seeing, hacks, billions of dollars worth of hacks over the last couple of years, and thefts and laundering and all that. What work do you think needs to be done, maybe by the crypto companies in particular, DeFi projects especially, to basically stop this, to tamp down on this kind of just exposing this industry to this attack vector?
Yeah, what a great question. And I agree. I think that the Treasury Department, especially in the Biden administration, has been really calibrated on its discussion of the illicit finance risk. They highlighted, just like Ari said, that crypto can be used and is being used to evade sanctions, like in Russia, via oligarchs and others. But it's not providing a mechanism for a nation's worth of scaled sanctions evasion. North Korea, like you mentioned, being the exception, where the White House highlighted that half of the proliferation activities by North Korea is being funded by cyber heists and cryptocurrency thefts. That's a massive number and a massive problem. But on what needs to be done, like I mentioned, I feel that the U.S. anti-money laundering framework has been in place longer than any other countries. We were huge leaders at FinCEN, regulating the space since at least 2011. I think that what we need to do is prioritize that capacity building, whether it's diplomatic pressure campaign or training and resources and capacity, things that the Department of State and Treasury already do with countries, but we need to scale that. We've not seen sufficient enough efforts being done internationally to be able to scale the ability to do investigations, to hold accountable and identify these networks and illicit actors, to build relationships with some maliciously operating exchanges that claim to have no headquarters somewhere. So we need to work with those international partners with key priority jurisdictions based on where the most egregious violations are happening and where the worst financial flows are going.
what would you like to see happen from an international perspective? In an ideal world, what does it look like to have these bad actors eradicated from the industry?
Great. Well, one thing I'll actually highlight a wonderful event and an announcement that I know is being made, I think imminently or right now at Consensus, is the launch of the Crypto Information Sharing and Analysis Center. So basically more timely operational information sharing of real-time threat information amongst the sector to be able to detect and stop these illicit flows. Most actors in the space do not want to be the facilitators for North Korean money laundering or ransomware criminals or child sexual abuse material. They don't want to be the favored mechanism for a cyber criminal group to purchase their exploit kits on the darknet. So what they need to do is leverage where governments have put in place certain liability protections and be able to share real-time information sharing and in a machine-readable way, which crypto is perfectly positioned for. So I'm excited that the Crypto ISAC is launching at this event. I want to see more of that information sharing internationally with exchanges that are operating across borders and in jurisdictions. I hope that they'll consider being part of that international effort. And then in a perfect world, we have all countries actually abiding by the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF, kind of the UN for anti-money laundering standards for anti-money laundering, because that will mean that it's not just the US and the EU and several other countries that have put in place stronger AML frameworks, but ultimately we've not seen enough, especially enforcement. We need more enforcement in the space so that the good actors can be rewarded for their compliance.
Carol, we are going to be talking about Crypto ISAC later on today, so thank you for bringing that up here. And thank you so much for joining our program. That was former White House official Carol House. And before Carol, we spoke to the Global Head of Policy at TRM Labs, Ari Redbird. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Consensus is the place to be to learn about the future of crypto and just have a great time.
Welcome to Consensus 2023.
There will only be more critical digital assets, and so thinking from the beginning about what that experience will be like will be essential to reach that adoption.
Blockchain is going to enable this unlocking of revenue streams.
The people in this room are here because they see problems out there and they're trying to resolve them using technology, using communities, using art, whatever it is. But everyone is looking for a better way forward. So it's really encouraging and inspiring just to be around people like that.
Consensus has been great. It's insightful and overwhelming in the best possible way.
It's been an absolute amazing experience. It's my first year being here, and I feel like I've been vibing out in this crypto space for a while, and I finally found my tribe. I found the people that, I don't get questioned. I don't get looked at crazy being here, and it's a great experience.
We are just getting started here in Austin, Texas for Consensus 2024. We are now going to take a look at the main stage where opening remarks are happening with Consensus Chair Michael Casey and CoinDesk President Foster Wright. Let's take a look.
Consensus has always been connected. It's an accident, really, but it seems there are always events happening around Consensus which are defining the direction of where this technology in the industry is going. We even have this thing that we like to refer to as the Consensus pump, which is an accident, but for some reason the price of tokens often will rise around the time of Consensus. And in fact, Foster, it looks like we may have even had a bit of a Consensus pump, at least on the weekend.
Yes, and we'd love to take credit for it. I'm not sure that we can, but Bitcoin crossing 70K and ETH almost crossing 4,000. Pretty timely, pretty interesting.
The markets are fun, everyone gets excited about that. The most important thing I would say that has happened in the week leading up to Consensus is some dramatic shifts in the political and policy equations in Washington. And this, I think, has really actually changed the vibe of what this event's going to be like. So how are you feeling about it, Foster?
Yes, wow, what an amazing time to be here hosting the 10th annual Consensus Conference. When we were talking about all that's happened in the last 2 weeks, I was reminded of the quote, "There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen." From FIT 21 passing in the House, to the FTC chair stepping down, to Trump coming out as a crypto advocate, to ETH ETFs being approved, it's amazing how fast things can change. When we look back at the first Consensus, which was held in 2015, the price of Bitcoin was around $220. CoinDesk was a nascent media company hosting its first ever crypto event in New York City. We had about 500 guests, 12 sponsors, and a handful of speakers, including a young crypto anarchist by the name of Vitalik. This industry and its most important event, Consensus, has grown tremendously since then. And we're extremely excited to welcome 10,000 of you to Austin this year. That's right. Well, sorry, 15,000, not 10,000, 15,000 of you to Consensus this year. We're extremely excited about that. But what hasn't changed is the core mission of Consensus. That mission is to convene the most influential voices in the crypto, blockchain, and Web3 community to forge the future of this industry. This year, that mission is more important than ever. We would like to thank the 200 plus sponsors, including our 3 5-block sponsors, BitGo, the Stellar Development Foundation, and Zebu. Without their support and the support of our 200 plus sponsors, an event of this magnitude would not be possible. Please take the time to interact with the representatives from some of the top crypto, blockchain, and Web3 communities on the show floor over the next 3 days. I would also like to thank the 500 plus speakers who have taken time out of their busy schedules to share their ideas, their insights, and their views. Again, we have an amazing lineup over the next 3 days. And finally, on a more personal note, I'd like to thank the tireless, dedicated team from Consensus and all of our CoinDesk colleagues who have worked incredibly hard to put this event together. I'm truly humbled by their creativity, their hard work, and their dedication to organize an event for you, the attendees, that is truly extraordinary. So please join me in thanking them with a round of applause. Michael?
All righty, so can I see another show of hands here? How many of you were here in Austin for Consensus 2023? All right, there you go, larger number. Wow, what a different context, right? I mean, think about where we were last year. Prices were in the doldrums. There was this idea that the United States was hostile to crypto, that basically people were going to flee to other jurisdictions where there was a friendlier approach to this industry. We were reeling from the effects of a string of major breakdowns from Celsius, Voyager, Genesis, and of course FTX. And all of this just left us into this kind of funk. Okay, now, as we mentioned earlier, markets testing record highs. FTX itself is saying that they may in fact honor at full, on the dollar value, the creditors that will be made whole. And as Foster mentioned, right, we've seen these incredible developments that, at least at the beginning, are giving us a sense that the US actually may not be quite as hostile, right? We've seen a lot of focus on perhaps even a bipartisan approach to this sort of thing. Trump got a lot of attention last weekend, coming out and giving his rah-rah for crypto. But I think personally, the thing that really struck me was that 71 Democrats joined Republicans to vote in the lower house in support of the FIT21 market structure bill. Just giving the sense that this actually may be able to get out of the kind of partisan politicization that I think was really bothering people going into this. And look, if we can remove that regulatory barrier that's been hanging over this industry for some time, just imagine what can be built with all the brilliant minds that come together here at Consensus. And Consensus is tremendously well placed to discuss these very issues. I would say that the agenda, if you take a look at it, is not really just bipartisan, it's tripartisan, right? We've got Tom Emmer, the majority Republican whip from the House, who really can claim quite a bit of credit for pushing through those bills in the House. But we've also got Ron Wyden, a senator, Democrat from Oregon, who's a fearless, tireless supporter of internet freedom. We'll also have representatives of the SEC, the CFTC, and the Treasury. We can maybe find out from them what went on in terms of that also big development in the approval of the ETH ETF. But on top of that, we've got TradFi institutions and DeFi degens talking about ETFs and tokenization. We have developers talking about Protocol Village, the latest moves in zero-knowledge proofs and the expansion of scalability in the sector. We've got brands and creators telling us that, Web3 is not actually dead. So all of this comes together here in Austin, and we encourage you to take advantage of the breadth of this program and make the most of it. I just want to close on a personal note. Some of you may know, probably most of you don't, but I am, yes, the chairman of Consensus, but I'm actually no longer on staff at CoinDesk. So if you were looking to hit me up with a story pitch, you're out of luck. I would suggest that instead you go find some other folks, the fine people from the editorial, and Kevin Reynolds, who's editor-in-chief, and his folks. I know you've all got great things that you'd love to see CoinDesk cover. Seek them out. If you do want to hit me up about my new venture, I'm launching a company that's de-risking film financing for documentary films. I'd be more than happy to talk to you about that. But more importantly, Foster, I think I'll echo with you the experience I've had as an advisor now at Consensus and working with the team in that capacity over the 3 months has reminded me how it's really been a bit of a bittersweet experience for me leaving CoinDesk in that formal capacity. Because these people are amazing. They really are a tremendous group of people. It takes so much to put on something like this. And they do it all with dedication to the sort of multiple interests at play in all of this and deliver it to you, I think, the greatest crypto conference in the world. So a shout out to all of them once again, and one more round of applause for everybody who's made this happen. And I'm going to see you later. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Michael.
And we are on with the show. Right, so as I mentioned, we're sort of running with this OG theme, 10 years of consensus, 10 separate consensuses. It gives us a chance to really look back on what's happened, take stock of it all, and see what lessons we can learn for the future. And for that reason, we are going to launch off with a panel that we're calling the OG Survivors. So please welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Abra, Bill Barheit, seasoned investor Meltem Demirors, and the director and founder of Litecoin, Charlie Lee. Guys, I'm sitting over here. All right. That's it. Okay. All right. So we set that up. I do sort of strongly. I've tended to see consensus over the years as this kind of time marker almost. Like you can almost take consensus and say, oh, this was the one when this was the issue, and then and it's a cycle. There's ups and there's downs. So it's a useful bellwether of where we are in this industry, and we truly have a panel here that spans a lot of institutional knowledge over all of that time. I think I might throw to you if I can first, Bill, because I do remember the first time I met you was indeed at the 2015 consensus, and you were a bit of a star act because you brought to the audience this new thing called Abra, which looked kind of different from what Abra is now, I would say. Mm-hmm. And it was a pretty radical idea to use the Bitcoin as a settlement rail to not necessarily deliver native Bitcoins, but to a stable value dollars. So a very, very early, ahead of its time idea. But you've been through a lot since then. Just give us a broad take on what that ride's been like.
Oh, wow. 10 years. So, I mean, it was just Bitcoin, obviously. There was it wasn't even an industry. It was a bunch of Bitcoin enthusiasts in the earliest days. And that was, that was perfect because it was really simple, right? And we've managed to significantly overcomplicate things since. Some complication was necessary, but, I think we're next level in terms of trying to map our new world into the old world, and I'm not so sure that that's the best way to look at things. But I mean, from the first smart contracts to the first fully reserved stable coins to the first ICOs, I mean, it was just theme after theme. I remember coming here and going, what is this enterprise blockchain mumbo jumbo, and when is it going to go away? And it can't happen soon enough, and generally we're not talking about that anymore. Kind of had similar.
We do have the enterprise.
I hate to say this, but I can kind of map themes that I wish would go away to very specific consensus conferences. That's why I should say that.
No,
but
go for it.
But like ICO, when is this, at least in that form,
right.
When is this going to go away, right? And like block size war, when is this going to go?
Well, it's also almost like consensus can be mapped around buzzwords.
Of course.
It's like the history of buzzwords.
The world is a meme, and the world wants the next meme, and we represent the ultimate because we integrate this idea of everything can be a meme with something that allows you to fucking trade the damn thing, right? So it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've often felt that, and I feel like at consensus because it is the crowd, it's the masses, it's the market in a way.
Yeah.
You can't stop it. Yeah, you can't stop the speculation. You can't stop the wild rides. And Melton, as somebody who has invested in all of that and ridden those wild rides of speculation, and then the greed and the fear and everything else coming through it, what lessons have you learned as an investor from all of this?
Sure. I like to call myself an institutional degenerate, or degenerate in chief. I think it's really important. One of the things when I got involved in the Bitcoin enthusiast club of 2015, when I first met Bill and Charlie and a lot of other people who've been around the industry for a long time, it's technology, but also it's culture and communities, which is why we have these big events and we all come here to meet each other in real life, because at the end of the day, I don't think this is just building a better payment rail or building better infrastructure. It's really about creating these movements. Like Bitcoin is inherently a social movement, a cultural movement, and there is an element of religiosity to it. So for me, I've always embraced that side of the crypto ecosystem, and as an investor, what I've always looked for is where are people spending their time and energy, because that is really, capital is a commodity. Right? There's so much capital in our world. There's so much money in our world. That's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for where are people spending their time and energy. That is really the scarce asset. That is a challenging thing to capture. So it's always sort of been my guiding force or guiding principle is where are people going, where are the conversations happening, and where is culture going? So first it was Bitcoin, then it was Ethereum, then it was ICOs, then it was enterprise blockchains, then it was layer 2 scaling solutions, new L1s. Now we're seeing the proliferation of meme coins, Web3 social. And so I think just as these movements happen, it's interesting to observe where do people go, and where people go, where culture is created, that's where capital flows. So I think you just have to follow where are those dogmatic, really just driven individuals who are absolutely insane, right? It's the bell curve. You want to be on the extreme left or the extreme right, never in the middle. And so I've always just followed people. It's a relationship business, and wherever there are cults that form, that's where capital flows. So that's where I like to spend my time.
And I will also point out that, so Bill was the star of 2015. Melton was the star of 2016 because she hosted the show, right? Oh, you certainly hosted the Coin Center dinner, and I think, yeah, it was. I think it really was your launch pad. So we do truly have representatives of this history here. But Charlie, you precede all of that. In some respects, you the OG of OGs here, because what is it? 2011 you got into Bitcoin, is that right?
2011 is when I got into
2011,
space.
right? That's pretty early, guys. And then created, maybe not the first altcoin, one of the first, but certainly the one that drew so much attention at the time. Why don't you give us a rundown about what you were trying to achieve with Litecoin? What was the purpose about saying, you know what, there's this great thing called Bitcoin, but we have a different idea?
Well, I kind of just created it for fun. So I didn't have a master plan when I...
We're seeing companies, corporations, and other states that didn't have this technology 10 years ago, but now they do, go, well, why don't we do this too? They can't complain too loudly if they're doing it more than anyone, right? And so now we see Amazon, Facebook, everybody, Microsoft, your insurance agency, the hospital, all looking at trying to adopt these same capabilities.
It really is better currency. It creates more freedom. It creates more liquidity around the world, and more liquidity creates more wealth and fewer people who are homeless, and everybody's better off when there's more wealth. And when you have less friction to a currency, everybody gets richer.
No real market participant, the one that isn't trying to steal from everyone else and leave everyone else with the bill, no one wants a less reliable market. They don't want that. So the world we're trying to build is the one where there's many different contracts, by all means, on many different chains, have fun, enjoy. But at the end of the day, they're connected in a secure, reliable way, so there's no attack vector in manipulating the connection. The data driving the markets is reliable and conflict of interest free and tamper proof. And the automation and some of the key computations are also resistant. So it's not just about making a blockchain, and then a lot more blockchains, and putting things in blockchains. It's about making sure that the things that the contract in the blockchain relies on also meets this very high standard.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live at Consensus 2024. We have officially kicked off and just heard from Consensus Chair Michael Casey and President at CoinDesk Foster Wright. I'm Jen Sanasi here with my co-host Nick Day. Nick, we've officially started. Are you getting excited?
Yeah, so excited. I'm ready for bed. I'm excited. It's going to be a good day. As Michael was talking about, this is the 10th one. We've been doing this for a while.
This is the 10th one. I would gonna go ahead and say we're experts at this now.
I would say that. for whatever this is, but
yeah, all right.
We're building the plane as we fly.
We are building the plane as we fly, as are so many other people in this space. We are now joined by Proximity Director Kendall Cole. Kendall, welcome to Consensus.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Excited to be here.
Of course. Now, we've been asking everyone who joins us here on this set what they are looking forward to, and you don't have to say anything serious. There's a lot of fun stuff happening too. So what's your vibe? What are you looking forward to?
I always just enjoy getting to meet with people in person. I think this industry spends so much time in front of a computer, Zoom calling people, so it's just great to see friendly faces and all these people we work with online in person.
I love that. And it's nice to finally meet you in person because the last time we spoke was also on a computer screen. So we're just making things happen. All right. We spent the morning talking about regulation and policy, and I'm curious to hear from your perspective, your thoughts on regulating software development.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for a lot of the developers and teams that we work with is just clarity. I think that right now we're in an environment where depending on what you're building and where you're working and even where you're developing from, it's not very clear exactly how you can even really comply or what sort of regulations you have to sort of abide by. And so I'm very excited, and as I think the rest of the space is, to finally get some some more clarity there, and just so that the developers we work with in those different teams are able to do the things that they need to do, and then be able to focus on building products and improving experiences for users.
So, earlier we were talking to someone from Blockchain for Europe talking about the implementation of, the European Union has a crypto regulatory framework coming into effect this year. Do you have any thoughts on just kind of, are we still in a place where people will, may find it easier to just relocate to a jurisdiction like, a European country rather than continue building in the U.S.? Is that just easier now for the regulatory clarity front than just trying to stick it out here and continue doing what they're doing?
I've certainly heard from several developers that they are very much considering relocation, and I think that is really unfortunate and very sad. And I definitely hope that we, as Americans, can get to a place where that will no longer be true, because I think this is something that usually has been true in this country. Is it's a really great place to build on the frontier, and so it would be a real shame if that stopped being true.
You work with a lot of developers. I'm just curious to hear what their thoughts are. Are developers following regulatory progress closely, or does it take something like a developer to be accused of something and then and face a trial for developers to really perk up and take a look at what's happening? Like, how much are they paying attention to what's going on from a regulatory perspective?
I would say there's definitely an awareness. Certainly the lawyers for a lot of these developers are telling them, hey, you actually do need to pay attention, because sometimes, depending on what you're working on, there may actually be implications. I'd say probably builders in this space seem to have more of an awareness than builders in other spaces do, because I think it is, it is something that can directly impact them, and also it is something that can vary pretty dramatically based on where you're based, which is, I think, fairly unique.
Now, I know you're speaking later today on the Protocol Village stage about cross-chain without bridges. Give us a little preview as to what we can expect.
Yeah, I think we're really excited about some new technology, particularly programmable kind of multi-party computation, which can dramatically simplify the user experience. It's not necessarily has to replace bridges, but I think it can really improve the experience and maybe even work with bridges to enable this concept we're really excited about called chain abstraction, where users who are crypto native, they want to know which chains they're working with, are able to interact with multiple chains simultaneously in a more seamless way, just much more intuitive and easy way. And then users who may not actually care as much about which chain they're interacting with may not need to know which chain they're using at all. And even further, they might not even to know they're using a blockchain, which I think is an area that a lot of us in the space want to get to eventually.
Can you talk to us about, are there any security advantages to being able to do this without or in addition to bridges, or basically what are the advantages besides the UX user experience side of it?
That's a great question. So the security model is interesting. I think one of the biggest areas of issues we've seen with bridges is most bridges, the way they're designed today, they need to deploy a smart contract on every single chain they integrate with. And we're living in an environment now where there's actually quite a few different virtual machines that these developers need to integrate with. And with each virtual machine comes like a different set of gotchas. And it takes time for these security best practices to sort of evolve for these newer virtual machines. And so these bridge providers the way their security model is, they kind of create these honeypots where you have a lot of assets that will be stored in this contract on each of these chains that is then basically vulnerable to some type of attack. And so most of the bridge attacks we've seen haven't actually even really had anything to do with the sort of theoretical security model of the bridge. They've had to do with the implementation of these contracts. And so what we're excited about with the idea of programmable MPC and what we at NEAR call chain signatures is that you don't actually need contracts on these different chains because you basically are storing most of the logic and the sort of state of the application on the NEAR chain itself, and then just directly calling kind of like an individual account on these chains you're integrating with. And so there's just less space for a potential attack. Now, of course, you still need security at the programmable MPC layer itself, but it creates less scope for a potential vulnerability.
Do chain signatures eventually make bridges obsolete? Is this the solution to the security issue we've seen with bridges, or do the two kind of coexist?
It's a really great question. I think certainly for the foreseeable future, they will coexist. The main focus of chain signatures is almost more of the right side of like an interaction between chains, where from NEAR you can create a transaction for Bitcoin or for Ethereum. But what chain signatures itself doesn't do, and this is a very intentional design decision, is read from those chains. So I think in some cases we'll see basically what we're called light clients implemented for the major chains. We have that for Ethereum, and there's a team working on it for Bitcoin. But for a lot of the other chains, because there are so many, likely this product can be combined with these sort of message passing bridges like a Wormhole, a Layer 0, or an Axelar to kind of create this sort of end-to-end solution where you have chain signatures to write information to different chains, and then bridges or message passing layers to read information from those chains. In the future, it's hard to tell. I think this product will develop as people start to use it, which fortunately is starting to happen. And potentially there will be scope to try to include the read into the product, but at least initially we have zero intention to do that. And I think this will create a lot of great opportunities to work with some of those bridge providers for a while.
So, something that we've seen a lot over the last couple of years, and tying back to our questions about security, every project is super secure until North Korea, hires or tricks someone into hiring a developer or whatever. Basically, not to put you on the spot, but what steps are you taking to just try and make sure that, are you auditing the stuff that's being built? How do you kind of prevent this, frankly, a nation-state level threat from, doing what they've been trying to do for the last couple of years with Axie and all those other projects?
It's a really great question, and I think for this product, security is the most important aspect. Everything else is secondary. A lot of security, I think, comes down to development culture, and I think there's a couple of things you can do in order to just make your chances as best as possible. So one is auditing. Auditing is certainly really important. This product will be audited many times. It's under audits right now from the first firm. This will not be the last audit by any means. Anytime a material change is made, particularly to the cryptography, but really even to any part of the stack, new audits will need to commence for that. That's probably the low-hanging fruit is auditing. I think the second is having a culture of open source where you get a lot of eyes on, as many eyes from as many kind of serious and talented individuals as possible on the product. Like that can be really beneficial. Obviously, that means that the North Koreans have access to it as well. But ultimately, we've seen that open source tends to be security, an additive to security rather than subtractive. And then the third, I think, really is actually just trying to minimize the attack surface as much as possible. As I was mentioning before with the bridges, the reality of it is that anybody can, even very talented developers can implement a bug. Very talented auditors can miss a bug. And I mean, this just can't happen. And then because of the ramifications in crypto for security vulnerabilities are so dramatic, there's a lot of people who are very well funded or just very serious who are looking for any vulnerability they can exploit and will exploit it as soon as they can for as much profit as they can. So by minimizing the attack surface as much as possible and minimizing the amount of code that is written as much as possible, that's actually one of the ways that we can make it less likely that something like this ends up happening. Just minimizing the amount of code that is written.
I want to zoom out now and talk about consensus again. I know you're excited about meeting people IRL, but what are you hoping to walk away from here? What are you hoping to get so that you can go back, continue developing, continue innovating?
Yeah, it's a good question. Actually, this week I'm particularly interested in meeting more of the Bitcoin community. I think Bitcoin has seen a really exciting kind of resurgence of developer interest, which is always exciting for us to kind of see. And we are very excited about how chain signatures can actually potentially add some utility to certain aspects of the Bitcoin ecosystem and be used for different products. So I'm really excited to just have the opportunity to meet with more developers and really tap into some of the energy that's coming from that side of the broader crypto industry.
Give us an example of how chain signatures can do something in the Bitcoin ecosystem. Of course, the Bitcoin ecosystem is booming this year. We have layer 2s, we have ordinals, the fourth halving just happened. Talk to me how chain signatures integrates with that. Can we expect more innovation on the back of chain signatures?
That's very much our goal. So just to give one very simple product, I think the experience we're really hoping to enable is something that uses Bitcoin as the L1 as much as possible for the entire lifecycle of the product, but takes advantage of chain signatures in the background to enable some additional functionality. So to give a specific, we've seen a lot of interest in runes, and we've seen some teams kind of airdropping runes or distributing runes in a sort of a larger, to a larger set of addresses. One of the limitations is that if you want to do this purely on the Bitcoin L1, it's going to get extremely expensive for you to distribute to a large set of addresses. You can't really right now use the same patterns that the Ethereum ecosystem or the Solana ecosystem are using to distribute tokens to a large number of addresses. So what you can do with chain signatures is you could actually create a rune, like mint an entire set of runes to an account on Bitcoin that is controlled by near chain signatures. In that contract on the near side, you can then include the entire list of addresses, Bitcoin addresses that you want to airdrop to, which could be in the millions, which would still be pretty cheap from the near side. And then Bitcoiners can basically send a little bit of Bitcoin to a special deposit address on the Bitcoin side. So they're only interacting with Bitcoin here. And then they'll receive back their rune airdrop once they've done that, assuming that they're included in the list, which they can, of course, verify off-chain. And so this then allows project developers on Bitcoin to distribute runes to potentially millions and millions of addresses. And the important thing is that the users do not actually have to interact directly with Near. So for them, it's just a Bitcoin experience, which I think people are most excited about, but they're able to now capture some additional functionality.
The Bitcoiners only want that Bitcoin experience, you know? You got to cater to your audience.
Absolutely. And I think that that's actually kind of underserved so far. So we're really excited to work with some teams on these type of problems.
Awesome. Well, I guess we're close to wrapping up, but before we let you go, are there any specific events either in in the Austin Convention Center or just like floating around outside this, some of the side events, side panels that you plan to go to today?
Yeah, just to kind of let people know about some of the events that we have on the Near ecosystem. So at the Protocol Village stage later today, I'm giving a talk along with some of the other teams in the Near ecosystem. So that's going to be fun. And then there's a event called Abstract Austin that the Agoric team is throwing that the Near ecosystem is helping participate in. That a lot of us will be attending later today. I think that starts in a couple of hours.
Amazing. Well, we hope you have a fantastic time in Austin, here at the Convention Center and outside of the Convention Center. It was wonderful seeing you again, and I'm sure we'll see you around.
Likewise. Thank you guys for having me.
Awesome. All right. That was Proximity Director Kendall Cole. Nick and I are just getting started here live from Austin, Texas. We are going to be here all day. We're going to be here the next day. We're going to be here the next day. We're going to hear from developers, CEOs, innovators, regulators. So don't go anywhere. We are bringing you the best of the best from Consensus 2024. We are going to now turn and take a peek into what's happening on stage.
An insane amount of development on that end. How do you see that intersection happening? You know, as you're thinking about, as brands are moving more to consumer loyalty, third-party cookies data is sunsetting around the world. You're bringing more, you mentioned, PII in private conversations. Do you see it intersecting?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, enterprise workflow improvement with artificial intelligence as like an assistant is going to, I think, be a massive game changer. I also think it's a huge threat for companies. And let me tell you a little bit of how I'm thinking about it. It gives tools to the creator. It's really easy to be a creator on TikTok and want to now offer merchandise to your fans and disintermediate an organization like Adidas? What does that look like? How easy is it to create a Squarespace website? How easy is it to also, like they sell the Portugal, let's say, organic manufacturers list. So you could go to the mills and you could go direct to the warehouses and factories and do a low minimum order quantity volume with a pre-order by selling an NFT to your consumer, letting your AI design your looks for you, letting them pre-order, and in 6 weeks, you got something that was also made in a factory where Prada products were made. Right. And the consumer never, or let's say the creator never touched inventory. So merch is going to go through this rapid, let's say, disruption. And I'm even seeing Spotify is serving us ads right now. Like, hey, you listen to this music, do you want to buy this merch? And I'm having these conversations with my team like, oh, it's here. Like, this is happening right now. Like, we need to start decentralizing the way that we're doing our own collaborations with creators if we want to not miss this next wave, because it's already on our doorstep. Yeah. So I think AI is only going to fast track that and give more power to the creators who are willing to take the Web3 mindset and hustle and get shit made and get shit out there faster than their competition and faster than, let's say, the 18-month cycle that automotive sits on, or apparel and merchandise and sneakers sit on. So I think the race is on, and I think it's an invitation and it's a call to brands to speed up and to look at new business models and new go-to-market strategies. That's great.
I think we're going to see AI bring so many new business opportunities that we've never even thought of yet, and accelerate. And we're already starting to see AI and blockchain start to come together in some of our executions. We have an execution with a financial institution where we've got AI helping to generate music, but we're doing it in a Web3 on blockchain. And so we're definitely seeing it on the experience side, and we know on the back end, those two go hand in hand from a technology perspective. So
I think AI has taking all the space in the room right now for brands. It's a threat and an opportunity. Brands sit on a lot of data that they can use better and monetize. There's also, for the creators in-house, tools for them to do so much more in less time. So that's really helping the bottom line for the brands. And I think AI is an immediate hit on the bottom line. That's not the case for Web3. So it takes more time, it's more clunky. And so a lot of attention has gone to there. I think what's interesting at the confluence of AI and blockchain is verified data through the blockchain. And it's really important in terms of intellectual property, patents and rights that brands have on their names and their designs, and that's something that could be interesting as that intersection. And then all the blockchain projects need to have an AI component to it. It's a given. Like, if you don't have also the AI attached to that, if you're dealing with customer experience, even if it's based on the blockchain, if you don't have that AI component, it's like kind of irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like, unfortunately, in thread of going on all morning, I have gotten the look that we have to wrap up. So if you do have questions, all the panelists will be probably just outside of the stage to ask them in person. Thank you so much. I'm excited to see what this conversation looks like even 1 year from now that this is a running theme over the last couple years, to go even deeper, focus even more on what's real and what's live today with all the brands that you're working with and advising and investing in. And so thank you so much for coming today. Thank you.
that, as long as permissionless systems exist, become sort of just impossible to prevent, and we all know what those are, then if both of these spaces continue to grow, then maybe 5 years from now, governments are going to just say, well, okay, it's going to happen, and we might as well let it happen on centralized systems as well, so it can be more efficient and we can keep track of it more. And at that point, what would the continued value of permissionless systems be?
This whole collection, this Ecos brand, would not be possible without Web3.
The reality is that as with children, we don't need machines to be like us. We need them to be better than us.
I learned about Bitcoin in 2011, and after a little initial skepticism, that was an incredibly powerful idea, and so totally fell in love with it.
The 2008 financial crisis that got me very curious about money, and that got me down the whole alternative economic school of thought rabbit hole.
Well, I see bear markets as times of clarity.
Really looking forward to discovering what the state of crypto and AI really has come to.
It was just so awesome news to be in the presence of thinkers and people who are really pushing the frontiers.
It's a really well curated conference. I would call it a scholarly conference where the papers and panels are well vetted.
Blown away by the quality of the speakers that are there.
I hear that it's the holy grail. That's where a lot of things kicked off.
So I've got no sound coming.
Hello and welcome back to Consensus Live from CoinDesk TV. We are joined now by Hut 8 CEO Asher Janut. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
We were just chatting, getting very comfortable over the break, and it's because Consensus is just such a welcoming place. Curious to hear your thoughts on the events this morning. What are you looking forward to?
No, they've been great. I think this conference brings in a really good group of folks, and so I've had a lot of meetings, reconnecting with folks, meeting new individuals, and looking at opportunities, and so love the event, the people that it attracts, and the way that's set up.
What are you hoping to walk away from here with? What's your conference agenda?
I think just continuing to solidify bonds with key partners that we work with and meeting new folks and looking at new opportunities as well.
Awesome. Now, let's talk about your role as Hut 8 CEO. You've been in the position for about 5 months now. Talk to us about how it's going.
Good. A little less. So took over February 7th, but it's been going well. I took over during a turbulent time in the company, and so have had to deal with that turbulence. So month one was how do we kind of stabilize the market, give the market direction of what our focus is on and how we're building. Month two was actually implementing the things that we were saying, and our mindset now today is on growth. So I think we've stabilized and cut out a lot of the parts of the business that people had concerns about, and so continuing to refine the company and focusing on net new growth.
So, you mentioned turbulent time at the company, but it's also been a bit of a turbulent time for the mining industry at large, between the halving, fees being pretty low. Can you just talk to us a bit about how you're approaching those concerns and issues?
So I've actually had a couple folks ask me that throughout the last 24 hours, and my comment there is, this halving, we knew about it 10 years ago, right? It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't something that magically appeared, and I've never been the person that just bets Bitcoin is going to double and everything's going to be okay. And so my perspective is when you look at kind of our business, hash price is really our revenue driver, right? It's Bitcoin price, network rewards, and difficulty. And so even though the hash price has gone down in half, your machine efficiency from kind of 2021 has also increased double. And so when you look at the newest generation machines relative to the hash price today versus the older generation machines relative to the hash price when it was double, you're making similar revenue top line on a per megawatt hour basis. And so I think for Bitcoin mining, our mindset from day one when we started US Bitcoin Corp, merged with Hut 8, and now I'm running Hut 8, has always been be a low-cost operator, and as long as you're a low-cost operator, you'll be able to compete and you'll be able to continue to thrive.
You talked about implementing some new strategies since taking over in February. Tell us a little bit more about what you've been implementing, what you hope to achieve over the rest of the year.
Yeah, so part one is restructure. We went through and looked through all of the assets, and so took a fresh lens and looked at all of our teams, our business units, and we went through and we shut down facilities that weren't efficient and profitable. We invested in new facilities. In Salt Creek, we got online in less than 3 months at an industry-leading cost, and so showed the market that we will make decisions for profitability, but at the same time, we're going to pursue growth relentlessly and aggressively. And then from a growth perspective as well, is today we see the business and what we've learned and the experience that we've gained as being able to find large-scale power infrastructure, building data centers cost-effectively and quickly, and that skill set now is very in need as well as AI is booming. And so we see our business as providing infrastructure for compute, and we have that for Bitcoin mining, continue to scale and grow there. And we have that now for AI as well. We have our first H100 NVIDIA cluster coming online.
Talk to us a little bit more about that diversification to data centers and AI. I know that started with previous leadership at HUD 8. Do you see this being a bigger part of the business moving forward? And how much of the business in your long-term vision is going to still be in mining, and how much is going to be in these data centers and AI?
Yeah, so when we kind of look at our decade-long vision and our bet is we believe that power infrastructure will be more valuable over the next decade as use cases continue to increase and as the scale of that consumption of those use cases continue to increase. And so with that said, Bitcoin mining is great for stranded energy to consume that power to help with grid stability, and AI workloads is a growing demand. Until AI is involved in every piece of our life, I don't think we even hit the initial kind of runway of what it has to offer. And if you look at kind of the internet boom in the late 90s, it's similar. Today, I don't think we could live without the internet, and I don't think any company, including the neighborhood store, doesn't have a website. And I think AI will have that similar type of penetration, and we're just at the start. And so from our perspective, if we are able to continue to find great energy assets, develop data centers that are either purpose-built for Bitcoin mining or purpose-built for traditional data centers, high density for AI, we become a power infrastructure platform that connects energy to next generation technologies, and Bitcoin mining will continue to grow and scale, and we hope to be one of the largest within that sector, but we want the business to be broader than just Bitcoin mining.
Do you see any challenges right now? Obviously, as you mentioned, AI is booming, and it is pretty power hungry. There are data centers that need to, run these programs and systems. Are you finding any challenges in trying to basically identify where there might be low-cost electricity, and how do you balance? Okay, deciding to build a Bitcoin miner there versus if a company wants to build an AI data center, how do you all negotiate those?
Yeah, definitely. I think power is going to be one of the most talked about things for the years to come. Today, you talk about, can people get NVIDIA chips? Can people buy Bitcoin mining ASIC chips, et cetera? The bottleneck is going to be power. The life cycle of how quickly you can scale power is much slower, how quickly you can scale transmission systems from a utility perspective. And when we look at what do we locate once we have power, it's really based on a risk-adjusted return, right? So on the Bitcoin side, we take exposure to Bitcoin and price action and difficulty, which you can hedge now. There's kind of markets opening up there. And then on the AI side, you can take counterparty and customer exposure and market exposure as well. And so luckily, the types of energy assets for Bitcoin mining facilities are still pretty different from data center, primarily in regards to kind of latency requirements and network requirements. And so there's that natural bifurcation, but then just looking at it from a risk-adjusted return on how to grow. And the goal is to have so much power in the pipeline that we continue to scale and grow both parts of the business.
On the mining side, I want to touch on power just before we wrap up here. Are you continuing to explore different types of renewable energy, or are you looking at different ways of exploring that in the future?
Yeah, definitely. So domestically in the U.S., you have areas that have high density and high concentration of wind and solar, and transmission hasn't been built in order to transfer that power to places that need it. And usually when you have a lot of wind and solar, land is cheap, you can build large footprints, there's not a lot of consumption locally. And so we've built data centers there that have really helped with that congestion problem and the negative pricing, and have helped power companies, which is why we've continued to build and form relationships with our counterparties and partners on the power side. And when we look globally, different countries have similar power issues as well, right? So if you look in places like South America, you have places like Paraguay where they have a lot of natural power because of the hydro dam they have there. They don't use it. They send a lot of it to Brazil so they can help drive economy and help drive infrastructure development within that country. When you look at Africa, for example, we're chatting and looking at some countries there, and a lot of them is how do we continue to collect foreign reserves and foreign currencies, and we can monetize our natural resources. So taking a different strategy, I think the key is understanding how we can be a partner and solve a problem rather than coming in saying we need power, we want to be a customer, saying what is your problem, and by us consuming, can we help solve a problem? And that creates symbiosis and allows you to scale naturally together and in partnership.
So you are looking at different regions outside of North America to set up operations.
I think it's important as a Bitcoin miner, you're competing on a global basis, and you can't, even if you're the best in one place, if that place is not competitive, it doesn't matter. And so it's always having a broader perspective and looking at it. And so in specific areas, you might have more geopolitical risk. And is a risk-adjusted return worth that investment relative to places that are more stable, like in our backyards stateside? And so we're continuing to look. We've always continued, and when the opportunities arise, we execute when we think the risk profile matches with the return profile.
I got to ask you, how much are you following what's going on in the Bitcoin ecosystem? We know that with runes, after the Bitcoin halving, Bitcoin fees were actually a lot higher than maybe some could have predicted without the launch of runes. How much are you following what's going on in the Bitcoin ecosystem as the CEO of a mining company?
Yeah, it makes a big impact on our revenues from a mining perspective. Our thesis is there will continue to be adoption, whether it be directly on network, on layer 2s and so forth. And so continuing, I think, as an industry to support continued development and continued use cases to evolve and develop on the platform. And so from our perspective is provide really good, stable infrastructure and welcome new innovation and new technologies to come and drive. And I think you'll have blips and bumps, and whether it be fees or use cases, but over time that will stabilize and create normality. And that's really kind of the goal, is to create something that can be used in a sustainable manner.
Asher, thank you so much for joining us from our live TV set here at Consensus 2024. We hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
That was Hut 8 CEO Asher Janut. We are going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
welcome back to Consensus 2024, live from Austin, Texas. Official events kicked off just about an hour ago, and we are thrilled to be surrounded by so many incredible people in this space. We've got huge names in crypto joining our live programming today. One of them is coming up in just a few minutes, so you have to stick around to find out who that is. But later, we have Trust Machine CEO Muneeb Ali joining us, and 21 Co-President Ophelia Snyder. So stick around to hear from them. I'm Jen Sanasi, and I'm here with my co-host, markets reporter Helene Braun. Hey, Helene.
Hi, Jen. How are you?
I am fabulous, and we never get to do a show together, so I'm very excited.
I know. I was just going to say, you're my co-host, but we never actually co-host on a podium together, so this is so great. I'm so happy to be here.
I know, and if our guests are wondering who is joining us right now, we have CEO of Onyx at JP Morgan, Umar Farouk.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
How's Consensus going so far? I know we just started, but how are you feeling?
I think the energy is very, very high this year. I think that's great to see. I love this event generally because I feel like every corner of Consensus is always bubbling with innovation. And, there's nothing but cool ideas all over the place.
I know. I just did a shoulder shimmy there because I'm so excited. Helene, you've been around this morning. What are you looking forward to from a market's perspective before we get into our conversation with Umar?
I feel like it's always hard when you're at a conference like this. You're almost like in a bubble, so it's hard to keep up with what's actually going on in the real world. But we do have an important inflation report coming on Friday, so that's obviously going to be a driver or not for Bitcoin and other crypto assets. So definitely keeping an eye out for that. And today, I'm just excited for Cathie Wood. She's going to be speaking on the main stage later today. So excited to hear from her. And yeah, we have so many amazing speakers at Consensus. And obviously, we're going to touch on tokenization. I have a panel later on that, and we're going to talk to Umar about that too. So yeah, lots of markets talk.
Yeah, Umar, let's get right into it. You head up the Onyx project at JP Morgan. It's been around for a while, but let's just lay a foundation for our audience just in case they're just tuning in and not familiar. Talk to us a little bit about the latest developments over at JP Morgan with Onyx.
So first of all, I think Onyx has been around almost a decade, so it might be the longest lasting blockchain business at any financial institution. And we went from what used to be a couple of people, actually literally 10 years ago, to now about 300 people who do this full time. So we also have one of the biggest and probably one of the most experienced teams. And our focus has really been really getting inspired by, frankly, places like Consensus, like this conference and the folks who are here. So get inspired by Web3 and see if we can bring some of those ideas, and many of those are great ideas like 24/7, instant settlement, immutability, programmability and composability. How do we bring that into regulated financial institutions? And so we've been on a journey for many, many years in our business unit at JP Morgan, and now I think our focus increasingly is turning towards tokenization and money. So we are also, frankly, I think one of the very few banks, if not the only one, that has the scale of payments that happen on a blockchain anywhere in the world. So more recently, we've been starting to do, more and more synchronized payments with others because many other chains, especially the ones that are permissioned, really lack money. So they have tokenized assets. They don't have a payment vehicle. So we are now providing them through our synchronized payments capabilities, JPM Coin as a solution. Similarly, we just issued a muni bond on our chain for the first time, which is also, a step towards using it more broadly. So the cool thing about blockchains, as you obviously are very well aware, is that everything can be represented in one infrastructure. So we can do money, we can do assets, we can do delivery versus payment, we can post those assets, etc. So it's been a very exciting time for us over the last year.
I gotta ask you, and I'm sure others have asked you this, is your division sometimes at odds with what Jamie Dimon says about Bitcoin?
I would say no, because we don't touch Bitcoin. So our division is generally neutral on that point. However, I think even everything that you've heard from Jamie, if you even go back 5 years or 10 years ago, he always has said that he sees the merit in the tech itself. And I think that's been our mission, is how do we extract the value from the technology without actually getting into areas that are frankly just gray at this point in the US.
I will say, I'm curious though, what is your opinion on Bitcoin?
I think it's an investing asset, primarily. I don't think it's a payment vehicle. I don't think we've seen enough use cases to prove that. However, I think there's lots and lots of different investments, and this is just one more investment. And you're seeing that in various, various institutional investors as well, whether it's money market funds or other things. There's Bitcoin funds being launched. There's large asset managers, allocating a small portion of their holdings to Bitcoin. So it's just an investment like many other investments with a different return profile.
Awesome. So it seems like you agree with Jamie Dimon on that. I'm sure he's glad to hear that. I am so curious. What does a day in the life of Umar at Consensus look like? I know you have a bunch of panels. You have this, obviously, and I'm sure so many people are trying to talk to you, to meet with you. Who are you meeting with at these conferences?
First of all, the meetings that I would generally take would be with partners. We have lots and lots of, by the way, close partners here, both in the Web3 industry, but also people who support the Web3 industry, the infrastructure companies. So spending a lot of time with them, because many times we just don't get the opportunity to meet. At the end of the day, Web3 is a global enterprise. So, you don't get to see many friends. We get to meet at Consensus or other conferences like this. So I think that's one. But frankly, I think it's more about a day in the life of the Onyx team. There's quite a few of the Onyx team in here. And one of the things that we asked all of them to do was, bring back a couple of ideas that inspired you, because I think that's how we think of innovation is, you find something, you might meet someone, it might not be a big booth, it might not be a company we've heard of, but they might have the coolest idea we've heard in a long, long time. So I think we are all on the hunt for cool ideas.
Umar, what's inspiring you as the leader of this project? What in this space do you look at and think, wow, that's something that could really change the way institutions operate?
For me, the biggest inspiration is, frankly, having all assets on one infrastructure. It's a limitation in general finance where you have money living in one infrastructure, you have securities in another one, commodities in another one, and bringing them together can create a tremendous amount of value for users. So I think that's a big inspiration for me. On top of that is things like programmability. So for us, for instance, it's great to have 24/7 money, but many of our clients actually sort of only kind of care. Like I'm talking about large corporations. They are actually quite happy with the money getting there 2 hours later or the next day. But once you start introducing programmability, and now you can do things that you could never do with money before, or you can make the money smart so it only allows certain operations or certain folks to hold it, you basically start opening doors to use cases. And we see this all the time where we would go to a very large, Fortune 100 or even Fortune 50 company, and suddenly you can see like their eyes light up where they realize that they don't have to separate money from their core operations. Everything can be one big operation.
Now, looking into the future, and of course you don't have a crystal ball, nobody does, but do you see a world in which crypto and TradFi firms like JP Morgan and other Wall Street banks coexist, or do you think ultimately one or the other is going to dominate the space?
So doing crystal balls in Web3 is just, it's fraught with danger of all sorts. But I think at the end of the day, it's another set of capabilities, another asset class, possibly another set of capabilities that people don't have before. So by definition has to coexist. A lot of people, if you look back in the last 30, 40 years, you don't even have to look at Web3, but there's wallet companies that have risen up, there's consumer payments companies that have risen up, there's new ways of doing brokerage for individuals. All of these are innovations, and none of them has won at the expense of traditional finance. They might now be in the realm of traditional finance, but that's not how they started. So I think everything starts like that, and then ultimately, the world just grows and accommodates everyone.
Now, crypto native companies Ripple and Stripe do very similar things than Onyx, and that they're trying to build a global payment system.
Yep.
What does Onyx do better, or what do they do better that Onyx can learn from?
They have the main difference is infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So their infrastructure is the public ecosystem, public blockchains, which gives them access to the crypto native community, and they can do certain things on a public blockchain. Our infrastructure is a permissioned infrastructure, which might be anathema to many Web3 companies, but in reality, we need to have that perimeter to make sure that we comply with all regulations, KYC, know your customer, anti-money laundering. So we need to have a controlled infrastructure. In reality, we're trying to do similar things. I think the other difference is our focus is primarily institutional. So this will be large banks, broker-dealers, insurance companies, corporates. Their focus tends to be a little bit more consumer because they can reach a bigger consumer audience. So that, I would say, is the primary difference, is the infrastructure and target audience. But in reality, all of us are trying to improve on an existing product.
You said inspired and optimistic over the last 10 years at the start of this interview. And I'm curious to hear from within the company, does that inspiration and optimism remain through the ups and downs, through the regulatory challenges that the industry has faced over the last 10 years? It's been a real roller coaster ride.
So I think that's one thing which sets JP Morgan apart. If you look at our build, we've only grown in the last 10 years. We've actually never shrunk our business unit in the last 10 years. And that tells you that it has real staying power. Like if we believe that a technology, in this case, distributed ledger or blockchain, is going to have significant upside for our customers, we will stay the course. So the only thing that would deter you from the course would be if for some reason the actual sort of belief in technology faltered. There will be bad actors and there will be good actors. I don't think that should be used to call the entire thing one thing or the other.
I do have a follow-up question on that because you just mentioned you're meeting with a lot of partners. What are some of the steps you take when you work or try to decide to work with crypto native companies to ensure that, they're a solid player? Because obviously, we've seen in the past couple of years there are certain bad players in the industry. So how does that process look like?
It is some serious due diligence, I can tell you. And usually we look at their own compliance functions and how focused they are on compliance and regulation and legal. So it ends up being a narrow universe, not because the rest are bad actors, but a lot of them are very small companies. So they may have one person who's doing compliance, legal, etc. We tend to partner with larger companies if we have to, where they have a proper end-to-end compliance shop. They know they have some rules, they have some regulations, they are following legal procedures. So that is, for us, that is the most important thing. And I think that's helped us avoid some real bombs in the past. So.
I know some of the partners you're working with, Avalanche, Axler, Provenance Blockchain, on tokenized portfolios. Talk to us about how that partnership works and how you get to these tokenized portfolios that you can offer your clients.
I think a lot of these are exploratory partnerships. So, we are not doing, for instance, anything on a public blockchain at this time, but we have in the past, as part of Project Guardian in Singapore, worked with some of these public blockchain infrastructures. And at that point, we would do a due diligence. Now, if we are working with them in terms of doing one transaction, the due diligence will be there, but it's not as heavyweight. If we were truly to integrate with them for something meaningful, then it would be a very extensive due diligence. Just like we would do if you think about going to a cloud. We would never open to a new cloud provider without, some serious work for possibly quarters. So I think it's the same thing. I mean, when you think of these players, they are real companies, they have real infrastructures, and we would take them through the same selection process and same due diligence process that we would take a cloud provider or any kind of firm that we work with.
Now, how much has the Onyx team grown over the past few years?
So as I said, we started with 2. We are now at 300 over 10 years. But I think the team has actually really grown in the last 5, where I think we were still in maybe 2 to 3 dozen 5 years ago, and now we are about 10x that team.
Wow. Are there a lot of employees at JP Morgan that want to be on the Onyx team? Is there a battle to get a spot?
There is a lot of inbound demand. I think that's also the beauty of the bank a little bit. We have about 300,000 people. We have 60 or 70,000 programmers and technologists. So there is always a ready supply of talent.
You're the rock stars. Are you the rock stars of the bank? Everyone wants to.
I mean, you'd have to ask the rest of the bank. I can't really comment on that myself.
We will. We will.
All right. Just before we wrap up here, talk to us about the future. What's next for Onyx? What's making you excited about growing that team and continuing on the course?
For us, it continues to be pushing forward in the asset tokenization categories and expanding broader. So the bond we just issued, it was not so much the issuance of a bond. Actually, bond issuance on a blockchain is fundamentally a little bit inefficient because you don't have the entire market on it, on any blockchain, public or private. I think it's more the ability to then take that asset, possibly one day put it up as a collateral, be able to borrow against it. So again, many of the ideas that you see in the DeFi world already, bringing into regulated institutions, and at the same time, programming money. So, one day, if an industrial company wants to get paid for everything their gigantic industrial printer does, they can do that. So a lot of these things where you can just set and forget something that just works 24/7. So that's our inspiration long term, and that's sort of the North Star.
Kumar, thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
That was the CEO of Onyx at JP Morgan, Umar Farouk. There is so much going on here at Consensus 2024. And if you're not here, we got you covered. Let's now take a look at what's happening on the main stage.
Class. Those are three big ideas in one, and nothing else in the crypto world comes close.
Amazing. Kathy, that was brilliant. I wish we'd had another half an hour to an hour. We could have talked about loads more. We didn't even get into AI really, but thank you, and thank you for all the initiatives you're doing with ARC.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Peter. Okay, so Bitcoin was created as apolitical money. It wasn't supposed to have politics involved in it, but as we've learned in this past week, politicians can have a significant impact on its fortunes. We are about to hear from somebody who has played a significant role in that, perhaps the biggest backer of this industry in Congress, Tom Emmer, the majority whip for the US House of Representatives, and he will be interviewed by my old friend Matt Murray, who is the former editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal. A few months back, before I left CoinDesk, Matt kindly agreed to take on the role as the chairman of an external committee we created to protect the independence of our journalists. So please welcome Congressman Emmer and Matt Murray. Matt.
Michael, thank you. Congressman, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming to Austin.
Good to see you, Matt. I feel like I'm a little overdressed, but yeah. I think I'll survive.
This is the fogey segment, but we got a lot to talk about. So, obviously, we want to start with Fit 21. Last week, there's a lot of things that are going on, but the biggest thing maybe last week was you passed Fit 21 in the House. This is the bill laying out new rules, distinguishing between the CFTC, the SEC. It's been something you and House leadership has pursued for a long time. How do you rate from, it's almost a week since it passed. Is anything happening in the Senate? Is anything going to happen in the Senate? What have you heard since you passed?
Well, I think what you're going to see as we head towards September, which is the next funding deadline, right? The calendar is going to continue to get more and more compressed.
Yeah.
So while I can't tell you that Chuck Schumer, who actually broke with the White House and with the senator from Massachusetts, who shall not be named, when he broke with
Senator Warren
with 11, not named by me, when he broke with the White House and that senator and some others on Sob 121.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you that's a sign to me that the star of the senator from Massachusetts and perhaps the SEC chair may be fading a little bit, and that could be a sign that maybe the next thing they will do to try and help the Biden administration, which they could use some wins in this election year, maybe Chuck brings that to the floor of the Senate. The problem he's going to have, I believe, is that they're going to modify it.
Yeah.
They're going to want to change it, which means then it comes back to the House. Right now, my best bet would be if we get this done this year, it's probably more likely during the lame duck once the dust settles and everybody who's wearing their jerseys now recognizes we got to get moving on.
You touched on a number of things I want to go deeper on. I'll take them one at a time, but let's start with, I think 73 Democrats voted for this bill last
71.
71.
But I know there were two others that wanted to.
And what's your read as Democrats, again, bucking the White House, supporting that number? Is that political? Is that a evolving view of crypto more broadly on the Hill? What's your read on what's happening with the Democrats?
All of the above. It's a process that has been ongoing, but I think what you saw, first, we've got Republicans and Democrats who both have major concerns about centralized top-down control.
Yeah.
And I mean, you don't get to see it because the 24/7 entertainment-driven soundbite news isn't interested in those stories of people working together. They'd rather show you a great car accident, right? People arguing with each other and running into each other. Is a ton of goodwill under the surface. You can start with the Financial Services Committee in the House. I mean, you got great champions like Richie Torres on the left, which I say this publicly, but Richie Torres and Tom Emmer could not be more different in the way we live our lives and our political perspective. You know, on this issue, Richie and I are in complete alignment, and I think you've got a lot more of that than you know, and you saw it with the Saab 121 vote, with 21 Democrats voting with the Republicans to get rid of that ridiculous rule. And then you saw it even more so with the FIT 21 bill when you had 71.
I feel driven to say, for the record, just I'm not currently associated in any full-time capacity with any news organization, since I agree with you with what you said about the news. I wish we could go deeper on policy sometimes. But let me, I want to ask you about another component, which is the White House. The White House had been critical of this bill. They were, I don't know if you'd call them conciliatory last week, but the president didn't talk of a veto. And they put out a statement indicating there's room for maybe negotiation on this legislation. How do you read that?
That's kind of like the border.
Yeah.
When they want to negotiate, they want to win, but they don't want to do what it is that needs to happen. That's the partisan coming out in me, but that's just been the experience.
So you don't take that, you don't rate that or take that seriously?
Not from the White House. I would take it more seriously from the leader of the Senate.
Okay.
The reason I say not from the White House is because that certain senator from Massachusetts, I will argue, has had an oversized voice when it comes to the personnel that are in the White House.
Yeah.
And that has had an impact on what we've been able to do. By the way, I'm an equal opportunity complainer or criticizer. The previous administration gave us some problems. I mean, I thought they had some great people, Hester Peirce, Giancarlo, Brian Brooks, but we still ran into this anti-crypto sentiment, not on my watch, which we have to work through. And now it's just, it's been, I was hoping with the new administration we would get a more forward-looking view, but quickly realized that the person that drove a lot of the personnel decisions in the White House is actually the anti-crypto senator.
And I'm going to come to that, to the prior administration. I want to talk through a couple of the other news things happening. You had another triumph for you, I think, because it's a bill that matters to you, which was the CBDC Act passing. That was much less bipartisan. I think you only had three. Is that symbolic, essentially, at this point, that bill?
No, I think that's the future. I don't think the Biden camp recognized until this happened over the last month or so, and I think our camp understands this, how politically potent this issue is. We do not want a CCP, a Chinese Communist Party style surveillance tool ever being developed and implemented in this country. That is a Republican, Democrat, and other value.
So why didn't Democrats vote in bigger numbers for that?
I think so. I was told by one who I like a lot. He said, "You're killing me, because all we should have had was, before you can do this, you have to come to Congress for authorization." Actually, no. We did it the right way.
Which, by the way, is what Chair Powell says. We can't do it without congressional. That's his line.
Yeah, he said both ways.
Yeah.
He's been on both sides of that. And Chair Powell, God bless him, but he's from the past.
Yeah.
He looks forward and doesn't see the digital asset space the way we need to be looking at it. My humble opinion, and he and I can disagree on that. But there has been confusion created by the administration, by politicos, Republicans, Democrats, about whether you need to come to Congress for authorization before you can develop and implement. There was the executive order by the White House that said this is urgent, we need to get this done. This bill was it actually predated that, because this is something I've been working on for probably 4 years, 5 years already. But it took a while to get our people there, and I think you had 3 Democrats, but I'm gonna argue that you have as big a number as you had on FIT 21. That was more of a political statement, which I think many representatives will regret.
I want to push on one question, which is understanding the privacy concern, which is the core of the concern for you, right? The criticism sometimes for the US is others are developing their digital coins. You mentioned the CCP, China's ahead of us. This is the coming thing. There's a workshop actually here tomorrow on this issue, and I wonder, as you look down the road, is there a version of a true digital cash solution, a privacy protecting central bank digital currency possible down the road as the technology or the industry advance or mature? Do you see that possibility one day? Is there a path from what you see?
I think anything's possible, but you're talking to a 63-year-old guy who's never coded anything in his life. All of the smart people out here can tell me if that's possible. All I wanted to do, which we did in this bill, if the government, we're not going to say never, if the government or the people that develop this for the government can create a digital cash that emulates cash, open, permissionless, and private with a capital P, okay, then we have to look at it, I believe. But until you can do that, and I'm not so convinced you can, but we'll see. I think there's so much potential here and even beyond the financial realm when we talk about the technology that's involved. And by the way, you want to really take us to the next level, you come up with solid stablecoin legislation that is a dollar-backed stablecoin that can be created and traded anywhere around the world. Guess what? You're going to see the digital asset space go to a whole new level, much like you've just seen in the last month or two as we started to move these things through Congress and people recognize, no, this is a $1 trillion+ market cap. This ain't going away.
Yeah,
it's valuable.
Let me ask you on a couple of those other news developments. Were you surprised at the SEC approval of Ether ETFs?
No.
You thought they would do that?
He's been getting his rear end handed to him. Gary Gensler has been the worst thing that could ever have happened to the SEC. He has gone way beyond the authority that he has. He literally violates the mission of the SEC every day. What the SEC is supposed to do is we want capital investment. We want new opportunities. And these guys are trying to stop him. His open door policy is the biggest crock of you-know-what that ever existed. It's literally, come on in, tell me what your project is, and then we're going to sue you. The problem here is that he has lost repeatedly, and as we've seen in the last month, his colleague in the Senate, both of them are starting to, they've lost their credibility.
Well, are they defanged? Does that mean, from your view, they're defanged? In other words, the crypto agenda is winning? Is it tactical? I mean, let me put it this way. If he's approving Ether ETFs and he's approved Bitcoin ETFs, so we see how they've taken off, does it matter if he's in that job for you?
I'd be very careful about trusting a cornered animal with nothing to lose but its life. Gary Gensler's on his way out. I think
regardless of who wins the election, do you think?
I think he is. Yeah, I think
so
he is.
Be a change
I think you've seen him lose favor with the administration, and that's why you have a Chuck Schumer who literally leads the charge for the Democrats in the Senate to get rid of this foolish Sob 121.
Yeah. One other news thing I wanted to ask you about, which goes back a couple weeks now. What was your take on the Supreme Court decision backing the funding mechanism for the CFPB? Never a popular agency for Republican leadership. That was a 7-2 decision written by Clarence Thomas. Does it change how you think about the CFPB agenda and where it fits in there at all, or does it, or not at all? You're smiling now.
No. If you look, people who want to attack our U.S. Supreme Court just because we don't agree with their decision, those are the people who are destabilizing democracy. Look, the Supreme Court's got a function to do. People are trying to make it hyper-political. On this issue, very nuanced, Matt, and very narrow, they literally said this is Congress's job.
Yep.
You created it. you got to fix it. So no, it hasn't changed anything, but I'll tell you, if we have the opportunity to do it, we need to put the CFPB in its place, rightful place, which is under the oversight and supervision of Congress. That is your problem.
As an independent agency,
yeah, I can
from the
argue
Fed.
partisan stuff all day long, but just on its most basic level, that's the issue.
Okay, that sets up well to think about what the, obviously we're in an election year, we all know that, we can't over-speculate, but can you give us a sense of what the agenda for the GOP in Congress looks like if the presidency, the Senate, and the House are all in Republican hands come next January?
I do. I mean, if I have anything to say about it, we need to be focused on economics and security. Let's put all this other stuff off to the side and let's get back to what made this country great, which is allowing the innovators the space to innovate, create, and grow prosperity. And let's make sure everybody's safe and secure in their town, city, state.
So what does that mean? Like let's say the
Convention Center. This is the 10th annual consensus, so we are going big. We just heard from Congressman Tom Emmer on the main stage about the Republican and Democratic support for Fit 21, which recently passed in the House. On this show, we go beyond the discussions on stage and dig even deeper. We also give you a sneak peek into what's going on here at Consensus so that you can keep your finger on the pulse, even if you're not physically here. Our next guest is Abra founder and CEO Bill Barhydt. He was on the main stage earlier today with other industry veterans to reflect on the last decade as an OG in the space. Bill, welcome to the set.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Now, 10th annual consensus. We just heard from Tom Emmer during our break.
Yep.
Curious to hear your thoughts on the state of regulation here in the U.S.
Yeah, look, I mean, like basically getting the SEC guidance on banks being able to custody last week, that was that was huge win, something we didn't expect to happen. Fit 21, I think we kind of expected it to get through the House in some form. I think the Senate is unlikely to take it up anytime soon. But the fact that, we're now seeing kind of a sea shift in bipartisan sentiment around certain crypto issues, I think is really, really exciting.
Now, Bill, you are truly an OG in this space. Abra has been around for 10 years. I don't think many people can say that ever. What, in your opinion, are some of the most crucial events that have shaped the industry over the past 10 years?
Oh, wow. I mean, when we started Abra, there was just Bitcoin. You didn't say you were a crypto company, you were a Bitcoin company, right? I mean, what's this Bitcoin thing? Smart contracts changed everything again because we had programmability, which gave us tokens, which gave us then ICOs, which gave us meme coins, et cetera, right? So they gave us DAOs, and so the smart contracts was kind of the second pivotal event, and now we've had just kind of a range of things like over the years, and obviously the whole regulatory landscape, which everyone focuses on, is kind of its own track. It's a very US centric track. Everything else I was describing is kind of a global phenomenon. But yeah, I mean, it's just, you knew everybody in this space 10 years ago, right? Now I look around, it's like I don't recognize anyone. It's crazy.
How many people are still here that you've met 10 years ago?
Oh,
everyone, 90%.
Once you get sucked into the vortex, it's very, very hard to get out.
Right.
And the deeper in the rabbit hole you go, the more of a believer you become. There's very few people that I've gotten to know along the years who've just disappeared from the space. Really, almost none.
Bill, what do you think it is about the space that just sucks people in and keeps us here forever? I mean, I'm definitely one of those people. I can't ever see myself reporting on another industry, and it's kind of wild to think about that.
I think it's this idea of decentralization, which is what Bitcoin represents at its core, that we don't have to put trust in centralized monolithic institutions where we've kind of lost the narrative a little bit around checks and balances. This represents actually giving the power directly to the people that created this new monetary network in the first place. And that's what Bitcoin represents. It represents an entirely new sound monetary system. And that resonates. It resonates with libertarians. It resonates with entrepreneurs. It represents with internet developers who've always believed we should have internet native money. And so you come at it from a different perspective depending upon your background and the context, but we all kind of get to the same place eventually, which is this new financial system is changing everything. And now it feels like it's starting to. All the promise and the hype is starting to live up to that promise.
Now, of course, crypto is revolutionizing the financial system, but, I would assume we had a few developments over the past 10 years that were maybe, a little cringy. What was
a lot of developments that were cringy?
Yeah.
I come with examples.
I guess so. I try to be positive, What was the cringiest for you?
I mean, some of the ICOs, the ICO boom, that was pretty cringy to me in the earliest days when you're like, they're raising money for what and from whom? And I probably would have said the same thing even if there was no kind of token involved, if they were doing what they were doing, but that was pretty cringy. I would say the whole kind of it's the blockchain and not Bitcoin movement, which created this kind of enterprise blockchain moment for about 10 months. That made me completely insane. I said, no, it's not the blockchain, it's the entire network, and it's the fact that we've solved the double spend problem, whatever that means, but it wasn't about the enterprise blockchain, so that was another cringeworthy kind of moment for me. Luckily, it's mostly kind of gone away. We don't hear about that anymore. There's more, but those are probably the ones that stand out, at the top of my, pet peeves, Bill's pet peeve list for, I kind of associate that with consensus because there's always some theme going on, right?
Yeah.
Real world assets, which is a big theme this year. I can get behind that because it represents kind of smart contracts correctly. Some of the other stuff, I'm like,
DePIN, can you get behind DePIN?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So just with your experience, 10 years, I think you have enough information to kind of spot out the cringy things, the things that are not going to be around for a while.
It's about decentralization.
Right.
Why do we have a blockchain in Bitcoin? It's because we can't achieve transactionality through a normal database, because as soon as you have a single database, you're trusting someone by definition. And so what are the applications of decentralization that make sense? Decentralization is very, very expensive. Bitcoin is very inefficient. It's still inefficient 10 years later. It's just as inefficient as it ever was. It's supposed to be. That's the cost of decentralization. What needs that? Well, you talked about DePIN. There are real world assets. There are other examples.
Well, I guess I got to get your perspective on the approval of the spot Bitcoin and ETH ETFs then, because those really centralize things,
100%.
right? And so curious to hear if those were such a catalyst for you, and if you think that they're positive for the industry.
That's a great question. I actually see it in two ways. I see the spot ETFs as kind of a marketing catalyst, which is fantastic. It creates awareness. It kind of, for some investors who don't understand what the decentralization movement means, supporting this new asset class via a Securities and Exchange Commission backed offering is compelling because they don't understand the nuance.
Right.
But for people who understand the nuance, they like it because it's marketing for the space, but they would never buy it.
Right.
Because they don't believe in the tenets of letting somebody else manage my assets in a decentralized network. It doesn't make sense. And so that's like what my company Abra does. We offer ways that are closer to holding Bitcoin and crypto, right, to the way crypto was intended to be used in the first place, where you have kind of self-sovereign title over your assets at all times, right?
Now, would you say the advantages of the ETFs outweigh the negative effects of it on the industry then, or?
I don't look at it that way. I mean, look, people are entitled to do, I'm a libertarian, so let people do what they want to do, and if you don't know enough or trust anything enough to hold Bitcoin any other way, do it. It's fine. But you're also probably holding dollars that way anyway, at which point I would give it a choice between you holding dollars that way and Bitcoin that way. I'll choose Bitcoin. But other than that, I mean, people should be allowed within reason to do what they want to do.
Fair enough. So Abra had quite the back and forth with the Texas State Securities Bureau last year, and you settled that lawsuit earlier this year. Looking back at it, was that a positive development for you as a company and for the regulatory landscape in general? Did you learn from it? Did it make things better, or was
it's positive insofar that it's all been put to rest, and we're fine and we're moving forward and we're growing the business. I think that certain regulatory actions can be a distraction, but as a company certainly in the financial services fintech world, whether it's crypto or something else, there's a kind of cost of doing business now in the United States where we are somewhat over-regulated, to put a fine point on it, and you have to lawyer up as a result. And so that's kind of the modus operandi for every fintech company in the US now, is you recognize that there's kind of a legal cost of business. You try to capture that back in terms of getting a moat or a competitive advantage once you've done the heavy lifting. We don't want to have to do it in certain cases. Certain cases it makes sense, but regardless, once you've done it, you have that moat. And you try to take advantage of it to put like a more positive spin on it, I guess.
Yeah, certainly. I'm sure it was a lot easier to operate 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wild West is the Wild West by definition. And, financial services is not really meant in the United States to be the Wild West. And so I get that. And so what we want is we want to operate within the checks and balances of how the government was intended to work. We don't agree. There's an adjudication process, things like that, right? We're okay with like reasonable regulation that operates within the intent of past laws, with a checks and balances where the courts and Congress and the executive branch have equal say.
Bill, are we in a bull market?
Oh, absolutely, we're in a bull market.
Absolutely?
Yeah.
All right, and what's the next catalyst you're looking out for?
I mean, I'm not really here to give investment advice, but my personal perspective is that the government cannot afford the interest rates where they are. It represents a systemic risk to the banking system. It represents a systemic risk to the government as a whole, because we can't afford the interest on the debt. So they will look for any and all means possible to get the cost of servicing that debt down, which by definition means pumping more money into the U.S. economy, right? Which usually means risk on assets get the big benefit of that, historically stocks and real estate. Now, of course, crypto, stocks and real estate. And this time, I think it's going to be an even bigger kind of game on scenario because of the amount of debt that we took on over the last 4 years, which has to be reset now. It simply has to be, right? If you look at every scenario, not resetting the cost of the interest on the debt is a disaster.
Bill, we are going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us here at Consensus 2024.
Great to see you.
That was Abra founder and CEO Bill Barhydt. Now we are going to take a look at what's going on one of the stages.
Yeah, I think the big psychological turning point was at the beginning of the year, and there's a lot of people who have talked about this even already this morning. I mean, if I think back 18 months, last 12 months, probably there was kind of a more of a bearish tone. Beginning of this year, the SEC approves the Bitcoin ETF that we all know. That has been a big turning point in the market, and then you see the speed with which the assets have kind of inflowed to the various different ETF kind of products, and so it's kind of a natural progression that ETH kind of hopefully will kind of be approved to be a fully tradable kind of ETF.
But the SEC has always been okay. There's Bitcoin and everybody else. And this now opens the door for everybody else. I mean, are we going to see ETFs for other coins?
Well, I think just from our kind of our vantage point, our clients typically just focus on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay. And if you actually look at kind of how you want to trade a market, they're the two products that have cleared futures at the CME, and so that's why you can see why that probably would be kind of positive for ETH. I think in terms of others, I think it could be positive, but I think it's too early to say.
If you had to wager, which would be the next ones to go for that?
I don't know. I think going back to my point, I think it's important that you can trade the whole kind of product, and having tradable kind of futures on credible kind of exchanges is key. So very excited and really looking forward, hopefully, to seeing an ETF.
In terms of positive developments, I have to sort of talk about the elephant in the room, which is the NYSE collaboration with CoinDesk indices. Yes, disclosure, there's a relationship. They're going to be teaming up on products tracking spot Bitcoin. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
And obviously a bit of a plug by yourself. Right. But yeah, no, look, I think I think all developments like this are positive. I think hopefully, it'll have a good positive impact in terms of liquidity and attracting more people, because you're bringing more players into the ecosystem, and to me, that's healthy. Okay. So, yeah.
I'm going to shift right now to tokenization, which is something near and dear to your heart, I believe.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, it's sort of a flavor of the month right now, but you guys have been in it for a long time. I think longer than some people have realized. And, you know, it's just sort of like, you know, you have a private blockchain system built with the help of a firm called Digital Asset. It's been used to issue bonds, you know, with other banks and so on. Why did you choose that flavor of private chain and what it achieves in terms of innovation?
So I think, yeah, if I kind of just rewind a little bit, so if I think about, you know, why are we focused on tokenization as an institution, comes again back to kind of what clients are interested, you know, in us kind of focusing on, and they see the potential of digitizing the life cycle of different asset classes. They see the impact it could potentially have on kind of the whole collateral kind of markets, which you can actually see monetizable today. And so for us, you know, basically seeing kind of what our clients want to do then becomes, how can we service our clients? And for me, actually being able to kind of have our own platform to move in a slightly more expeditious way was very important. And then you then take a step back, you look at the regulations, you see what is and is not permissible, and that led us really to focus in kind of on the private kind of blockchain kind of side of the fence, as it were. No kind of, you know, ideological kind of strong view there, but that's just where we can be active. And so for us then it was a case of surveying what the options were, what greatest utility at that point in time, which was 2021. And then we have then subsequently built, you know, the platform based on digital assets kind of model language, so their smart contract language, provide our business logic. You know, as a byproduct of that, we're very excited about seeing how that company is evolving. You know, they launched their Canton network, or they're about to launch their Canton network, which focuses on privacy, control, and interoperability, which is key. So I think from our perspective, we're happy with the way that, you know, our product's developing, and as we see, you know, kind of evolve, you've still got to get scale on these platforms. You've still got to kind of get liquidity and show that it's commercially viable. And so, you know, we feel pretty excited about kind of what we're looking to do over the next kind of 6 to 12 months.
Okay, but you said you started that path because that's sort of what you were allowed to do. That's where you had the greatest chance to do things at that time.
Yep.
So right now things are changing. So do you see a point where you could conceivably sort of like, okay, maybe there's another path we should go?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think it more comes down to kind of where do you actually settle? And so the Canton network is the point you're getting at, you know, the public versus private is ostensibly a public kind of network, and so public chain, so public kind of layer one. And so for us, it's always kind of looking at kind of what is it that you need to do? You need to kind of have the greatest opportunity to distribute to your clients, which for us, institutions, wealth management clients, you need liquidity, that's kind of key. So it's really, as we kind of continue to develop, where we actually settle, we have options. So that ability to be kind of, you know, be able to pivot, I think is key. And so, you know, that ability at some point in time to be able to potentially use the Canton network, which is public based, very powerful. So I think it's just retaining the optionality is the key, you know, piece from my side.
What would you describe as the tangible benefits of tokenization?
I think there are many, and you know, kind of some, you know, kind of been spoken about, but just kind of 2 or 3 off the top of my head. I think efficiencies, everyone talks about operational and settlement efficiency. So this ability to just kind of, as you think about digitizing the life cycle, we look at the issuance we did with EIB, we settled within 60 seconds. You know, the US is moving from T+2 to T+1. That ability to show the art of what is possible, that's a good example where you can just be more efficient, you know, in terms of your key resources, in that case, liquidity. This ability to actually kind of distribute to a much broader universe of investors. You know, ones that, you know, I often talk about, but I think are very relevant are, if you want to invest in real estate, you know, if you want to invest in a Goldman Sachs real estate fund, there is a pretty high kind of minimum kind of amount of investment that's required. So if you can actually kind of create a product that you can fractionalize and offer up to a much broader universe of investors, that, you know, not only kind of broadens the distribution channel, obviously creates more secondary liquidity. I think, you know, the auditability is very powerful, and then when you start to look at kind of post-trade, probably one of the less sexy parts of this, but very powerful. You know, there's a huge amount you can do there in terms of simple things, just like reconciliations. Good example, we actually represented an interest rate swap on the EIB transaction. All of the cash flows were modeled, you know, kind of on chain, and then it was just a very seamless reconciliation process. So there's many different aspects to that, but I think it's the efficient use of resources, secondary liquidity, and broader distribution.
Okay, you mentioned real estate, but it was in relation to a fund. and so it's a financial product. Are there, obviously, with treasury bonds and funds and all that sort of stuff, you see that for tokenization easily. But what about for art and for real estate itself? Is that something that you see as well, or do you see it more?
Yeah, I think you see a lot of that already happening. I think, kind of where I sit, you look at what's scalable. It goes back and it's kind of what's scalable, where can you show the commercial viability, and kind of build the market out and create that marketplace. And so really see kind of focus on the more vanilla side of the marketplace. So, we've seen a lot of tokenizations of money market funds. If you can actually just take that, for example, mobilize that into the financial ecosystem, that's like 4.7 trillion of collateral that you could use for derivatives, for repos, securities finance, hugely powerful. And then you've got debt, that's something people can feel very confident. And so as you get clarity on the regulations, you get more people coming in, buy side, sell side, start showing the viability of the market on chain, you can then start to, kind of build out and show that you can actually also then tap into these other asset classes where the value proposition probably is greater. Use real estate, you can think about even using the enhanced functionality, the programmability of the technology, and thinking about green debt issuances, for example, providing real transparency there, something that's a real kind of bane of the buy side. You can see that progressionally how it will happen. But I think getting the scale, showing the commercial viability is key.
Okay. So basically, it will be proven on the traditional, financial products, and then expand.
I think from my seat, yes, I do think that, and I think it's good to get that regulatory clarity, and then you build out, show how, and then you move. I mean, we are seeing, we are seeing stuff already. We're looking actually ourselves at something in the real estate space, which have been on record talking about before, and there's many others that are doing this, but probably on a much smaller scale. And it's kind of really getting that scale is when you can really, I think, as I said, properly kind of commercialize and create a marketplace.
You've talked about the institutionalization of the crypto derivatives market, and particularly in a huge uptick at the CME. The CME is adding spot Bitcoin trading. Can we see a path to banks trading Bitcoin, crypto on the exchange?
Yeah, I think, again, it comes down to what you are and are not permission to do. So it's a bit of a boring answer. But I mean, look, obviously, if we could, we'd very much like to. Naturally, if you look at every other kind of market the firm trades, you trade the underlying asset, you trade the futures, et cetera, et cetera. So, it would be obviously kind of something that we would welcome.
Let's see. Are you more of in your opinion, more of
Welcome back. You are watching the CoinDesk live stream live from Consensus 2024 in Austin, Texas. This program is brought to you by BitGo. I'm Jen Sanasi, here with my co-host, CoinDesk Markets reporter, Helene Braun. Helene, how are you feeling?
Good. Still great. I mean,
still great.
Two guests were great.
We are still doing great. The first two guests were great. Let's quickly take a look at what's going on in the markets before we get to our next guest. We're going to pull the Bitcoin chart up here and take a look at the price of Bitcoin. I don't have a price on my screen there, so this is probably not going to be effective for the audience. We are going to sort that out and get back to you, and we are going to let you know what the price of Bitcoin is, but we'll turn now to our next guest. So we're here with the Crypto Isaac Executive Director, Justine Bone, and Fireblocks founding member and VP of Security and Trust, Shahar Madar. Fireblocks just made a big announcement on stage right here at Consensus. They join us now to unpack what this means for the crypto space. Hey!
Hello, thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. Now, congratulations on the announcement. Folks have already been talking about it. I know it only happened about an hour ago, but just lay a foundation for us. Tell us what you announced here at Consensus.
Yeah, so right here today, we launched the Crypto ISAC. And ISAC is an information sharing and analysis center focused on cybersecurity incidents, concepts, best practices, threats facing our industry. In this case, of course, crypto. A lot of folks are surprised that the crypto industry has not had an ISAC until now, actually. ISACs have been around for quite some time, focused on different sectors within critical infrastructure, bringing together stakeholders of all kinds within that industry to collaborate around cybersecurity challenges. So sharing information such as threat intelligence, allowing us as an industry to respond more effectively when these bad things go down, and they do keep happening, unfortunately. So there's a lot of interest in what we're standing up.
Why hasn't there been an ISAC for the industry so far? What were the challenges that led to us not having a group like this for so long?
I think it's just a matter of maturity. Many of our founding members have very sophisticated cybersecurity programs internally, very adept at responding to cybersecurity incidents. But this is sort of taking that one step further, where these teams can actually start to come together and work as a sort of a collective defense for industry. So it's really a reflection of the maturing of the crypto industry and the need for us to develop cybersecurity, processes alongside that.
Now, my colleague this morning wrote an article about the announcement, and he mentioned that this is pretty much a badge of honor for the crypto industry. What does he mean by that?
Well, it's true, because it takes an industry's reaching a certain maturity for an ISAC, to be stood up. There's a model around an ISAC. We are a 501c6 organization with a vetted membership base representing industry. We vet the threat intelligence that runs across the platform. We're running a certified platform that's FedRAMP ready and meets all the other cybersecurity criteria. So, the sector, if you will, has to be at a certain level of maturity. So it's a really great indication that we recognize these challenges in crypto and we're doing something about it.
So I want to get you into the conversation. Fireblocks is part of this group. We have Alio, Circle, Coinbase, the Solana Foundation. That's just to name a few. Talk to me about the coordination amongst all of these companies, getting everyone on the same page. I'm sure folks are looking at different challenges and different issues through different lenses. What's that coordination like?
Absolutely. And I think your point is exactly why we joined fairly early as founding members, and why this is important, why the ISAC is important for the whole industry, right? Like, we see one part of the picture, Coinbase, Consensus, they see another part. Together, we, as the larger players in the space, we invest tons of resources for security, for securing ourselves, for securing our customers. And we want to make sure that together as a collective, we're able to raise the bar for attackers to actually hurt someone on the industry. And this is where the ISAC comes to play, right? You actually get different perspective. You see people who are more on the business, large enterprises. You see others who are more consumer oriented and retail. And together we see everything. And the idea is to harvest, to leverage the expertise, the knowledge, and the visibility of all these key members, key industry players, to protect literally everyone within the industry.
Now, Chainalysis estimates that in 2023, approximately $1.7 billion were stolen from hackers from crypto platforms. Justine, once crypto ISAC is established in a couple of years, fully established, what's that number going to look like?
Seeing into the future, I think we are going to make things a lot tougher for these adversaries that we face. We've come a long way, but we've got a long way to go. There's a lot that we can learn from cybersecurity best practice and standards and approaches that have been applied in Web 2. That can be a technical application of a solution. It can also be something like a governance strategy within an organization. So we're going to see these best practices that we've learned the hard way through cyber and Web 2 and be able to bring that over to Web 3. So I think that you will see those numbers go down quite significantly as we organize further around these threats.
Now, what are some of the next steps that you're going to take? Are there certain certifications that still need to be obtained, or?
So our initial focus is around what we call threat intelligence. So it's information and data vetted, so thoroughly analyzed by cyber and crypto experts, and then shared over a trusted platform. So it's what we call a threat intelligence platform. all of our members, no matter their stage, their size, have access to this platform, and they're able to tap into this information, this threat intelligence. That's basically a dependency. It's vital for an organization to have access to this kind of information, to understand threats and respond to threats. So whether it's a startup or whether it's an institution that we've all heard of, everyone will have access to this data to help secure themselves. And for some of our members, this will be the sole source of threat intelligence. For others, not only will it be a source, but they will be contributing to the threat intelligence. But that's where our focus is in our initial stages at the Crypto ISAC.
To follow up on Helene's question, when does that happen? You know, so often in this industry, we hear about these lofty goals, we hear about those consortiums, folks coming together to solve challenges, and then we don't really hear about what happens after that. What is your roadmap? What do the milestones look like to achieve these goals that you're telling us about?
I'll kick off an answer and then I'll pass the mic to Shahar here. We're actually ready to go right now. The threat intelligence platform is up and operational. If anyone here at Consensus wants to check it out, we can showcase it. We're starting to onboard information from our members right now, but no, we're hitting the ground running, and that's one reason why we chose a platform that's already been proven within the ISAC ecosystem, if you will. It's fully certified. It's already customized for ISAC applications and use cases. So yeah, we're ready to go. Do you have something you wanted to?
Yeah, I want to illustrate, a win. Okay, like what a success would be, going back to, the big hacks and how the industry responds today, right? And I think we can compare the before and after. Today, whenever there's a huge hack, you see everyone trying to come together, right? They're trying to talk, communicate over Telegram channels, groups, over Twitter, and that's partially effective, right? You see people running, trying to help, trying to figure out what's the right data, what's actually going on, and how they can help. And part of that is, when we bring everyone together on one platform that's vetted, you know who you are talking to, but also, everyone wants to engage and everyone wants to help. You can see success stories where even though we didn't have that, people were managing to block some of the attackers, some of them follow up money movements that happened after a big hack. And I think we can definitely expedite that in future cases and make that highly more efficient and eventually effective, right? The goal is to block attackers from getting in, but also to block them from being able to steal the funds and get them outside of the blockchain.
Let's zoom out and talk a little bit about the problem here. I'd love to hear your perspectives. What's the biggest, threat facing this industry? This morning we spoke a lot about policy, not only in the United States, but in different parts of the world. And we touched on illicit finance, anti-money laundering. We talked about North Korea. What's the biggest threat facing the industry that ISAC can help whittle away at?
I think, as a threat actor, the biggest one, the most prominent one is the North Korean regime, right? We see them the most active. But on top of that, we also have tons of smaller, less attributed attacks that are involving cyber criminals, right? They make a lot of the impact, they steal a lot of money. That's their business, right? There's North Korean trying to get their nuclear program funded, and there's cyber criminals who that's their business to steal money. I think whenever we look at a new project and we see many times you see an extreme hyper growth, right, of someone who's working and getting amazing adoption, we see that also they don't have the visibility to everything that happens in the ecosystem in terms of security, threat intelligence, different attacks, and they're often not able to follow up and make sure they're protecting against everything that's going on, even if there's a different incident that's really, the target really resembles them. They have shared characteristics, and they should have learned from that, right? But if they don't have access to that information, if they don't have the ability to process threat intelligence, it's not going to be effective, right? So the ISAC is going to be tying this together.
Now, speaking of visibility, I know the team has met and briefed government officials on this new formation. What did those conversations look like?
we're building relationships right now. There's a lot of interest from various government agencies who have been exposed to our planning pre-launch, attending our meetings. There's a lot of demand for, there's a lot of need for collaboration. ISACs have always had a strong focus on public-private partnership, and that's going to be a big part of our program as we grow.
Now, I want to ask a question about cold wallets, which are a popular choice for those looking for more security and self-autonomy. But even cold wallets can be subject to hacks. So what can be done to make those safer?
I think, it's a combination of many different things. One is following security standards with how you control the governance of their wallets, how the entire enterprise is built. Right, some people would call something a cold wallet, but actually there are many people who have signing privileges, and the so-called call machine is actually connected to the internet somehow. I think it's more about governance, operational security for the enterprise, for the business who's holding these wallets. And again, it's coming back to you're going to be building those protocols, those operational security internal processes based on the intelligence you're seeing. Right, based on the best practices being shared ideally by your peers. And again, coming back to the information sharing here, that's critical. And we expect the ISAC to be able to both push some of these out in terms of how we see as an ISAC, the entire visibility, but also enable and facilitate peer-to-peer and channel-based communication. So you can have, channel for exchanges or channel for custodians who can share and see what's happening, right?
I wanted to zoom out again a little bit here and look at this from a global perspective. For people who aren't familiar with ISACs, there are a lot of firms that are a part of this group, some of them with offices, employees, headquarters in different jurisdictions, different regions. How does this work with the different regulators, the different governments, the different firms, the different headquarters? Like, how does everything work together?
Well, we are striving to have a global reach at the Crypto ISAC. However, starting with a US focus, we are a US based non-profit, but we do anticipate representing stakeholders from across the globe. When it comes to regulation and standards and sort of compliance side, the US is already a leader that many other, countries look to comply with. So that will be a big driver in terms of the best practices that we align with, but not ignoring other parts of the world that have also embraced crypto, for example, as well as cybersecurity. So it's not a simple undertaking, you're right on, but other ISACs have achieved this, so we can too.
Let's talk about the fun stuff now. We've talked about the announcement of the ISAC. We still have 2 and more than a half days left for Consensus 2024. What are you both looking forward to?
Socializing.
Okay.
With experts in the field. I think there are many people here who could join the ISAC and are now learning about this. So hopeful that we come out of this with many potential members and people who are signing up and understanding how this could honestly dramatically change the industry in terms of its resilience and its level of security.
I'd say that many of our founding members are also presenting elsewhere at Consensus. I'm really looking forward to attending those presentations and supporting our founding members. It's nice to give back a little bit because they have been lending so much support to myself and our team at the Crypto ISAC. So to be able to reverse that a little bit through the rest of Consensus and attend those presentations of our founding members, that's one thing I'm looking forward to.
Are either of you going to karate combat?
I think it conflicts with the Crypto ISAC event, actually, unfortunately.
Oh, no. If you got to choose Crypto ISAC, I would say.
Crypto
ISAC, yeah.
No karate combat?
Crypto ISAC.
Crypto ISAC.
I'm being loyal.
It's a good question, though.
All right, Justine Shahar, thank you so much for joining us. And again, congratulations on the launch.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you for having us.
That was Crypto ISAC Executive Director Justine Bone, and Fireblocks VP of Security and Trust, Shahar Madar. We'll be right back after this quick break.
That, as long as permissionless systems exist, become sort of just impossible to prevent, and we all know what those are. Then, if both of these spaces continue to grow, then maybe 5 years from now, governments are going to just say, well, okay, it's going to happen, and we might as well let it happen on centralized systems as well, so it can be more efficient and we can keep track of it more. And at that point, what would the continued value of permissionless systems be?
This whole collection, this Ecos brand would not be possible without Web3.
The reality is that as with children, we don't need machines to be like us. We need them to be better than us.
I learned about Bitcoin in 2011, and after a little initial skepticism, that was an incredibly powerful idea, and so totally fell in love with it.
The 2008 financial crisis that got me very curious about money, and that got me down the whole alternative economic school of thought rabbit hole.
I see bear markets as times of clarity.
Really looking forward to discovering what the state of crypto and AI really has come to.
It was just so awesome news to be in the presence of thinkers and people who are really pushing the frontiers.
It's a really well curated conference. I would call it a scholarly conference where the papers and panels are well vetted.
Blown away by the quality of the speakers that are there.
I hear that it's the holy grail. That's where a lot of things kicked off.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus, brought to you by BitGo. I'm Jen Sanasi, here with my co-host Helene Braun. We're joined now by the former Director General for the Central Bank of Ecuador, Andres Oraz. Hello.
Hi, Jen. How are you? Hi, Helene. Good to see you here.
We are doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Great. We had a good panel in the morning, and now happy to talk to you guys.
Yeah, your panel was called OFAC Sanctions Compliance, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Tell us, I'm going to pick one, the bad. What is it?
I mean, the bad is what's called overcompliance. So many people in the industry, when they see anyone that might even resemble someone on the OFAC list, decide to close relationship with an entire country or with an entire sector. And that overcompliance is damaging the advancement of the industry, innovation, and so forth. Yeah.
Is that what's happening in the U.S. right now?
Well, it's happening all over the world because the thing is the OFAC sanctions are on behalf of the U.S., but they apply globally. So you can be, in the middle of Rwanda or in my country in Ecuador, and they still have to comply with the U.S. list. And, this happens even to small credit unions, small innovators, small Web3 developers. They have to all of a sudden apply this big list made in Washington that really has little to do with their local reality, but it becomes troublesome and a burden.
Now, what are we going to this? Yeah.
Well, what we think is a solution is to try to have more of a multilateral arrangement, but also, in general, stop this overreach. There are concerns that a country may have, but they should apply on their own soil. And one of the issues that we had is, if government really tries to go after someone, government has tools to do that by itself. They don't have to outsource their job to the industry, to the financial players, to the fintech, to the crypto industry and the blockchain world. They can do that by themselves. They have enough surveillance capacity. Yeah.
On that topic, curious what your thoughts are on both the Tornado Cash and Binance sanctions.
Well, exactly. That was one of the issues that came up in the panel. We think that it's wrong that OFAC is going after software developers that were developing a tool basically to preserve a human right from scratch and basically showing it to the world all the time. It was published on GitHub all the time. It wasn't a secret. It wasn't a covert operation. It was just a software tool for the entire world to use. And so we're concerned that people are being put into jail just for developing software that's out in the open.
Now, is there a way for firms to comply while also maintaining privacy?
Of course, that's what we have to do now. The entire industry has to comply. Even if we don't like the sanctions, we have to, or else we can get sanctioned as well. So we do that, with there's the technology available. Have to do a lot of network and data analysis, and it becomes a burden. And it's just a reality of the industry nowadays. You have to require KYC, so know your customers, regulations and standards all over the industry. And like I said, it's a burden. But it's a burden that nowadays we have to comply with.
It's a burden, and it's also tough. I think it's tough to expect anyone to stay on top of everything that's going on in different jurisdictions and try to comply. You know what I'm saying? So, how would you advise folks to go about trying to maneuver this kind of minefield of regulation and policy?
So we have, a short-term solution, which is basically to try to keep yourself updated with the OFAC list, which is sometimes updated multiple times a day, and, have these screening mechanisms and so forth. But I think the long-term solution is to actually put our brightest minds to develop a technological framework whereby privacy, which is a human right, is embedded in the technological architecture from the design, from the start.
Do governments want that, though? Are they incentivized to see this come to fruition?
Governments issue physical notes and coins, which is exactly that kind of technology, which allows for privacy as a human right, and it's been around for 2,000 years. So yeah, that technological option is also available. Now we want to upscale that same concept into the digital world in the 21st century. And there are initiatives, for example, by Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, who proposed digital cash, which is a little bit different than account-based central bank digital currency. It's actually applying the concepts of the physical banknote or the note into the digital realm. So I think there are people within government that are thinking about this in this progressive way, privacy-preserving way as well. And so hopefully that will prevail.
Now, zooming out, what is the bigger effect of these sanctions on the overall industry? How much damage can really be done with these?
A lot of damage can be done. When you sanction a software developing firm, what you have is called an over-compliance chill effect, where people are like, "Ooh, I don't want to touch that. That's too dangerous. I don't want to get involved. I'm going to try, simpler innovations," and that curtails the development and the innovation in the industry. So that's one issue. The other one is how other players in the periphery of the world, in developing countries and so on, have really smart people that want to find solutions, but then all of a sudden they have to, fill out FATCA forms. FATCA forms are these mandatory U.S. IRS requirements for any bank or credit union anywhere in the planet. They have to have an account with the IRS, and they have to report every single transaction that a U.S. citizen can potentially make in that bank or in credit union, even if they don't have U.S. persons as clients or customers. So they have to deal with this burden. And on the other hand, if they require some information from OFAC or from the IRS or from the U.S. in general, the U.S. government is not responsive. They don't reply to emails. They take a long time to give a response, or they say, we don't share that information. So you have to give us that information, but we won't share that information with you.
Andres, I want to turn now to CBDCs, because I know that Ecuador was the world's first central bank to roll out digital cash. Curious to hear your perspective on the advancement of CBDCs in certain jurisdictions, and if we even need privacy-preserving CBDCs if we have stable coins that seem to work.
Right. No, I think stablecoins have shown a path forward of what can be done with this technology. I think a lot of central banks are scared of what stablecoins are projecting around the world. You know, most of the transactional volume in the cryptosphere is in the stablecoin market. So there is some fear from central banks as to what is called currency substitution. So they say, oh no, what's going to happen to our currencies? Everybody starts to use stablecoins now. And so that there is a legitimate point that central banks can worry about, because when stablecoins, it's basically a US dollar market. So then national currencies of developing countries are going to become even more weak. And then, of course, it impacts the development objectives of each country. So that's one of the reasons why developing world countries say, no, we need CBDCs with just as high tech as stablecoins, but with some guarantees, and hopefully in a way that can resemble physical cash, which is the privacy embedded in the technological design. That's why the offline mechanisms of CBDCs or digital cash, the concepts are a bit different, is crucial. Because if you can have offline transactional capabilities, it means that it doesn't necessarily have to be surveilled, right?
That's an interesting point. I wonder if you've explored technologies like zero knowledge proofs or zero knowledge to apply that kind of privacy preserving element to CBDCs, and if you think that's something that, I mean, maybe you know if it's already being explored, or if you think that's something we'll see governments explore.
Definitely. I mean, ZK proof technology is definitely one of the main pillars of having a privacy enabled currency or in general mechanisms. We have a paper that NIM put out on incorporating zero knowledge proof technologies in the design of a privacy enabled CBDC. So we already have actual proof of concept of this, and it works. It can work. The other thing we need is you can even have sort of certain surveillance capacities for law enforcement purposes, but not on the server side of things, you know, where you have, you know, these troves and troves of data, but you can have client-side surveillance. If, for example, you suspect that someone is doing something illicit, well, you go to their wallet and see their list of transactions, and you don't have to see the entire planet's list of transactions.
Andres, just before we wrap up, we are asking everyone at the desk here this today. What are you looking forward to over the next 3 days?
I mean, I'm really looking forward to the conversation on privacy and the link to development. I think privacy is a human right, and that has to be embedded in technology. I really hope that discussion can go forward here and at Consensus. And tomorrow we have a few panels that discuss these issues, you know, the intertwining of the regulatory world, the tax world, the compliance world, and of course, privacy-enabled CBDCs.
Those worlds are very intertwined. I look forward to that conversation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Lynn.
Great. Thank you, Andres. That was former Director General for the Central Bank of Ecuador, Andres Oraz. Now, if you're just tuning in, you are watching CoinDesk TV live from Consensus 2024. Today's program is brought to you by BitGo. I'm Jen Sanasi, here with Helene Braun. Helene, you cover the markets day to day, not just on Markets Daily, but on the website as well. What are you looking forward to over the next 2.5 days?
Not looking forward to anything in particular this week, but today we had a big moment today in the ETF world. BlackRock's IBIT surpassed Grayscale's GBTC.
Wow.
It is now the biggest ETF. We were waiting for this for, I think, weeks, and we saw some inflows into GBTC. So, you know, it was a little delayed, but we finally got there. I think BlackRock now owns 20 billion worth of Bitcoin. I was going to say 20 million. No, 20 billion is correct. GBTC, I think, a little under 18 billion. So, yeah, big moment, and IBIT continues to dominate.
All right, speaking of the markets, let's try and take a look at what's going on in the markets now. I think we have that Bitcoin price for you. We're going to throw the chart up on the screen right now and take a look at how Bitcoin is doing this morning. There we go. It is just below $68,000 this morning. I think we have Ether. Let's take a look. Last I checked, it was in the green, but I haven't checked for a while, so let's see. don't have Ether, we're going to talk to our next guest, and we will get you that Ether chart in just a little bit. Joining us now is Nodal CEO and co-founder Micah Benoli. Hello.
Hi, Jen. Hi, Lynn.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
How's your day been so far? How was your trip to Austin?
Well, the trip was a bit chaotic, with the storm, but we're here, and I think it's going to be a great event. A lot of people from the industry, a lot of friends, so great to be here.
How does this consensus differ from the past consensus that we've been to? How are conversations looking different now?
I think there's a lot of excitement, probably around also the regulation that seems to become more clear in the US, and I think it's a big step that happened with the votes at the House of Representatives. So I think everyone is ready for a big coming year and for crypto, and I think it's amazing.
Have you walked the conference floor? What's it looking like out there?
Well, I didn't have the time yet. I landed at 4 a.m. But I'm going to do that right after.
You're tired. You're tired. All right.
I'm good.
Let's talk about Nodal. What is it?
So Nodal is a decentralized infrastructure of smartphones, and it's growing rapidly. It's adding 3,000 to 4,000 people a day. Any of you can participate. All you need is a smartphone and to install the Nodal app. But we are here mainly to demo and to show a new application built on top of the Nodal network, which is called the Click app. And we think it's very timely. It's a great application on blockchain as well. It enables anyone to prove reality by authenticating photos and videos they take with their smartphone and share it anywhere on any social and any messaging and sharing the proof with it, so to prove it's real.
How does the authentication process work?
So it's when you take a photo or a video with the Click app, we take all the metadata that we capture from the phone, and we add that metadata to the media content. We sign it, we send it on the decentralized internet, which is IPFS, and then we make a record on the Nodal chain with a proof of authenticity. And now you can share that content anywhere, and people will be able to verify that it was taken at a certain time, thanks to the proof of time with the chain, and proving the location as well. And that's what we can do very well with the Nodal network, because we have a lot of nodes on smartphones, and we can help with what we call digital witnesses, prove the location of where a photo or a video was taken.
I want to know how the digital witnesses work, but before we get there, let's say I am looking at a photo of the Mona Lisa, and I open up the Click app and I take a photo of the Mona Lisa. How do you prove that picture is not the real Mona Lisa?
So when it comes to authenticating media content, there are a few things that are very important. So proof of time, and the chain does that well. The proof of location is key. And then there is all the provenance information. And because we have this secure environment that we created on the phone, we can make sure that the signal of any sensor in the phone, like the camera or the GPS, are not hacked. And then prove that basically this is authentic and original.
Now, this is a very niche focus that you have here. How did you get interested in that? How did your journey in crypto start?
So I think it's maybe just niche for now, but when you look at AI and generative AI, so AI generated the equivalent of 150 years of photography in just a year and a half. So if we don't do anything, if all of us don't actually start to authenticate content and push authenticated content online, we're gonna end up in the matrix.
Helene thinks it's niche. I don't think it's niche. I think this is a problem that needs to be solved. I'm curious how the network effect works. Is it like a network of verifiers? What does the authentication network do?
So just to address the market first, so it's no more niche. We just signed a big enterprise customer called Hayden AI, and this is going to go mainstream for authentication of content in the US. Then when you look globally, you have 50 countries going under election this year. That's 2 billion people going to the polls to vote. So we're going to need a tool to fight misinformation, disinformation. So the Click app is perfect for that. And about the network, so the more users join the network with the Click app or the Nodal app and participate in the network, the more nodes you have that can basically help prove the location and authenticate content. We can't wait to have millions of people on this app and then have maybe hundreds of millions of content authenticated. And now you have a source for user-generated content that you can trust. The beauty of it is you have 7 billion smartphones on the planet. And with this technology, now you can trust any of the 7 billion people for the photos and videos they take. So imagine the revolution, especially in your industry, in media. This is huge.
I like that. I see your point now, Jen.
Yeah, right. Are you thinking about an integration with a mainstream app like Instagram? And the reason I ask you that is for this to work, people need to use it, right? And it's so easy to open the camera app on your phone. It's easy to open Instagram and snap a pic. What's incentivizing people to open the Click app, take a photo, get that photo authenticated, and then share it on one of these other platforms that they would use otherwise?
So great question. So today you need to use the app to take a photo or a video to authenticate it. Pretty soon when we add the identity element, because it's your reputation that is at play, you will be able to authenticate almost any content you produce. We are doing tests now for documents as well with a big media group in Europe. And to come back to your point on Instagram or any social, when you share the Click link to your media content, it creates a preview. And you can share it on any messaging, any social platform. Instagram is more closed than others. We hope that at some point there will be bridges to push content on Instagram or Thread. But we had a month ago a great VC, Fred Wilson, who is kind of a visionary, especially when it comes to blockchain and decentralized network, who posted on Farcaster his first Click. All he needed is just share the link, and then people could see the preview of the photo, and then eventually go to the Click page and verify the authenticity of the photo that was taken.
Now, Misha, I know that you like to talk about AI and the intersection of AI and blockchain. And one issue or one concern with AI is that it could contain bias and misinformation because of the data that it is trained on, essentially. And blockchain can help with that. Explain to me how that will work.
So in the case of the Click app, once you reach a very large amount of media content that has been authenticated, eventually an AI system or model that wants to train on authenticated content to avoid to have actually fake images or videos taken into the model, they can leverage the user base from the Click app. And because there is blockchain behind every photos and videos, now you can trace ownership. So you can clear the rights with all these people automatically.
Why do we need to use DPIN here?
Sorry?
Why do we need to use DPIN?
I think DPIN is, so it stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure. It's a jargon that was created by the industry to define the category we are in. IoTex, who is a DPIN player, actually said Nodal today is the largest DPIN because we have almost 780,000 participating smartphones into the network. So it's growing pretty fast now. And I think it's just to give a category to the industry for any kind of decentralized infrastructure. I also think it's going to become more and more important because when you decentralize an infrastructure, whether it's an infrastructure of smartphones for doing applications like we do with the Click app, or it's an infrastructure of, I would say, wireless nodes, for example, or storage, it makes the infrastructure more resilient.
So, Mika, you're a serial entrepreneur. You are the CEO of Nodal. You had a company before. Now you're already building a new company as we sit here. Where do you see opportunities in the space for new companies?
Well, I think anyone, especially in the DPIN space, anyone who sees any big application already deployed in the Web 2 space, there's a chance that this application can now be rebuilt with a more decentralized way of building an infrastructure. And the great thing is everyone who participates also gets some benefit from participating. People get paid. Like the Nodal network distributes every month $300,000 to people participating to the network for sharing access to their smartphone resources. So I think it's the new way of building a very, very big technological infrastructure and avoid the problems of what we are living today with a few big incumbents who are kind of close to monopolies and are blocking all startups and initiatives from other companies to enter the space. So it's time to really revolutionize this. And I think, the regulation comes right in time, and we're going to see, the next 10 years are going to be mind-blowing, according to me.
What do you think needs to happen for Web3 to actually solve that problem? I think we understand the problem. There are a few big centralized players that are locking out creators that are taking all of the value that's created for themselves. I think that problem is understood, but all of these solutions haven't really been able to break that yet. What do you think needs to happen for people to really understand that problem and start changing their behavior and using some of these other apps, starting interacting with startups and taking their eyeballs and money away from those centralized players?
I think up until recently, there was a big problem of user experience. People are not going to switch to a Web3 solution if their user experience is much harder than what they used to experience with traditional apps and applications in the Web2 world. But today, I think at Nodal and with the Click app, we do a pretty good job. We abstract all the complexity for joining. So I think that was the first big barrier to cross is user experience. I think once people realize that now, I can do the same thing that I used to do with a Web2 app in the Web3 world, and now I own the content I produce, I own my data, and if it is used, I get paid for it. Once people start to realize that, I think it's going to go like wildfire.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. I look forward to the day. I also think that would be a great future, but I don't know what needs to happen. It's user experience?
User experience and sharing the benefits of the infrastructure. I have a very good use case. We work in Africa with a company leveraging the network for locating motorbikes, the Boda Bodas in Uganda. They needed to build basically an infrastructure to locate these motorbikes. In less than a month, they spread out the Nodal library on their phones. People heard it was the Nodal library used into the app. They started to download the app, and now we have the whole country of Uganda is lighted up in a month, and people who are renting or paying for these motorbikes and doing the taxi job of hailing people, basically, they can be located thanks to that network.
Micah, I look forward to following your journey. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Lynn.
That was Nodal CEO and co-founder Micah Benolil. Let's now take a look at what's happening on one of the stages here at Consensus 2024.
I think the thesis that we started with was what our clients wanted was, always on infrastructure to kind of match the speed of digital commerce. So 24/7, 365, cross-border, cross-bank liquidity. They didn't want, a Citi token or a JP Morgan token. They want multi-bank, multi-border, always on access to money. So no bank holidays or cutoff times due to time zones, to have that always on infrastructure. And our current infrastructure doesn't allow for that. So that's really what we're looking forward to kind of, fixing.
Nice. Umar? So I actually think the current infrastructure works quite well. So I won't start with what is broken, because we pump through something like $10 trillion a night through our infrastructure. So and it mostly works. All the time, within a day, we have almost minimal failures, minimal errors. Talking about zeros almost, 6 or 9 degrees of sigmas. I think the issue is not so much what's broken, but I think there's limitations in the system. So one of the macro limitations is, I think, silos. So money is in a silo, securities are in a silo, commodities, you can just go across asset classes, everything lives in its own silo. And those silos don't easily talk to each other. That's why a lot of the sort of settlement might take a day or two or longer. And a lot of infrastructure just is not 24/7, as Ryan said. So when we started looking at this, we were looking at how do you take something that exists and bring some of the stuff that you can actually see in this conference, 24/7, Ryan mentioned composability, always on, multi-asset, atomic transactions that can be automated with smart contracts. These are capabilities that have never existed in the infrastructure. So it's probably less around fixing the problems of today, but enabling the use cases of tomorrow.
Right, nice. We can talk a bit more detail about that interoperability part in a wee while, but normally you guys are all in different places. You're the banks over there, you're in a different regulatory space and everything. And normally, I guess at this point, I'd start talking about private versus public blockchains and permission versus permissionless, and that's great. But I think we have to acknowledge that the landscape has changed. Everyone's saying this on every panel, I guess. The landscape seems to have changed quite significantly in the last few days. So, you got this Ethereum ETFs looking like it's been approved. We've got FIT21, this framework. We've got the SAB 121, which is quite an obscure custody proposal. But these things all together have changed things quite a lot, or are changing things quite a lot. So maybe go back to you, Umar, to start with you. What's your take from the bank? I mean, does the bank's roadmap change? What's your view on all this stuff and the political changes?
I tend to think of changes as being very slow. So even if something passes the Congress, it may not make it through the White House, etc. So these things but I think they're very good signals for the market, because the market needs clarity, not just for the crypto players, but also for the banking players. We need more clarity, we need more definition. Actually, I'm rather agnostic on what you call a certain asset. I know people have very strong feelings on security versus deposit versus commodity. I think my view is we just need to know what it is, so we can interact with it appropriately as a bank. And I think all these things are pointing in that direction, so that's a very positive development that there's some movement. A big reason for that movement is that traditional finance is now getting more and more involved. So if you think about Bitcoin funds that are being issued by very large asset managers, or even money market funds being issued on Ethereum, these are all interactions that are happening between the Web3 world and traditional finance. So I think those are what probably has started to push the thought process forward. So again, positive developments. I won't say anything is super clear yet in terms of where things will end up, but I think it's actually positive that we are getting more clarity.
Yeah, I've actually, one of my colleagues, a guy called Jesse, is an expert on US regulation, and just this morning he was saying FIT21, it's great, very, very long timeline. Yep. Extreme, people don't understand just how long. Ryan, I'll same reflection.
Just to pick up on what Umar said, like, clarity is so key for us. Like, we don't operate as a highly regulated institution in the gray area. So unless it's explicitly stated that it's permissible for us to do stuff, we won't do it. So we go to our regulators for permission, because again, safety, soundness, and scalability for our clients is what we focus on. So it's 100% needed, that clarity of it. And I think back to when the executive order was issued, and I went down to the White House, it seems like years ago. And that was what our request was. Like, give us clarity. Like, we'll operate in the swim lanes you give us, but give us those swim lanes. Like, just having kind of the abyss out there that's not clear is not helpful, and is not going to stimulate innovation to truly help U.S. large entities like Citi and JP to really take the next leap forward.
Nice. And Jose, PayPal have really successfully launched a stablecoin. I think we might have covered it last year, and there's more's been happening with that recently, which I'm sure you can talk about. But listen, stablecoin regulation in the US, is that on the horizon again, part of this?
As Umar and Ryan are saying, regulatory clarity is important for all of us, and it's important for our clients. I think that one of the things that you need for mainstream adoption is enterprise adoption, and that requires regulatory clarity. Also, I think that we should keep in mind that we are in a conference in the US talking about regulation and developments in the US. This is a conversation that is bigger than the US. We have the benefit of being active in 200 markets, so we see the evolution of regulation in many places around the world. And there are places that have plenty of regulatory clarity already. If you look at places like Singapore, you look at the advances of MiCA, you look at Japan. So there is maybe 3 ideas there. This is a long-term thing. We keep telling the team, we have been active in digital currencies for the last 4 years. I say we're in year 4 of a 10-year journey. These things will take time. So there are going to be good weeks, and there's going to be less good weeks, and there's going to be an upward trend, and we will get there. But adoption will take some time. And it is important, I believe, that we focus on that idea that regulation will happen in different places of the world. I think that there was a very clear danger of the US falling behind in the space, and the events last week are steps in the right direction, but we need to continue to, all of us, work along those lines.
Yeah. And the stable coin, I know it's not quite, you're not there with the titans, the tethers of this world, but it's going really well. One thing you said, which I thought was really interesting, and I've written it down, the idea that in the future, relatively, we're going to see the decoupling of payments capability and yield capability for stable coins versus those money market tokenization funds.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, in terms of the stablecoin, there are places in the US where there is clarity on the regulation. The stablecoin that we support, PYUSD, is issued in New York, and the reason that we went to New York is because we think that New York has one of the more relevant regimes in the land for a stablecoin issuance. Your question on the decoupling of the monetization model. For those of you in the audience who are less familiar with the stablecoins, the way that stablecoins usually get monetized is through the yields on the reserve assets. I think that in the future we'll see a decoupling of the payment aspect and the yield aspect of stablecoins. There are probably going to be better instruments for yield. We are starting to see emergence of tokenized money market funds and the like, and we're going to see stablecoins more used for payments. Payments is our use case. That's the reason that we are interested in stablecoins. Literally today we announced that we are deploying our stablecoin on Solana too, because we think that Solana is a blockchain that is very well suited for our payments use case. So I think that more and more we'll see the regulatory instruments to flow to the places where the use case is the best, and stablecoins, in my mind, will converge toward payments, and other instruments will converge toward yield.
Excellent. And Umar, we've talked in the past about JPM Coin doing quite a lot. You've been there for a long time, doing a lot of volume, and as you both said earlier, we don't want silos. We want, we want to smoosh it all together somehow. And Ryan, you guys are doing tokenized money as well. Now, maybe you want to dive in a little bit to this. There's things like the Guardian project, the GL1 network, all this interoperability stuff. It's kind of proof of concept a bit, but I'll let you guys explain. You can start, Umar. Talk about what you're doing with the Monetary Authority of Singapore and this interoperability.
So JPM Coin, I think that's our payment product that's live. It's been live for a few years. It's taken some time to go from what it was a very small product to now we are transacting, sometimes a high single-digit billions in a day, which again is very small compared to the 10 trillion in regular money, but it's very big compared to the blockchain infrastructure in general. But the more interesting thing is we've seen the number of transactions explode by factor of tens, if not hundreds, in terms of how people are using the thing. Fewer larger transactions, lots of small transactions, because when we started JPM Coin, the single value proposition was 24/7. That was the primary value proposition. That's actually valuable for very large multinational global companies where they're operating 24/7, but even they don't really want stuff to happen at midnight because no one might be in the office. So 24/7 had applicability, but it was somewhat limited. As we've grown beyond that and now we've rolled out programmability, that's when you really see people taking off with the product. Where now, when you're talking to a large corporate and the corporate coming in, it's not their money movement department, but their actual core business. So let's say you are building industrial printers and you show up and you really now realize that there's a way for the industrial printer to get paid every time it prints. That fundamentally could change your business model. It's actually quite hard to do with regular payment infrastructure. So I think those sorts of things have changed, and that's why we've started seeing the demand take off. We introduced synchronized payments just recently, which is how JPM Coin can programmably interact with a different blockchain infrastructure to do synthetic DVP.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We are in Austin, Texas for Consensus 2024, and we have been having a fantastic time. If you're tuning in, we are bringing all of the excitement from Consensus right to your screen, from the stage to the exhibition floor to right here at this desk. I'm Jen Sanasi. I'll be with you for most of the day, and right now I'm joined by Joop Middelkamp, co-founder of Beans App. Beans App is a Stellar ecosystem app, and Stellar is one of our valued sponsors here at Consensus 2024. Hey, Joop.
Hello. Thanks for having me, first of all. Really enjoying my stay in Consensus and be here in Austin.
Of course. Now, the Beans app is built on the Stellar network. It's part of the Stellar ecosystem. Talk to me about what the Beans app does.
Yeah, so with Beans, we try to make crypto go from niche to mainstream. To do that, we think it's really important that you include everybody, even like our parents should be able to use it. And for that, we built on Stellar. We chose to build on Stellar because they give us the tools to achieve this as well. So with Beans, we're building this non-custodial crypto wallet in which we can give access for those people to Web3 in a very simple way. So we can create like a bank app or bank-like app in which, how do you say this correctly? So we try to create this bank app-like design so it feels familiar for those people as well. And Stellar gives us the tools to give people access to Web3 while actually giving them the comfort from Web2 and bank app-like and feel, so everybody feels familiar with the product while still leveraging Web3.
Tell me a little bit about those tools, because you said we want to make it so easy that our parents can use it. And I think about my parents and Web3, and there is no intersection. So talk to me a little bit about the tools and the user experience that you're bringing to life.
All right, yeah, so the tools that we use to try to, make our parents understand, it basically has to do with being able to abstract away as much crypto-related things as possible. So my parents don't understand private keys, those kind of things. So we try to abstract that away. And we kind of did that through integrating a little bit of Web2 into the project as well. What can you think about that? Like, we have a registration flow in our app, also a recovery flow in which we integrated with things like username, email, phone verifications, PIN codes. Those are all things that people that have used the internet before already are familiar with. So they don't have like a learning curve to go to, be able to leverage Web3 because we do all the heavy lifting for them. They just use those, Web2 technologies, and in the background we do something clever, and then we make sure they access Web functionality.
You're really talking about making this better user experience, and that's been a theme that we've been chatting about here at the desk today. It's been a theme on some of the stages. If you walk around to the booths here at Consensus, everyone is trying to solve for user experience. Tell me about some of the challenges you've encountered there and how you've addressed those.
Yeah, so like the main challenges, of course, is to make it as simple as possible and also to reach as much people as possible. And that's like, I think, a little bit what I said before. That's why we're trying to make the app look and feel like a traditional banking app. That's why we leverage these things from Web2. And I think that's perfectly possible with Stellar. And Stellar also has like these anchor framework that they've built, which makes it really easy to on and off ramp fiat into crypto, and gives us also the ability to integrate with different parties all around the world. So if there's a new partner in Stellar that is upcoming in, let's say, Nigeria, they set up like an anchor platform. We can integrate with them with only, I think we need a couple of days to make that integration happen, and then our users can be using it in Nigeria as well. So for us, it makes really easy for us to scale our product up. Because we don't need banking licenses or anything, because we're non-custodial, and we're just partnering up with the people that have to do that banking licenses. But for us, it makes it really easy to scale up and down, and that's why we like Stellar.
How do you choose your partners?
Well, I don't really choose the partners. It's my business partner, Wouter. He's the CEO, I'm the CTO, so I'm more of the technical guy. But yeah, he's kind of like really active in the whole ecosystem of Stellar, and every time some new anchor pops up, the Stellar team is like helping us out as well, because they bring us into contact with them.
Yeah.
We can talk with them, we can take a look. Are you guys really, what we need at this moment? And if for us it feels like, yeah, okay, you guys gonna add value to our product, we can make the decision and integrate with them in only a couple of days. So.
Yeah. You're targeting a Web2 audience. You're trying to make this as easy as possible for people. What has reception been like?
Sorry, can you repeat
What has reception been like? How many people are interacting with the app? Are they enjoying it? And are you seeing more uptake in certain regions?
So I think the region where we see most adoption right now is in the remittances markets. So that's basically, I think our biggest market at this moment is people that left Argentina to, get a better life in, for example, Spain or the US. Those two compete quite a bit. But people go there, try to find a good job, get some money. They want to send money back home to their family and relatives. And that is really where we can shine, because the traditional way that people do stuff is through like these banks, and they're like really slow. Every bank wants money, so it's pretty expensive. And for us, we're leveraging Stellar, so we're leveraging this decentralized network in which we can make those transactions from that user in a different country back to their family and friends just in a couple of seconds, and with basically almost zero on-chain fees. And that's pretty amazing.
Talk me through that remittance use case. What does that look like for someone who's living here, let's say in the United States, and they want to send money back to Argentina?
All right, yeah, so these people, of course, you're just going to find yourself or build yourself a career in the US. You're going to make some money and you want to support your parents for their old days, or whatever reason any family member needs some money. Those people can just on-ramp their their US dollars into the Beans app. They can even put it away in some saving balance and start earning some yield on that part as well. So it works pretty nice in that perspective, and they can put money in whatever balance they want. They can send it to their family and friends back home. Those family and friends can say like, oh, I prefer this currency or this currency, and our app keeps track of everything. So like the end user in, for example, the United States that just deposited some money on their crypto wallet or in the Beans app, they can basically send those funds back to the family in a couple of seconds, instead of like before with the traditional banking system. It could take like days or weeks, if you go from a bank to a bank to a bank. And now you got these kind of services like Wise, for example, or World Remit. They already improved it drastically, so it's more like 40 minutes or sometimes maybe an hour for the money to arrive, but it still costs a lot of money because they're still using banks. And these people can just send back home money to their family in just a couple of seconds and at zero fees, because we can sponsor all the fees. That's why we built on Stellar as well. So those people can send money whenever the family member needs it and in a matter of seconds. So that's what makes it quite different to compare to like traditional methods. And I think that also helps, because we had some use cases in which some people of those countries, they contacted us and they asked us if we can help them out with some stuff, because they had like family members that if they sent the money for 1 month, because there's so high fees, they send money every month and they spend it like in 1 week, but the money was for like 1 month.
Right. Yeah. Well, that is a growing problem. If you think about the ways people send money now, it's through like MoneyGram or Western Union, and there are very high fees. It's not easy to access that money. And another problem that you didn't bring up, but like I know it's difficult sometimes for the people who are receiving the money to go and get it. There are sometimes safety concerns. So I understand the problem that you're attempting to solve here. Let's talk a little bit about the on-ramp. How do people go from getting those US dollars into the Beans app?
Yeah, so to do that, actually, it's pretty simple. They just open the Beans app. They select like, oh, I want to make a deposit, for example. We have a list of all the partners we partnered up with. They just select the partner, or first they select the currency, and then we filter down all the options that we have available. So they can just say like, oh, I want to deposit my dollars. Then we have like a partnership with Kadu, for example. They we open up some screen that is hosted by Kadu. They fill in all their details, and then they just need to make like a bank transaction to the provided address, and then in a couple of minutes, like they will receive their funds on their Beans.
I heard there was a way to use physical cash to get to dApps via the Beans app. How does this work?
Yeah, that's kind of working in the same way. So Stellar partnered up with MoneyGram, the one party you already mentioned before. But together with MoneyGram, they built like an anchor on and off ramp. So not only for like digital fiat to go on and off the crypto network, but also for the physical cash. So somebody can open the Beans app, they can select I want to make a deposit, they select US dollars, they can select, oh, I want to do a cash drop off, or whichever country they are. MoneyGram has over 200 countries worldwide where they're active, and so you can deposit in a lot of countries in our Beans app as well. But they just select the MoneyGram location, put in the details. We say, okay, you got like one day to drop off your money at the MoneyGram location. So our users go there, they show the Beans app and say like, oh, this is my deposit ID. They give off the cash a couple of seconds later before they're already out of the door. They receive their money worth in USDC in their Beans wallet. And they can even put it away straight away into like a yield generating savings balance, which on the background is like a decentralized app that we connected with. So you can go from, you know, cash money into a decentralized app earning yield in just a couple of seconds, and that's like crazy.
And when you think about the future, let's talk about maybe to the end of the year. What's next for Beans app?
Yeah, so we're really focusing on trying to make crypto go from niche to mainstream. And to do that, we kind of need to address a couple of issues. So we already talked about, we have like cash on and off ramping. So for us, it's really important to be able to give the access for people in areas where they don't maybe have bank accounts. So people without bank accounts, people like our parents, they should be able to use it. That's why we have the Web 2 and the bank-like design. And then we have the younger generation. Well, they know their way, so you don't have to worry too much about them. But if you have like those three people, then you have like this big-ass market that you can access, which, you know, we have like 8 billion people in the world, and only 400 million people, give or take, are actively using crypto in daily life. But to make people use crypto in daily life, you need two more things, and that's like accessibility for them to use it in situations where it's offline, so grocery shopping, for example. And you have like the online section. So if you have like web shops, people need to be able to pay there as well. So if you have like those really big user groups, you have like the offline and the online payments. If you support all that, I think crypto would be beneficial for a lot of people, because they can leverage the rest of Web3 as well and then earn like a lot of yield, and everything is more transparent. And yeah, I think that's like the ingredient to make crypto go from niche to mainstream.
So you're working on payments in physical stores like grocery stores or retail stores, and then online payments as well. When do you expect those features to launch to the market?
Basically, the feature for like online shops we already released. People are actually using it at the hackathon here right now. Pretty amazing, amazing that they want to use it. And basically, a merchant can create a QR code, and then people can scan it with the Beans app and do a payment. So we're still building like these things for Shopify and all those kind of big brands that people have an integration, working for that as well. That shouldn't take too long. I think that's maybe weeks, maybe a month. The other things for paying in the grocery stores takes a bit more time, because we're partnering up with some card issuers at the moment. So they can give us the ability to issue like debit or prepaid cards, which we can connect in our Beans app, and then people can put their crypto on those wallets and then pay in the grocery stores. They can even add it to Google Pay, Apple Pay, and then start paying.
You mentioned some big names here when we talk about partnerships. You mentioned MoneyGram, Shopify, some card issuers. Do you think that the way to get mainstream adoption is to bring the more traditional players, the Web 2 players, in and work on partnerships like this, instead of just trying to, you know, build this very disruptive startup without leveraging where the audience already is?
Yeah, I think that's very well said. So yeah, I think you need to leverage what's already there and what people are already familiar with. Won't mean that in the future it might change, but at this moment that's where people are used to, and that's how you integrate it in daily life. So for that, we try to always think about like, how can we integrate Web3 into a situation where it's kind of Web 2,
yeah,
you know, and that's what I said before. That's how you connect with all those users in such a different way, to really make a difference and really get crypto to be useful in daily life, and for people to be able to send money, for example, back to your parents that is waiting in line for the supermarket and realize they don't have the money available right now. You don't want to send it in like days or weeks like the traditional methods, or maybe even hours or like a day with Wise or World Remit. You want to send it in a couple of seconds, and that's only possible if you use Web3 and with parties like us when we're leveraging Stellar. So
Yep, thank you so much for joining our program today.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really excited.
That was co-founder of Beans app, Yup. middle camp. You are watching CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, Will Foxley takes the desk to unpack the future of Bitcoin mining right here in Austin, Texas. Stick around.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Consensus 2023 has been great. We've been able to meet so many people just in after events and dinners, and then at the conferences I've been running into people that I literally haven't seen in 6 years, and then brand new people that I'm meeting for the first time, so it's been really amazing.
Being a woman in the cryptocurrency DeFi space is amazing. I'm hitting up the group chats and the telegrams and the Twitter spaces to say come on, because there's definitely room for all of us here.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024. We're coming to you from the CoinDesk podcast studio, founded in 2013 with the first institutional-grade Bitcoin wallet. BitGo is the gold standard in custody, staking, and settlement. Today, BitGo supports over 800 coins and processes 20% of all Bitcoin transactions by volume. Check them out at bitgo.com. Okay, we're going to jump over to our conversation today. Ryan Knuckles, thank you for joining us today. You are the co-founder of DIG Infrastructure Group, and then Pump Jack Power, and I'm blanking on the last one.
Crypto Power.
Crypto Power. Okay, well, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us today here in Austin, Texas. You're an Austin native, so tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into the Texas energy market, and then we're going to dig into Bitcoin mining as well as like the larger conversation for today.
Beautiful. Well, thanks for having me. Again, my name is Ryan Knuckles. I'm one of the co-founders of Pump Jack Power and our subsidiaries created specifically for data operators Crypto Power. I'm also the co-founder of a company called Digital Infrastructure Group. So we're kind of a conglomerate of companies. We do energy management, site development, construction, asset management services, kind of split between all of our companies. And so we really offer a nice turnkey solution for data operators looking to plug into the Texas ERCOT grid. About myself personally, I'm a 10th generation Texan, born and raised in Austin, Texas. Been really fortunate to see Austin kind of grow up from this like really small, sleepy kind of hill country town down into this like big megatropolis now, and it's really cool to be a part of the Web3 blockchain crypto community. I myself have been in the industry since 2011. I'm a big poker player in my early online poker.
Oh no way, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of. We'll talk about poker in a little bit then.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So I've been around Bitcoin a long time. Been very fortunate to obviously work in the energy industry, and now how they've kind of intersected. I've really focused my career and my company's efforts on kind of being at that intersection and helping data operators optimize infrastructure and energy.
Okay, let's go through the companies again. So it's DIG, Digital Infrastructure Group, Pumpjack Power, Crypto Power.
Correct.
And then was there one other that I'm blanking on?
We also have another sister company called Power Infrastructure Partners.
Okay.
And so they build electrical lines, substations, poles, wires, kind of electrical EPC company.
So walk me through how every single one of these companies works within the Bitcoin mining infrastructure layer. Absolutely. I think a lot of people, when they hear about Bitcoin mining, they still think like someone just mining in San Francisco with their laptop.
Yeah.
But now we're playing with the big boys and the power leagues. You guys are actually working on building out new generation and utility lines. How do your companies fit into that?
Yeah, absolutely. To give a simple background on the companies, in 2015, my brother-in-law and I kind of hatched an idea to create a power provider that's solely tailored to the oil and gas industry. And so Pumpjack Power was the first kind of turnkey solution for oil and gas operators to basically optimize electricity within the ERCOT grid. In about 2018, we were kind of getting our first round of calls of data operators trying to go plug into West Texas. And so the Bitcoin mining industry really kind of blossomed into that year into 2019. And so we really saw the need to kind of give the same turnkey solution in the industry for energy to data operators. And so Crypto Power came into the market, about a year later. And simply what we do with those two companies is we serve two different industries, but basically the same people within both companies. And we work with groups that simply want to not only mine Bitcoin and process data in the ERCOT grid, but we really teach people how to obviously mitigate costs, but to optimize their infrastructure and creating additional revenue streams. So that's kind of Pumpjack Crypto Power. About a year and a half ago, I saw the need to continue that kind of turnkey solution for infrastructure. And so Digital Infrastructure Group was created to do site development and construction and asset management services. So if you're a data operator and someone's looking at you and saying, hey, I want to invest and get into Bitcoin mining, you guys go start a company, obviously you need help and support and solutions of how to go optimize and build your infrastructure. And so DIG simply works with investment groups, data operators, Bitcoin miners, AI companies, traditional data centers, and it might be site development, it might be construction solutions or an asset management services. So we have a kind of a big toolbox to pick and choose out of, but really love what I do, and the industry is absolutely booming here in Texas.
Yeah, it really is. I think like the energy part is probably what we're going to zero in on today, but I do want to talk about that last part with DIG. What sort of services do you guys offer? We've had a few different other companies that offer like full stack solutions, but I definitely want to hear like what you guys sort of offer for Bitcoin mining, and then you also mentioned like AI, HPC in there.
Yeah. Absolutely. So if you're a data operator and let's say that you want to go develop a 20 megawatt project in Texas, essentially you call Digital Infrastructure Group. We have a sit down meeting, understand the scope of budget and project that you're trying to go develop, and we go put it together for you. So the first steps are site development services, where basically we assist you getting your interconnection agreements, your land agreements, all your permitting done. And then once that's all completed, you're free to move into construction. And so if you obviously elect to use our construction services, we're a general contractor. So we do everything from civil construction of, installing cranes for containers or building a physical building, for an advanced solution. So we go all the way through construction into asset management services. So we provide a facility maintenance support, running ASICs, repairing ASICs. We also just launched a cybersecurity division, which is super cool. So we have the capability of protecting firmware at the facility level all the way through the back office. So again, DIG's there really just to be a full turnkey solution and help the industry optimize and get plugged into the grid.
Love it. Okay, let's talk about energy and Bitcoin mining. We'll go through, just for like the audience sake really quick here, what I'm trying to dig into is to understand why Bitcoin mining needs all this energy. I mean, just this week, we're here, consensus in late May, and it's already like peak generation or peak demand on the Texas grid for the month of May. I think it was like 77 gigawatts of demand. So Bitcoin mining is a large percentage of that and is a growing percentage of it. And I think people are a little confused on that. So I want to dig into like why Bitcoin mining needs energy generation and why a utility provider like Pumpjack got interested in that game in the first place.
Yeah.
So maybe let's rewind the clock a little bit to like 2018, 2019. What were some of the signs that you saw that there was going to be such a large demand for power solutions for cryptocurrency miners at the time?
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at the historical energy pool of the Texas grid system, you had some large manufacturing loads, you had some oil and gas operators that would pull down. But all of a sudden, here comes data operators and Bitcoin mining, and all of a sudden, these interconnection requests started to jump up of just massive power demand. And so, it's wild to look back from that time till now and just seeing 5 years of growth, and it's absolutely massive. Texas has close to, 15% of global hash rate. It's estimated it could easily jump up to 20 to 25% here within the next 10 years. And so just seeing that, me personally being in Bitcoin so long and knowing eventually it would kind of get this, I already kind of knew it was going to happen, didn't know exactly when. I was very fortunate to be in the energy utility industry and being able to serve that kind of project and solution to people. But where it's going 5 years from now compared to what it was 5 years ago, it's literally going to double, if not triple, the consumption in the grid. And more energy, more reliable consumption is better. Bitcoin mining, it really is some of the most reliable base load consumers of electricity. And so when we have reliable base load consumption within the grid, it helps alleviate the duck curve, right? So within our generation mix, the more and more renewables are coming online. So energy rates are going to spike, things are going to tighten when it's not always, sunny or windy, and so intermittent power is becoming more a part of our Texas grid system, but Bitcoin miners are basically incentivized to optimize electricity generation by consuming so much electricity, where we get to continue to build more power and build a more resilient infrastructure grid in Texas. And so that's really why, at a political level, Texas has been such a champion of this industry, simply because of the benefit it gives to local communities around the grid.
When you first saw these deals, what was like your initial thought about them, and how were they due diligence at the time, since they were sort of new, right? How did someone in your position look at this and be like, this is something we should probably put a time and investment in towards?
Yeah.
Because it's still fairly speculative. Like last 2 years, there's been a lot of people who have failed. And then 2018, 2019, very new to walk into Texas. I think just for people's backstory about how this new demand came to Texas Grid, I'd be interested to learn more about that. And then we'll jump into some deal stuff.
Yeah. One of the first big deals, and shout out to Gideon Powell for this. The Holder Ranch project that he obviously put together, that was really one of the first large, well-noted projects. There had been some existing Bitcoin mining in the West Texas area, but nothing really at massive scale. And this was like 2016, 2017, and so that really kicked off, a frenzy of what people could really go do at scale. In Texas, just simply because we have just such a massive energy base, such resilient infrastructure, and so we have obviously a vast amount of land. So Texas really poised itself early on in capturing this kind of open season type mentality of, hey, come build your business here, and we're obviously pro business here in Texas. So seeing that was very fortunate, and I just knew we had to get into that space and create a specific vertical to serve that kind of client. So Crypto Power, originally, our investment base was kind of like, hey, a little risky community. So it took some time to convince them. And then finally, about a year and a half later, we convinced them and came into the market, and very blessed. And so, again, 5 to 10 years from now, this state is going to possibly double its hash rate, which I firmly believe. And all that's going to do is create a more resilient grid system for future generations.
So we got about 5 minutes before we're going to go to break. And I want you and I to work on a deal here. So we're going to pretend to be making a deal on like how you would work with a counterparty. So let's pretend like I'm coming to market. I want 20 megawatts of power. What are the sort of questions that you ask me as the person trying to purchase that power? And what are some things that you do with contractors or with your legal counsel or whoever to like source that power for me? Create like a holistic package for me. I'm just thinking from like an operator's perspective, when they're walking in to talk to someone like a Crypto Power, what are some questions you'd throw their way?
Well, the first conversation really starts with dig and developing that 20 megawatt site. So I simply ask you, are you a hosting provider? Are you a direct miner? A little combination of both, because you can structure your infrastructure around how to, serve multiple lines of business within your facility, right? One section of the facility can have a meter for hosting, one section can have direct mining, and so optimizing at a very starting point of understanding what your goals as an operator are is the first step. Second is really just understanding your financial budget and putting some realistic, everyone always wants that 200-300 megawatt facility or, and to grow crazy amounts, but they have to understand, hey, this is the infrastructure side. This is kind of what the energy side requires. There is CapEx involved. So just kind of bring people on an even playing field of understanding what a budget. And then lastly, we understand the budget and we make it go happen. So we go put together the site, get your land agreement, your interconnections done, get everything in your name, and then we start construction. Usually on a 20 megawatt project, you can have something, up and energized in a few months, depending on weather. So, we're very transparent in all the costs that we do as an infrastructure provider. No hidden fees or overages, always on the same plane of understanding where things are. Then once the site's built out, we look at you as a team and say, hey, do you need site management assistance? What level? There's various tools from facility maintenance to ASIC management to repairs, and so being able to provide that full turnkey solution is a big deal. And then right before we're about to turn on the facility, obviously you need energy. So this is really the biggest one that having to educate people on and just understanding, hey, this is what an energy deposit does. This is why you should buy a fixed block of energy to hedge some of your hosting rates maybe, and then maybe you can float the real-time market with your ASICs and play the energy arbitrage game.
Yeah.
So it really starts on the conversation of knowing where you want to be, understanding what type of operation you want to run, how you want to optimize, and we basically create that solution and put it into motion, build it, operate it, energize it, protect it with our security software, and then, be your true operational partner for years to come.
What kind of paperwork or due diligence or prep work do you like to see someone who's coming to you for help have done beforehand?
Again, everyone always wants to go conquer the moon, which is not a bad thing. This industry has obviously got very bright eyes and people have done amazing things, but it all comes down to, credibility, who you are as a person. Secondly, obviously comes with how capitalized you are to go accomplish your goals. But at the end of the day, everyone is always trying to, grow. And so I'm always, a helping hand, happy to always talk about information. I'm that kind of guy that holds my cards to the chest, always put my cards on the table and very honest. So it's just working with good people who are obviously, professional and funded and credible and, here to serve the industry in the best way possible.
For the capital side of things, that's definitely like a tricky part. Last cycle, we saw a lot of people come in from different angles. Mm-hmm. They raise capital to be able to get it off the ground. They created debt instruments using like the forward projections for how much they're going to mine to be able to like get their mine off the grid. Mm-hmm. What sort of situation you like to see people come into with capital, or are you guys kind of agnostic to that? You don't care too much that people come in with different structures for making a Bitcoin mine, because these are obviously very capital intensive. Maybe is the word to use or the phrase to use.
Yep. It all simply starts with who's the management team. How credible are they? Are they experienced? Think about the data operating industry. You might have a team of, a lot of finance guys, maybe some engineers, few operations people, but very few groups. I mean, obviously the super majors, have put great teams together. I can name, plenty of them, right? But usually in startups and mid-tier type operations, there's a hole that needs to be filled within the team. And so understanding and getting them to understand, like, hey, we're here to provide that is kind of the first step. The second step really is just kind of being honest and putting your cards on the table and figuring out, hey, what's your real capital budget? What are you funded for, right? It's okay to always keep trying to grow and raise money, but to actually develop something the right way and make sure you're not digging yourself into a hole. What's your budget? Let's operate off it, put it together. And so, we really, obviously you don't want to go too much into the weeds with people, but it's simply just understanding what your budget is and what we can optimize within your sandbox.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, I've just seen a lot of stories. More stories personally about people who've gone over their skis in Bitcoin mining, because there is that concept of difficulty going up, and so you want to race against it and build your project up beforehand. So I assume that it would often come back on you guys as a counterparty there, where you're trying to build for someone else. Mm-hmm. Just maybe pushing them to be like a little more cautious when they're building out these things. Okay, after our break, what we're going to dig into is the energy market a little bit more. So I mentioned that earlier, like Texas is heating up. It seems summer over summer, we're getting hotter and hotter. Last summer was a little crazy because there was that heat bubble wave, whatever. But this summer, it's already expected to have more generation. I saw one person say like around 90 megawatt or gigawatts of generation, which is just crazy to think about. So we'll talk about that, and then I do want to get into a little bit about like the Texas story with Bitcoin mining, how you think about it. Do you think Bitcoin can keep growing in Texas? And then lastly, some M&A stuff, as we saw Riot and Bitfarms kind of having some online governance discussion. So we'll get into that after this break. Right now, we're going to now take a look at what's happening live on stage. Stick with us. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Where the legacy infrastructure of Wall Street compared to blockchain, is T+1 good? Will it get better? Tell us about that.
Well, I think it's instructive that it took us a year, and yes, I know a year, to get from T+2 to T+1 when it took, I don't know how many years to get from T+3 to T+2. So the compression of time to implement innovation in the settlement cycle is clearly moving at a faster pace. The technology that underpins crypto, specifically the blockchain, is great technology. And obviously, it's something that the industry will continue to look at to see how it can be used to make settlement more efficient and more transparent. I'm optimistic that we will get towards a much more real-time settlement. I don't know what that will look like in the equities world, following other asset classes, but I think the rest of the ecosystem still has to digest T+1, which completes today with today's settlement cycle, before we talk about moving to the next innovation.
Well, Tom, you've worked on both sides now. I mean, I still find it a bit surprising. It takes a full 24 hours to clear a trade. Is that, why is that?
Look, on the one hand, clearly it's a benefit that the digital assets industry has that, let's say, stock trading does not, that you can settle instantly, clearly. But there's some other parts of the digital assets industry that are still way behind. The speed of connectivity of major market centers is measured in seconds, or at best milliseconds, whereas in the stock trading world it's in microseconds. But also one other interesting thing is digital asset settlement is almost too good in some senses. In other words, you settle instantaneously, which is nice in that there's no ambiguity, there's no broken trades, there's no distrust that's bred of a lack of transparency. But on the other hand, it's a lot more capital intensive to be an active trader because you have to pre-fund every single trade that you do. So what's interesting is a lot of crypto venues, ourselves included, are almost in a way unwinding real-time settlement and offering things like deferred settlement because that enables much more liquidity, much more active trading. I think, Jeff, you didn't ask this, but there's a larger question here, which is, hey, Tom, you left Lynn's world, you're in digital assets, crypto's doing stuff better than the New York Stock Exchange. Isn't crypto gonna kick the traditional market's ass over time, and all stock trading is gonna move to digital assets markets? Sorry to ask myself a question, but it's an extension of that. and I'll stop rambling in a second, but look, that is not gonna happen for a long time, I would love it if it did. Like, I've devoted my whole life to digital assets. If that happened overnight, this would go from being a relatively small industry to a gigantic industry. The issue is there still aren't trusted layer ones which can actually be the ledger themselves, which can actually be the settlement mechanism themselves, which can actually be the data repository themselves. Why? I know you're sitting there going, what the hell is he talking about? This is a digital assets conference. There's Solana, there's Cardano, there's Ethereum, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean trusted by regulators. And regulators want to get their power-hungry, sticky little fingers on everything. And how do you get your fingers on the Solana? How do you get your fingers onto something that's decentralized? So the moment you rock up and you're like, we're the New York Stock Exchange now, and we're real-time settlement, and we're all these things, the regulators are going to go, okay, but you got to create your own private blockchain, and now you're in this different world that's going to take a decade. Anyway, sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, no, and to be fair, too, a question I've asked too is, do we even need will the New York Stock Exchange even be around in 5 years? They're tokenizing everything, putting it on a blockchain, but then you talk to people more realistically. Turns out the equities market's actually pretty good and the tech's pretty good. And this guy named Robert Leshner, who's a pioneer in this field, and he's like, equities are fine, because you'll have these pilot projects, one bank and another send one share of Apple, look, we can do it. It's a pilot project, that's all it ever will be. And apparently fixed income and T-bills and stuff are better real world assets to move around. But the equities platforms, from a tech point of view, are
very different market structure, the fixed income markets, than the US equity markets. To your point, the equity markets are incredibly efficient. To Tom's point, the average response time where you get fills is 30 microseconds on our platform now. We process 750 billion incoming order messages a day now in that 30 microsecond average. And it's the most robust and liquid place to trade equities. But in fixed income, if I think about the US muni markets, for example, there's more than 1 million CUSIPs. What underpins each of those CUSIPs varies. And there's not liquidity in those types of markets. So that, to your point, is probably a better market to start to employ good technology as underpins the crypto industry with a pretty inefficient market structure.
I just had two things there. My first day at Bullish, had a conversation with our technologists, and our technologists are great. And I just spotted one of them in the room, so thank God I said that. And they had a conversation about, we're going to get from 100 messages a second to 200 messages a second. I had just left the New York Stock Exchange a bit before, where we were doing 10 million messages a second. We were running tests to see, what if it were 10 million messages a second? So that's what I mean. There's still, and the New York Stock Exchange powers Opera, which is the options data feed. The amount of messages going through there is absolutely mind-blowing. So the digital assets industry still has room to catch up. But I take issue with saying the equities markets are efficient writ large. There are certain parts of it that are just horribly inefficient. I don't know if any of you have ever dealt with a stock transfer agent. No? We would hear groaning if you had. It's miserable, it's super expensive, there's tons of them, they're enshrined in law and SEC regulation, you have to use them. CompuShare, Broadridge, American Stock Transfer, so on and so forth. That should be on a blockchain. That should be on a layer one that already exists in the world, and that should be made much more efficient, much less expensive, a lot more transparent for the world to see. I just don't think it's going to be. I have this sort of defeatist attitude. Maybe we'll get into a regulation. Maybe things will get better, but there's still a little bit of pushing a boulder uphill when it comes to benefiting from the innovation of digital assets.
And you raised a good point too. I mean, the blockchains aren't perfect either. Solana, I wonder how many outages has it had? Not to pick on them, but things go down. Another interesting kind of difference between your new world and your current world is 24/7 trading. It's like 3 a.m. on Saturday night. You want to go, sling some Ethereum or whatever you can. But your world, there's an opening bell and a closing bell, and I've even been there, where they ring the bell and you clap, and it's kind of fun. I recommend it. But it also seems a little outdated. But I did read that the New York Stock Exchange commissioned a survey about 24/7 trading, which I think is interesting. Some people are no, the market needs to cool off. Please don't do this. And the traders are like, oh God, no, don't do it because I want to rest. But meanwhile, the crypto world hums along 24/7. So where do we stand on that? Are you gonna go there at some point?
Yeah, we're still consulting with our members because most importantly, it's looking at the various aspects of the ecosystem, the parts that work really well in the equities market, the clearing piece in particular, to see how it would handle the 24-hour aspect, whether it's 5 days a week or 7 days a week. So there are a variety of different conversations happening. We were very pleased with the interaction we received from that survey, in that we got some pretty unvarnished views. So we're taking it to the next step now.
What do you think? Should they do it?
You know what I was thinking the whole time she was talking is the other news that I heard related to crypto is that CME, there was this rumor that CME was going to launch a spot trading exchange. And I was just kind of curious, would the New York Stock Exchange launch a crypto spot trading exchange? 24/7?
If there was in the US, if there was regulatory guidance and clear regulatory guidance about what that meant, it would be an opportunity to look at. But as you know better than anyone, Tom, there's two different regulators in the US, the SEC and the CFTC, and where do each of the tokens wind up being governed? Where do they not wind up being governed? The whole experience with the Bitcoin ETFs took 6+ years. I think you were president of NYSE when we started the conversations on Bitcoin ETFs, so it would be pending regulatory guidance.
I think we just broke news here, Jeff, right?
But I don't know.
The head of the New York Stock Exchange, she's launching a...
Welcome back to CoinDesk, live from Consensus 2024. I'm Will Foxley, and this is the Mining Podcast. We're back at it. We got another 20 minutes talking about Bitcoin mining with Ryan Knuckles. So we're going to dive right back into the conversation. If you missed the first half of it, we basically talked about all things Bitcoin, Bitcoin mining in Texas, talked about energy procurement, how you go about building these different contracts, what you should think about when you're going to build a Bitcoin mine. So definitely more of a business and Bitcoin mining conversation than a lot of things we see here at Consensus. But that's the juice on the Mining Pod. So definitely go and subscribe to us. You can find us on all things Spotify, Apple, YouTube, etc. Ryan, let's dive right back into our conversation. The last place we left was talking about the Texas energy grid and how Texas has just been absorbing all this demand from Bitcoin miners. We mentioned that there's between 75 to 90 gigawatts of generation every year or at any moment for energy in Texas. Bitcoin miners are taking about 1% to 2%. You can probably correct me if that's wrong or not, but it's a substantial amount of energy on the Texas grid. I'd like to know where we're going next, especially with a hot summer coming up. Yeah. What do you think happens next for generation for Texas? What do you think happens next for demand for the Texas grid?
In a very simple sense, I always tell people, Will, that peak mining season is pretty much from January to the end of April, and then October, November, December. We are entering peak demand season, meaning that it's obviously hot. People are more, turning their ACs, consuming more energy. Curtailment season can be tough if you're not optimized to play that game. And that's really the big benefit of being in Texas is playing these energy arbitrage games via demand response and selling your blocks of energy back into the grid. And so my forecast for this summer is, it's going to get hot towards August, as it always does in Texas. Miners who are incentivized to participate in demand response programs are going to benefit. To give you an example, last August, Riot, cleared close to $30 million playing the energy arbitrage game last year in Texas. And a lot of people thought that it was selling, it was their demand response services. Only a small portion of that benefit they saw in August was from that. The rest was trading their energy back into the grid. So setting yourself up in a way to obviously deal with peak demand season can reap massive rewards. And that's what I think we're going to see this summer for sure.
This is probably one of my favorite conversations we've had on the Mining Pod, is talking about these energy markets, because I come from a Bitcoin world where I'm used to talk about Bitcoin blocks, Bitcoin rewards, all things with protocols. And I do enjoy those conversations, but more and more I'm learning about these energy markets and how complex they are. And I think it's just as difficult as learning about Bitcoin. So walk me through a little bit, what does it mean to be trading energy in the Texas grid? And we can even use a fake scenario of if you're a 50 megawatt miner, or maybe you have to be a certain size. But what does it mean to be trading energy on the Texas grid?
Absolutely. Texas, the ERCOT grid system is an energy island within the United States. We have a few small interconnections to the rest of the grid, but predominantly, we're a self-serving island called ERCOT, the Electricity Reliability Grid of Texas. In a simple sense, there's really three main markets you buy electricity from in Texas. You have a forward market where you buy a fixed block of energy for a certain time and volume, right? That type of product is really more so beneficial to hosting providers, right? So you have to have on your hosting rate, You have a baked-in rate, guaranteed revenue stream. There's your energy, there's your OpEx, and there's your margin, right, for hosting. The other type of market is called the real-time market in Texas. And the real-time market settles every 15 minutes with the price of natural gas in Texas. So that can obviously go to zero and negative numerous times. A lot of times out in West Texas, there's so much energy generation and not enough transmission to get it to high-demand markets where we see numerous times of the day where Bitcoin miners almost get free electricity to mine Bitcoin, which is super cool. The real-time also spikes. But using advanced mining software, such as Foreman, you can basically integrate software where it tracks the real-time power prices. And so once you hit a certain strike price, knowing where your break-even price for your ASIC is per megawatt hour, you can curtail yourself and basically sell whatever fixed position you have back into the grid. Now, what I usually advise people is to kind of have a hybrid approach where, if you're a 100%, direct miner with no hosting, maybe fix 50% of your energy to give some baseline stability, but trade the other volatility. And what I mean by that is if you're 100% in the real-time market and it's like a take-or-pay situation, you don't necessarily have like a block of energy to give back to the grid. So demand response is getting transmission capacity back to the grid. When you're trading and selling your energy, you're basically selling that fixed block of power that you have. And so in that example about Riot, a lot of that position that they made, that money was selling their fixed position at an obviously, premium price in the real-time market. So the last market's called the day-ahead market. That's basically like a bid-in situation, and you get that price if you bid it in. Not necessarily something I advise for Bitcoin mining. You can make a little bit of money doing that, but mainly it's fixed blocks of energy, right, with wholesale trading desks and generation companies, and then floating the real-time in that take-or-pay, but knowing how to play that market via energy arbitrage and advanced software and energy management solutions.
Day ahead markets, is that typically where you see some of these like more sophisticated trading games happen, or is that wrong?
Yeah, so as an energy management firm, it's not necessarily our job to be actively trading in power markets. There's hedge funds on Wall Street. That's actually what they do. They trade spot markets. They buy a little bit here, sell it the next day. If it goes down, they lose money. Our business model is more so just take it as it comes and be an active energy management firm for the power and knowing those market signals, right? Of, hey, today's going to be a 4CP day, a lot of demand. There's going to be curtailment, right? Great time, communicate that to the customer. And hey, if they own a fixed block of energy, we know for the next 10, 12 hours that we can sell this block we bought for $38 a megawatt hour for $2,000 or $3,000. Yeah. You had a fantastic day. So not necessarily our business model to do active trading, but as the market presents itself and we see those opportunities, take advantage.
It's all blocks at the end of the day, isn't it? Okay, so I want to talk about why this matters, because I think a lot of people's eyes glaze over. They're like, okay, you can trade energy now as well, which is how the lights are on in here. But a lot of people aren't thinking about that. So when you're describing this to like your mom probably knows this because she's like 10th generation Texan. So I would say your mom, but maybe like a friend or someone who's not familiar with the energy market.
Yeah.
How do you describe what's happening in the sense to make it like beneficial or click? When I speak about it to people, I'm like, people trade energy and Bitcoin miners participate in this because it helps smooth out the grid. But how do you sort of describe it to people?
In a very simple sense, I always tell people that, Bitcoin mining infrastructure is almost a digital power plant, right? During the day, it sits there, it consumes energy, right? And the consumption of energy at a consistent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, base load consumer types situation is the best for the grid because most people use it in a very, volatile manner. And so these Bitcoin mines basically consume power when it's cheap, incentivize new power generation to come online and grow. And then obviously when things get tight, it's the fastest to respond to basically give transmission capacity back to the grid and sell whatever fixed blocks of energy it consumes for more people to consume it. So it is literally the greatest energy optimization tool ever invented for the Texas grid system. And what's crazy about the Texas grid system is way back in the early 1900s, ice factories were the first reliable baseload consumer in the ERCOT grid. That's basically what built out the entire ERCOT grid. These transmission lines were these ice factories. And so almost 100 years later, it's going to be these Bitcoin mining data, high compute data operators that are basically going to incentivize the build out of our modern grid system. And we're seeing it right now, which is super cool.
That's really interesting. I haven't thought about that. Okay, so how does Bitcoin mining fit into the general picture of different both generation sources and demand sources for energy on the Texas grid?
Yeah.
And what I'm thinking about here is there's peaker plants, there's now these battery systems, there's baseload generation across the board from nat gas to solar to wind. There's a lot of other stuff on like the demand side as well. But kind of lay out for me who else is in this Texas grid, and then let's talk about how Bitcoin miners kind of plug in there. Of course, going back to your point right there, like the Bitcoin miners are going to rebuild the grid. Like, who are they working with right now?
On the generation side, we're seeing more data operators start to go, behind the meter and take direct PPAs with generators. So now generators can start to forecast their, build out and expansion based with a reliable PPA. So that's kind of on the generation side. On the on-grid side with generation, more and more reliable baseload consumers are causing generators to be able to optimize transmission lines, don't have as bad as congestion. So transmission rates are getting more competitive. So again, Bitcoin mining really is just the greatest energy optimization tool, and generation and utility companies, see the big benefit. On a long-term planning approach, the utilities, are trying to optimize as much as they can in a short amount of time. There's obviously, a digital boom rush going on, digital energy rush, as I like to call it. And the best way that we as a company have been a big solution in the industry is really understanding from square one of what a consumer needs, what they actually are going to consume, make it happen. And a lot of people like to kick tires and overpromise things, and we've never had that approach. And so the transmission utilities, though, love that approach simply because there's so much power request right now in the system, and trying to fish out, what's legitimate, what's not is a big headache. But I firmly believe, 5 to 10 years from now, Texas easily should have double the hash rate that we have, should be close to 25, 30%. The only reason I believe that is, there's easily 50 to 60 gigawatts of power generation coming online in the next few years. Texas has over half of the future power plants in America scheduled in Texas. And that's just a massive amount of power. So in the long term, I think we're going to see just continued flourishment. There's going to be challenges here and there, but as long as you're structured to optimize challenges into rewards, it'll be a good place to set up operations.
So you mentioned ERCOT earlier, and they're kind of like a quasi-government business. You can probably clarify that a little bit for me, but how are they viewing Texas energy generation right now? And then how are they viewing Bitcoin mining fit into that? The one thing I'd point people towards is these SARA reports that come out, I believe, every 6 months or so, and they kind of detail what's happening on the Texas energy grid. They list all the different places that generation's coming from. They list different sources of demand. And last 2 years, we've seen Bitcoin being there. And it's pretty cool to see, like,
absolutely,
an S19J Pro being a thing they're calculating based on top of. I think it shows you how far Bitcoin has come into the grid. But tell me a little bit how ERCOT is thinking about both the demand and generation side for energy in Texas, and then how Bitcoin fits into that.
I do have to give a shout out to Brad Jones, the former president of ERCOT. He sadly passed away about a year and a half ago, but he was really the first leader in the utility industry in Texas to fully stand behind Bitcoin, because this industry really came out of nowhere very quickly in Texas. It's over a multi-billion-dollar industry now in Texas, which is wild, and it's continuing to grow. But in the early days, no one really understood what this type of load was going to do to the ERCOT grid. And as we realized that, the right type of energy operators came into the system and, quickly realized the reliability benefits of baseload consumption, Brad was the big promoter in getting ERCOT to realize, hey, we need to accept this load for what it is. We need to be supportive of it. They've created numerous types of programs to support it. So the Large Flexible Load Task Force, which is a great program within ERCOT. So ERCOT's pro Bitcoin, 120% pro data operators. It's just about building the right infrastructure to make sure that we're going to be in here for the long haul and be able to serve this blossoming industry of data infrastructure.
Definitely. Yeah, I think it's really cool to see Bitcoin actually built into a physical grid. And that's the thing I always talk about with people is like Bitcoin versus all these other tokens, and we're seeing lots of them here at Consensus. Bitcoin has a physical presence in Texas year-round. Consensus, they're maybe here for a week.
Yeah.
We love that. but Bitcoin's here year-round. We're actually mining on the ground in Texas.
Absolutely.
Okay, we only have a few minutes left here, and I want to talk about a few different headlines that have happened within the mining industry. So if you're not super familiar or conversational with what's happening with Bitcoin mining, first, go subscribe to the Mining Pod, and second, stick around for these last few parts. Let's talk about Bitfarms and Riot. So I won't ask you necessarily to give any secrets behind the scenes. I know you know a few, but like in a general sense, what do you think about M&A in Bitcoin mining right now? Some baseline metrics for people who might need to know some context for that question. ASIC prices have not really moved since the bear market. They're still pretty low. Hash price still pretty deflated since the halving. Bitcoin halving was about a month ago. And I think there is a decent amount of cash, though, on some of these public market tables because of the run-up before the halving. So I'd say like July of last year through December, a lot of money flew into public stocks. So you have an interesting situation for M&A. Are you seeing anything from your purview as both Dig and Pumpjack?
You know, I always relate to the oil and gas industry because that's where I grew up in. And you constantly see oil and gas operators in Texas engage in M&A simply to, grow their foothold in producing oil or producing hash rate. And so, the big announcement of Riot trying to acquire Bitfarms, is a smart move. Acquiring more hash rate, acquiring a good infrastructure base is how you grow your business. And so, when you have competitive market prices that are kind of, sometimes a little stringent on the bottom line, you have to find creative ways to continue growth in those cycles. So I think, what we've seen on the energy and infrastructure side, we've seen some mid-tier, facilities start to get kind of gobbled up. But I think in the really kind of mid to long-term range, you're going to see some of these larger deals start to take hold just simply because it makes sense, and the scalability of two world-class operators coming together, usually good things are going to happen.
Do you think that the professionalization of Bitcoin mining is going to lead to more centralization in the sense that these larger operators who've gone to a certain economy of scale are going to continue to gobble these smaller guys up? Or do you think there's a room for the smaller operators still?
I think the pleb miners will always kind of stick around in the sense of being able to be, quicker to market to buy newer ASICs and hash rate. I mean, obviously find a good hosting provider. But that kind of 1 to 5 megawatt startup that, is having trouble continuously getting capital, it's just tough to operate in the long term of continuously buying machines, reinvesting cash flow. But the mid-sized guys that have, healthy margins, have healthy revenue streams, you're really going to see the mid-tier type data miners really blossom into the next super majors, and the super majors will kind of start to consolidate together to create, maybe 1, 2, or 3 massive publicly traded companies, and that's just natural. But I think there's still room for the mid-sized guys to continue to grow. The smaller scale guys, as long as you have an attractive, management team and attention to capital, you should be able to, to get down the road. But at the end of the day, you have to have a, end game, and it's usually an M&A strategy to a larger operator.
Last question for you. If you had to pick anywhere in the world to mine Bitcoin, where would you?
Man, as much as I hate to say it, Texas is really the greatest place to mine Bitcoin in the entire world. I'm a Texas Bitcoin max, and I will be to the day I die. It's simply due to the fact that we have one of the most energy-rich places in the entire planet. We have great people in our state politics to support you, and the ongoing opportunity to come to Texas and build a Bitcoin dream is 100% here.
Love it. That's a wrap from the Mining Pod, live from Consensus 2024. Today, we're going to take a break. Jeff Wilser will be back on the other side of this with our sponsor, BitGo. Thank you to Ryan Knuckles for joining. Go check out Pumpjack Power and Dig. We'll be back after a break.
Let's take Decentralized Trust as a new foundation for humanity in the form of this Ethereum protocol. And let's build a platform for applications on which we can build everything, not just a narrow money application. And so a lot of us got excited about it and have made a ton of progress layer by layer, year by year, innovation by innovation. A year into helping stand up and deliver Ethereum 1.0 and the Ethereum Foundation, I moved into building a company that could continue the vision and the mission of the Ethereum platform called Consensus, and we tried to educate and foster adoption for the first few years, and ran a lot of experiments, and many of those experiments have ended up taking real fruit, rolled out many experiments into their own startups over the years, and we've just gotten to the point where not only have we crossed the chasm into mainstream art culture with the NFT phenomenon, the meme coin phenomenon, not only have we crossed the chasm into the major financial world with Bitcoin spot ETFs and fingers crossed Ethereum spot ETFs, but we're now on the main American political stage. And so it feels like it's on and is going to accelerate.
Yeah, I mean, Consensus has been there. Consensus. We always have to say Consensus with a Y because we don't want, there's confusion when we're doing these things together.
Yeah. We were thinking about asking everybody to change their pronunciation of the word consensus.
Consensus would be. We would be sus, or you would be sus.
Yeah. So
those would tell you to be.
Those back when people confused.
Consensus.
Yeah. Consensus is pretty nice. It's crisp. I like that.
It's concise, is what it is.
It
so.
is, yeah.
What do you see as the biggest achievement? Like I think about MetaMask as this really important piece of the wallet architecture. There's a lot of the early DeFi primitives that kind of emerged out of Consensus. What do you look again looking back? What are the pieces that Consensus pulled together that you think like have contributed the most to the ecosystem?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of things. One of our earliest important contributions and successes was the Truffle software development suite framework. So early on it was about doing what we could to enable developers to build in the ecosystem and people to figure out how to use the ecosystem. MetaMask has probably been the biggest contribution on that front. Infura has been enormous. Essentially, we, in attempting to foster adoption, paid the AWS bills for a big swath of the ecosystem for a few years before we figured out a business model for Infura. We've been huge contributors to the Ethereum protocol, both at the execution layer and the consensus layer now for a long time. So that has to be up there as one of our biggest contributions and successes. And Linea, the Ethereum protocol, is evolving in different directions. It's modularizing, it's layering. Linea's, in our opinion, one of the top layer 2 roll-up technologies. It seems to be in the lead in terms of ZK roll-up technology. So we're super proud that we're contributing to usability, cost effectiveness, and scalability as we move from building new networks on top of this layer 1 trust foundation and bring scalability to layers 2 and higher.
Okay, let's get into this political aspect of this because, as I said, we lined up this speech, this session sometime before this big news broke last week, and that and the story that we were pitting this on is that Consensus is suing the SEC.
In the great state of Texas.
In the great state of Texas. Well, yeah. What's the motivation? What are you trying to achieve? What's the essence of your case?
So what we're trying to achieve is freedom to innovate. We have been doing this and doing our best to thread the needle between offering access to applications on Ethereum and needing to be a regulated financial institution. We're pretty sure we got it right and continue to get it right. Yet, we, especially Ethereum, represents an existential threat to the way of life of those who would prefer to perpetuate the system via top-down control. So the American government, certain factions prefer to keep running the world through intermediaries. Many of them are financial intermediaries. Big banks in America prefer to keep winning a rigged game, essentially. And those two entities would, I think, like to see American citizens disconnected from Ethereum so that they can keep their ways of operating intact. So that's the backdrop. And what we've been seeing from the current SEC administration for the last few years is deep and broad scrutiny of everything that we're doing. And it's not just us, it's virtually every company in our space where there are requests for documents. I think we've handed over something around 100,000 pages of documents. That's millions of dollars of expense for us. And we know it's happening very broadly. We know even software developers, even independent software developers are either being scrutinized or subpoenaed so that the SEC can figure out some reason to slow this down or stop it. And so we got to the end of some way station in a long process where it became clear to us, because they told us that they're going to sue us. And we had standing in the great state of Texas because for a bunch of different reasons, mostly COVID and because Texas is great for business as opposed to New York State, we were situated where we could bring a complaint against the SEC because the SEC has been gaslighting our industry and intentionally unclear, not engaging in open dialogue, not interested in clear rulemaking as a non-merit-based regulator should. They have been threatening everybody and slowing everybody down, and this action was a way for us to sort of put them on their heels and request that they answer our questions, like, is Ether a commodity, as the SEC has said repeatedly, and as the CFTC has said consistently for maybe 10 years, or have you actually made this secret determination that you've reclassified Ether as a security and that you're, through these series of strategic enforcement actions, you are punishing everybody in the industry.
Gensler had sort of kept his options open on that question. So given that it was something that was going to be resolved on that, from the SEC side at least, so you're absolutely right, the CFTC has taken a very clear position. The fact that they then passed, and again, you're saying we still haven't got the S1s, it's a backwards way of approving the ETFs in a way of what they've done, right?
So they declared Ether as a commodity when they approved the Ether futures ETFs back in October. Yeah. Very clear, had to be a commodity. Yet they keep going ahead and trying to punish organizations. And the punishment is basically not about winning in court. It doesn't seem like they have enough respect for the court system that they're worried about overburdening the court system or losing. They lost one case with respect to the Coinbase wallet, and it appears they're going to bring the exact same case with respect to the MetaMask wallet. They consider it a win if we have to spend tens of millions of dollars. They consider it a win
so you think the motive is not even to win, it's really just to slow you down?
To slow us down. It's to either kill crypto and decentralization, or it's to co-opt crypto and Ethereum.
Do you feel, though, that with this approval, this somehow there was... What's your take on that, by the way?
Yeah, so
how is it that after this sudden turnaround, why...
We got a partial approval. We got the 19B4s approved. We still have S1s that could take weeks, could take months to be approved. So we're not on the glide path yet. When we do have Ether spot ETFs, what that does is it opens massive floodgates for capital and attention to move into our ecosystem. It enables many investors, many funds to have stake in our ecosystem, and it makes it much more difficult for regulators and legislators.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus, brought to you by BitGo. I'm Jeff Wilser, and I'm joined now by Matt Bauenschwag, Managing Director at BitGo, which is one of our valued sponsors here at Consensus, and our sponsor for CoinDesk Live. So Matt, welcome. Good chatting with you.
Thanks so much. Great to be here.
And let's start, of course, with the recent approval of the Ethereum ETF. Game-changing, obviously. How would you say this impacts the space, and what are the implications, kind of both short and long-term?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a super exciting event. And I think, to start, right, this was something that I think caught the whole market off guard. The institutional crypto space was not pricing in an approval of the ETH ETF at all. If you just look at where price was trading before that announcement, ETH was trading somewhere around 3,000, immediately ripped up to $3,700 after the announcement. So clearly, like that, the velocity at which things unfolded in Washington was not expected at all within the institutional community. So, I remember that week, right, last week at the beginning of the week, just hearing that there were rumors of the SEC asking these issuers to immediately amend their 19B filings in preparation for a spot ETF approval was shocking.
Right.
And seeing how fast that played out, especially using the Bitcoin ETF approval process as a proxy, the pace at which this evolved was clearly like an intentional shift and pivot, coming out of the administration, I think, to signal support for the ETF. And, I would say it's not just the ETF support, but also things like the Senate overturning SOB 121 earlier in the week and the passing of the Financial Innovation Technology Bill of the 21st century that kind of signals this intentional shift in Washington. So very, very important for the space. And we can talk about, how that's going to actually impact the market short and long term as well.
Yeah, it's almost like decades for Bitcoin and days for Ethereum. I'm exaggerating a bit, but not much. Well, how do you see the impact in the long term? What do you see as kind of the ultimate repercussions of all of this?
Yeah, so I think, just starting with the obvious, it opens the door to a lot more capital flows into the ecosystem and into the asset. So if you just look at Bitcoin, for example, in the first really 3 months of trading, since we've had the ETF approved, we've seen something like $14 billion of net new demand. That's even accounting for all of the Grayscale ETF outflows. So on a net basis, $14 billion of new demand coming from institutions, right? Whether they're large hedge funds, pension funds. We saw the state of Wisconsin add Bitcoin to their balance sheet not long ago. So, now that this has happened for BTC, from a capital inflows perspective into ETH, it's going to be a big deal for the asset. But I think even more importantly is not just a funnel of capital into the asset, but also it's a whole new audience now that has to get educated on what this market is. And we have ambassadors like Larry Fink, right, kind of speaking about what the Bitcoin value prop is, how it's a decentralized, non-sovereign, internet-based, immutable store of value. And, he's widely respected amongst the institutional audience. The same institutional audience is now going to have to say, okay, like, what about the Ethereum ecosystem? And, like, what is smart contract programmability? And, what are the other competing layer ones out there? And how does consensus work? And they're going to go down that rabbit hole. So I think that the ETH ETF approval, there's just a lot more to understand in the ecosystem. It's going to force folks that ultimately want to be allocators to the asset class to really understand the value prop of not only Bitcoin, but now ETH and the ecosystem at large and decentralized applications. So I'm excited to see that matriculation of both capital and kind of interest really manifest from institutions that hold a lot of weight and that hold a lot of money.
And as you mentioned that, Matt, there are new players, new capital, new folks coming into the space. How is BitGo reacting to this? Are you custodying any of these new issuers' wallets? How is that playing out?
Yeah, so BitGo, we're one of the largest custodians in the digital asset market. We have over $50 billion of assets in our custody, and we are the custodian for a couple of the Bitcoin ETF issuers today in Hashdex and Valkyrie/CoinShares. We're also in conversations with many more of the issuers on both the Bitcoin and the ETH side. So we expect really to see a lot more traction, I think, from not only the issuers themselves, but then the institutions, the authorized participants, the liquidity providers that need to make markets in those assets, utilizing BitGo and Go Network specifically, which we can get into in a bit, to actually be, the infrastructure for them to move assets around and actually fund the ETFs. And, I think will really be the bedrock of a lot of the institutional flows surrounding ETFs now that we've seen more traction.
And outside of the ETF world, for a layperson or lay-ish person like me, how would you describe kind of the core functionality of the Go network and what what problem you guys are solving?
Yeah, so BitGo, you could think of in the past, right, custody as really just safeguarding assets in a way where they're siloed, they're sitting in cold storage, there's insurance on the wallets, they're offline, it's a bankruptcy remote structure, and that's kind of historically what we've done on the custody side. Then we introduced Go Network, which is really creating utility with the same level of security and protection. So Go Network really risk mitigates the market holistically. If you think about asset security and then usability and kind of utility of those assets, we're kind of sitting at the intersection of those two things with Go Network. So what Go Network enables is all of our institutional clients the ability to have assets held in a qualified custodian under SEC rules in a bankruptcy remote trust structure in our South Dakota entity with $250 million of insurance per account, but then be able to use those assets to, number one, settle instantly to anybody else on Go Network. So we have about 400 different accounts on Go Network today. So if you hold BTC with us in cold storage inside of the qualified custodian and you want to send it to another participant, you could do so instantly, off-chain, no transaction fees, free, and you can receive assets the same way at the same time. So we totally eliminate counterparty risk in that sense, where in the past, a lot of these firms, when they were settling transactions, would have to one entity would send the asset first to the other, then wait to receive back the proceeds, and you have direct counterparty risk in that model. So from a settlement perspective, we're really reshaping how that works, and then all within inside the walls of qualified custody. And the second part of Go Network is being able to delegate the assets held inside of the trust. So if you hold 100 Bitcoin, but you want to actually use that as collateral on exchange to trade, you can delegate those assets without actually sending them to the exchange itself. So coming out of the wake of things like FTX, BitGo's kind of reimagined how this should work, and we've built the infrastructure, and we have a lot of traction today on Go Network.
I'm curious of your thoughts and almost a wider lens perspective of why this matters to the space overall. As you're describing this, it's clear to me that the issue is not just as narrow as your own network, but the space needs trust. And in a way, it seems like you're helping engender that trust. Talk a bit about the broader implications of having infrastructure that can truly be trusted by not just crypto bros, but traditional finance, and why that might even matter to crypto bros.
100%. I mean, so I've been in the space now for over 7 years, and one of the biggest headwinds has always been institutional adoption and just maturity of the asset class itself. And it's been a long road to kind of get where we are, and I think we needed to hit rock bottom in many ways to kind of really evolve the ecosystem to be institutional friendly. But I think why this matters is to get real capital in from large pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, sophisticated hedge funds and asset managers. They're going to ask questions around the separation of, well, where are my assets sitting? But then also, how do I access liquidity? And if the answer is, they're sitting on the exchange or they're in a hot wallet, it's just not going to be good enough relative to traditional market structure. And so we're bringing elements of TradFi to crypto in a way that accommodates these regulated entities to still be able to trade and do all the things they need to do, but without having to sacrifice the key element of custody, regulated custody. And so we're really pioneering, I'd say, the separation of custody of assets, but also the utility creation and access to liquidity. And I think that's going to be a very, a trend that continues to emerge. You're starting to see a lot of firms kind of look at similar models. It's not just, BitGo and Go Network, even though we were, basically first and have a lot of traction. There's other firms like, FalconX and Fireblocks and Copper that are exploring similar kinds of structures. And so now it's really going to be about how do these custodians really open up their networks to each other so that we can create efficient market structure but never sacrifice the custody element. And I think that will ultimately be a major catalyst to actually get institutional capital into the space, and we're starting to see that now.
And to your point, I've been in the space around 6+ years myself, and I still remember the first kind of wallet and the idea of that I used and the kind of the paper seed phrases, you hide on the couch. And I'm trying to imagine someone who's sitting at a $10 billion firm and then scrawling their different scraps of paper and sending to their aunt, or here's 3 clues to you, 5 clues to you, Dad. That's not going to fly for a sovereign wealth fund, for instance, right? And since you mentioned sovereign wealth fund, can you tease us with what are other possible sources of additional new capital that might come into space, who've still been the sidelines and are just starting to kind of inch up to the line. Yep. And now, thanks to networks like BitGo and other institutional advancements and TradFi's embrace, might warm up. What other kind of like chunks of asset classes or chunks of assets and sources of capital are there out there?
Yeah, for sure. I think, you can think about, the adoption cycle where you have kind of the most proactive and risk-taking and aggressive kind of alpha-seeking firms start first. And this was back in, 2017, 2018. And we saw a lot of the high-frequency trading firms come into the space, like Chain Street and Susquehanna and Jump Trading. And, they were able to leverage their technology to trade other markets and then do the same for crypto. And there's a lot of alpha in that for them. The next sequence of events was, okay, now the kind of more, I'd say, innovative, proactive hedge funds, but mid-sized hedge funds started to come in and take positions in Bitcoin or just start trading the alpha and start trading basis, but they were involved in the space. Now we're getting to the point where, it's going to be, multi-billion-dollar hedge funds that want a piece of the action, whether it's from an alpha or beta perspective, right? They may want to just hold a position in Bitcoin or ETH, or they might want to look at other, competing L1s that they might want to invest in or own, secondaries in. So I'd say that's the next evolution. And then after that, I'd say would be corporates. So like large companies that actually put Bitcoin on their balance sheet in a meaningful way. We obviously saw, Tesla do that early, back in 2021.
For 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes. But I think that will be more commonplace. And then it will get into more of the really, really big, fund managers. And those are going to be large public and corporate pension funds. I would say sovereign wealth funds as well, state pension funds. We did see Wisconsin, as we kind of talked about earlier. And they're going to have to do that in a way that's regulated, in a way that's trusted, both on the custody side, but also on how you access liquidity. So I think that's going to be the progression that we see, and it's happening right now. I think the evolution of the ETFs coming to market, not only for Bitcoin but now ETH, was a major turning point for these institutions. And I think Pandora's box is open in a sense where the education process has started. Everybody is now thinking, okay, is crypto a worthy asset to add to my portfolio, as are commodities and gold? And if we start to see kind of that thesis play out, and some of these large institutions make the decision to keep those assets, really as mainstays in their portfolio over time, that's where we're going to see this massive demand really spike, and then there's just not that much supply to go around. So I do think that's the natural progression here.
It's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point, it sounds like.
I would say so, because it's as one domino falls, then the next will, right? Once one big allocator says, hey, we've made the decision, are comfortable with Bitcoin as an asset in our portfolio, every other big pension or corporate is going to look at that and say, should we be thinking along the same lines?
You mentioned the word headwinds a moment ago. What do you see as the biggest headwinds in the space we're confronted with right now, and the biggest tailwinds that excite you?
Yeah. Well, I'll start with the headwinds. I think, as we kind of alluded to earlier, just the reputational repair that I think the space needs to do. FTX collapse was only, a year and a half, 2 years ago. So it's very, very fresh still. We've come a long way since then, but it's going to just take time and consistency to show the world that this space is for real. There are real players on the vendor side, on the custody side, on the trading side, and that there are the rails now for them to access the space in a way that doesn't allow for the magnitude of event that happened, like FTX. So I do think that is, one headwind that we just need to keep fighting as an industry, and market leaders like BitGo are really spearheading that effort in some of these endeavors, like with Go Network. So I think that's a headwind. And then just really the continued push for regulatory clarity. We've gotten, again, we've come a long way in the last couple of weeks now. The administration, I think, wants to be on the right side of history here in terms of adopting crypto and starting to put some frameworks in place. But we need to see more of those things. We need to understand how to treat stablecoins and just create a universe of regulation that people can trust and understand that's consistent. So, those two things I would say are the most prevalent. And then on the tailwind side, I just think that, the actual amount of innovation that's going on is incredible. And it's not just Bitcoin and ETH. There are dozens of other protocols and applications built on those protocols that are catching the eyes of folks, whether it's DeFi or whether it's NFTs, and just the continued kind of market structure evolution around those things. I think crypto can speak for itself. It's interesting to basically everybody. So that's the biggest tailwind it has going for it. It'll stay interesting.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Matt. And we will take a quick break, but stick with us. All the Bitcoin is up next with Will and Will being Will. Thanks again. See you soon.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus, brought to you by BitGo. I'm Will Foxley here with my co-host, CoinDesk's managing editor from Features and Opinion, Ben Schiller. Ben, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. We had a lot of Bitcoin conversations at Consensus, which always makes my heart a little happy.
Yeah.
A lot of cool projects here, a lot of cool tokens, but there is one king, the orange coin.
There's only one
That's what we're
Bitcoin.
talking about today on All About Bitcoin. Anything stand out to you before we jump into today's conversation about Consensus in general?
Well, it's the 10th year of Consensus. I think I've seen 8 consensuses, so I've seen a lot. And I have to say this year it does feel like a kind of crossroads moment. This industry, the Trump conversation, political conversation is interesting. So we're obviously in a new market as well. And there's a lot of buzz and activity here, so it's pretty fun.
There's a lot of energy here. We have the Bitcoin ETF that happened in January. Ethereum ETF approval happened very recently as well. And then the Donald Trump conversation. It's like there's a lot of wind behind us pushing the market forward. But let's jump into today's conversation. We're joined by Fred Thiel, the CEO and chairman of Marathon Digital Holdings, or now Mara, after a nice little rebranding. Fred, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Let's ask about the rebranding first. Why'd you guys, Marathon Digital is like a strong name. You guys wanted to go with Mara though?
Well, marathon is an 8-letter word, and there's a halving, so we had to have the name. That's why it's called Mara.
Nice.
That makes sense.
Love that. Okay, so on today's conversation all about Bitcoin, we are going to be talking about 10 years of consensus and what Bitcoin means over these last 10 years. So basically kind of jumping on some of the narratives and threads that have happened over the past 10 years, seeing some of them that lived up to expectation and some of them that not so much. I think for today, it's appropriate to talk about Bitcoin mining. We just went through the halvening. Any post-halvening thoughts? I'm mostly interested to hear if there was any predictions you had before or after that became true or not true.
Well, what definitely did not come true was everybody thought that hash rate was going to go down post-halving. It's up, and it's up in a big way. And so, it's a combination of people putting in place more efficient machines before, which drove hash rate growth. But, we've seen in 2023, we essentially had a halvening, right? We doubled hash rate in 2023, and we're seeing it grow. I think the next difficulty adjustment is almost 10%, somebody said. So, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, the next difficulty adjustment, not a lot of miners are looking forward to that. But what I think miners are embracing is the density of computation now. And you guys have been making huge strides to lower your cost of both energy and then also your cost of compute. So that'd be joules per terahash for those keeping track at home. This is how much energy is your Bitcoin mining machine using in order to mine Bitcoin. Tell us a little bit about your strategy going to the halving for Marathon Digital. What were the machines you're purchasing? What kind of energy contracts were you looking at? What sort of deals with other companies were you guys looking at to lower your cost to mine Bitcoin?
Yeah, so leading into the halving, leading into the end of last year, really, we were still following our asset-light strategy, which is essentially spend all our capital equipment costs on miners and not on the infrastructure. And then in December, we started beginning to have conversations to acquire our hosting partners. And so we went from owning 3% of our hosting partners and our capacity to now owning 54%. Has a huge impact on cost because you strip out the margin of the third-party hosting partner. We'll likely get that number closer to 80% by the end of this year. Meanwhile, last year we tripled our capacity. This year we're going to double our capacity again. 50 exahash is kind of the public goal. And that's really based on the capacity we already own. And so any incremental acquisitions we do, any incremental will add on to that. And so I think what you're seeing is the top 4 or 5 miners are really growing. Meanwhile, international is growing really big. I mean, we've said we'll have 50% of our revenue from international by 2028. We're seeing Africa come online. We're seeing South America come online. You're seeing parts of Asia starting to come online. And then you're going to also start seeing the long tail of Bitcoin mining, which is what happens when you start putting Bitcoin mining technology into things that can essentially use energy arbitrage as a way to mine. And that's going to be really interesting. Likely won't be a big thing this cycle, but definitely post-2028, it'll be a huge thing.
Interesting. Do you expect to see any consolidation in the mining industry? Companies buying other companies, that kind of thing?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've obviously done some consolidation of private miners. And what's really interesting is, you know, we've been able to acquire miners essentially at lower than replacement cost. Right? Now you have the first public deal that's being done, you know, Riot going after Bitfarms. And while I'm not going to comment on the deal per se, you know, this is the first public one. So big news value around that. But you're going to continue to see this because there are 20 publicly traded miners, and I would say most probably 10 of those 20 really shouldn't be public. And it's getting harder for those companies to continue to compete. And in our industry, you know, we compete for capital, we compete for capacity, so hosting or power, and we compete for compute, which is the actual rigs. Right now, there's still a glut of rigs in the marketplace. Prices haven't really moved up a whole lot on the next generation rigs. Capital for the guys that can raise money has been fairly available, and it's really capacity. And because of all the upgrades people have done, hash rate has been able to grow without adding a lot of capacity. And now all of a sudden you're running into Bitcoin miners and AI competing head to head for 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt blocks.
Right.
And so that's driving Bitcoin miners to do more and more consolidation.
So, I mean, how will that process play out? I mean, will there be 10 big miners publicly traded, 5 big miners in 5 years' time? And what's your expectation of that?
Long term, most industries go through a consolidation phase where you typically have the leader is kind of, you know, a third bigger than number 2. Number 2 is a third bigger than number 3. And then there's a long tail of smaller people. And I think eventually, listen, this industry is all about power cost, scale. So how do you control your SG&A so you have a big enough scale? Yeah. And then your power cost, and going offshore becomes more and more important. And then diversification of revenues. You know, we have now 3 divisions we operate. We operate utility scale mining, which is traditional mining at scale, you know, 100, 200 megawatt, where you're a load balancer on the network and working with utilities.
Right.
Then we have energy harvesting, which is a new business we've started. This is where you're starting to capture wasted stranded energy. It could be methane from landfills. It could be methane from flare. It could be taking biomass, generating energy from that. And then most importantly, doing heat recapture. You capture the heat, sell it back into an industrial process. 50% of the energy used by industry is for generating heat, and of that, about 14% could be done with heat recapture. Oh. So now Bitcoin miners all of a sudden can become energy generators, right? And then we have a technology business which has some great immersion technology, firmware, other things, and we're starting to see interest from the AI industry from that. So we're becoming much more of a diversified player. Yeah, and I think everybody has to do something like that.
For the international play, I want to hear a little bit about that. How do you guys look at the basket of risks that are out there, or all the risks out there, and put them in the basket and choose which one to proceed with? The Kenya announcement, which I'd love to hear a little bit more for the audience as well. that one caught a lot of people by surprise. There's a lot of energy there, but a public miner like Mara moving in there, I think it was surprising to most people. How did you guys sort of weigh the risks on that option to mine there?
So Kenya will be our third international site when you think about it. So we first did the UAE, where we partnered with the sovereign. So when you think about basket of risk, you have regime risk, right? You have regulatory risk, stability in pricing, taxation, et cetera, legal risk. UAE, very safe bet, great government. The sovereign basically controls power, they control land, they control everything. So it was a great deal, especially being partnered with them. Paraguay, very different story. You have a utility that's operating at a loss because they can't get enough revenues for the energy that they generate. Right. And you're dealing with, Latin American risk, which you have governments change, you have all sorts of issues there. So Kenya was, let's identify a country in Africa where from a regime risk perspective, you have stable government, where you have the U.S. wanting to go in and support you. And this is very important because the U.S. government was very instrumental. Ambassador Meg Whitman was an awesome partner for us in going in and really making sure that everything was teed up perfectly for us. And if you look at that MOU, we're not just going in and mining, we're partnering with the government. We're forming a committee together with the government officials to evaluate all of their underutilized energy assets, pick which ones make the most sense for Bitcoin mining, and then start developing projects with them and other people in the country to do that, as well as help them just look at Bitcoin and how they can use it as a reserve asset and other things. This is the first time a Bitcoin miner partners with a government on something. And there are lots of other opportunities in Africa. There are lots of other opportunities in Latin America. And there are lots of other opportunities in Asia that have yet to come out of this. And so we think, the opportunities for miners around the world are great. In the US, we're going to be fighting tooth and nail with AI. And then it's going to be finding these pockets of small sites where we can continue to grow, where that power is either too stranded or there's not enough internet connectivity for AI. And so you really have to start operating almost like an energy company.
So sorry, when you say fighting tooth and nail with AI, what do you mean by that exactly?
So for example, Amazon recently did a deal to acquire from Talon Energy a large site, large amount of power, nuclear power. There were Bitcoin miners bidding on that site, but Amazon could pay way higher because it's AI. So their revenues and margins are totally different.
Right.
And so as we look at sites, think power company has the ability to sell us power at, let's say, 3 cents, or they can sell it at 8 cents to an AI guy. What's the utility going to do? Well, simple, right? It's business. So we have to go look for energy that the AI guys can't use. So think solar projects, wind projects where they maybe don't have interconnects and they can't sell that energy. So it's a broken project. We can go in, invest in that project, own part of the energy generation, and now we can take older machines because our energy cost is going to be super low, and we only run them when the energy cost is low. So perfect for a solar site. And you're going to start seeing Bitcoin miners do this energy arbitrage thing where they actually own generating assets or they JV with energy generators to do these things and be opportunistic, because that's what Bitcoin miners are, right? Think about it. We can put our machines in place and then lift our containers and move them when things happen.
So you're an energy company that produces Bitcoin.
It's interesting you say that, because more and more of how we talk about what we do is maximizing the benefits of the energy you have. And Bitcoin is an exhaust for us. It's how we generate heat, and it's how we monetize the energy.
We got to finish up here really quickly, but I do want to hear what would be the pitch to other countries to mine Bitcoin. You had this deal signed with Kenya, it's historic. If you're talking to other countries, how would you sort of pitch it in 30 seconds?
We essentially pitch it, if you have underutilized energy assets, here's a great way to generate additional revenues for your country that can help lift people above poverty level. It's a great way to bring additional energy to people, and bringing Bitcoin into the country can be very important to create these circular economies that are important. And if you're going to choose a partner, what Bitcoin miner has done this on 3 continents, you're going to pick somebody who's done it before.
Love it. Fred, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
That was Fred Teal, the CEO and chairman at Marathon Digital Holdings. We'll be right back with 21 co-founder and president Ophelia Snyder. But first, let's take a look at what's going on the stage live right now.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Our next two guests are Bitcoin OGs, here to talk about all things Bitcoin. We'd like to welcome back What Bitcoin Did host Peter McCormick and Trust Machine CEO and co-founder Munib Ali to the show. Welcome, both you guys. And Ben, of course.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to dive right into it. I think we do have like an interesting panel here in the sense that, Peter, you run the largest Bitcoin podcast, and Munib, you run a Bitcoin L2 ecosystem at this point. So I think we can probably just kind of start there with Bitcoin narratives, like what's happening with Bitcoin L2s. Peter, maybe first you have had some conversations on the What Bitcoin Did podcast talking about Bitcoin L2s.
Yep.
Where are we at with these things?
Well, I think the most interesting area in L2s right now is what's happening between eCash, the mints, the Fedi mints, and Lightning. I think that kind of infrastructure is really interesting. The work being done by Mutiny is amazing. They've built a wallet which has connected all the kind of cool things happening in Bitcoin. So you've obviously got Bitcoin payments, but they've connected Nostr. So they've essentially created Venmo within the wallet. So if we're connected on Nostr, I can just select you and I can send you some Bitcoin. But also they've added eCash into there as well. And so I think the most interesting work in L2s is there. But there's a lot of L2s out there. I can't be bothered to get into all of them, research all of them. The free market will tell me at the right time what's happening. My boy Manib here, I know he's been slaving away with stacks for a while, and we've got it feels like hundreds coming in. It feels like it's a combination of some great people trying to do some good technology things, and a bunch of shitcoiners coming in to grift the system again. So we'll see what happens. But I still think I'm mainly focused on Lightning, eCash, what's worth being done at FediMint, and I'm kind of intrigued a little bit what's going on with Liquid. Liquid's seen a bit of growth recently. Sanctions, MAUs, Aqua apps, very interesting. So yeah, that's where my head's at. Everything else, I think we'll see.
But the thing that you left out there is there's no tokens or anything you talked about for those scaling solutions.
Yeah, look, Manib knows this. The layer 2s I'm most interested in have no token. And it's just a preference I have in that they're building a business model whereby the thing is self-sustainable. Whether that is a decentralized protocol, which is developers which are funded externally, or they're building it into their business model. I met with Zach Vol and Willem from Botanics recently, spoke to them. Interesting, intrigued to know more. Anything that has a shitcoin, I'm just kind of not really interested in, because I think it skews the business model, and usually these shitcoins are not worth owning, and they trend to zero. Manib will disagree.
Yeah, Munib, to you. I think there's a lot to respond there.
So I think in terms of what's happening in L2s, so I would say if you look at developer traction, the two largest ones are Lightning and Stacks, right? So that's covered in the Electric Capital developer report. But then I think these are very different architectures. Lightning is mostly for payments, and Stacks is effectively anything that you can do on Ethereum or Solana, you can actually do with BTC, which is super interesting. And I think the type of developer momentum or capital or new talent that we are seeing in this next generation L2s, which Stacks is sort of like the leader in, I think that just dwarfs everything that Peter just talked about, right? So the way I think where we see the world a little bit differently is that I'm much more pragmatic. I look at the industry where what's working, where the users are, where the developers are, right? Whereas over here, the categorization is more like token versus no token, right? Which is arbitrary to me. If you have a graveyard of protocols that effectively nobody's using, but they don't have tokens, the market is not going to care about it. The market is going to care about where the developers are, where the capital is, where the users are. And I think the next wave of protocols that are coming, it sort of actually validates what Stacks was doing, because most of them are based on the technical architecture that is similar to Stacks, and it's also based on the economic structure that's similar to Stacks, right? So I think the market is sort of validating that more people are trying to build the way we were building versus building in the way of the older generation Bitcoin protocols were doing it.
Older generation, come on, man. I'm not that much older than you, am I?
Can I switch the conversation to Consensus? This is the 10th year of Consensus. I was just wondering if you had any memories from Consensus in the last few years and what you're excited about this year with this conference.
Yeah, my first one was 2018. I was very fresh and green.
Yeah, I remember that one too.
It was a great event. Yeah. I can't remember if it was that year or 2019 where we had Justin Sun on the elevator.
I think it was 18, yeah.
It was 18, yeah. And I haven't been, this is my first time back since. There's not enough Bitcoin here, I'm going to be honest. There's shitcoins everywhere. It's like stuff I thought died, like Stellar and the Tron and Ripple and all that bullshit. So I would like there to be more Bitcoin, but I appreciate the fact there has been some Bitcoin. I interviewed Kathy Wood about Bitcoin on stage. I've seen a few Bitcoiners, but it's apart from that, it's shitcoin hell, man. You need more Bitcoin here.
How did it go with Kathy Wood?
I think we'd agree on that, wouldn't we? Yeah, Kathy's great. Kathy was awesome. I asked her what she cares about. Is she Bitcoin or Ethereum? And she's like, Bitcoin, which is great. We established that. We talked about ETFs. It was great to get the Bitcoin ETF launched. It made access to Bitcoin easier for people who maybe would struggle with trying to hold their own private keys, but also institutional investors. We got into had the difficulty of the Bitcoin ETF getting approved, and suddenly like that an Ethereum one gets approved. What's going to happen with that? Are we going to get influx of all these shitcoin ETFs? Are we going to get a Cum Rocket ETF? We talked about that. The problem with all these ETFs is everyone who buys a non-Bitcoin ETF is going to lose money versus holding the Bitcoin ETF.
Right.
That's the sad thing. That's where the SEC has screwed up. But look, let the free market win. Let people buy Come Rocket ETF, lose their money, and we'll see what happens.
Right. What do you think the next ETF's going to be?
Oh, it's Ethereum, probably like XRP or Solana or some bullshit coin. We'll see. Yeah.
WinStacks ETF. Peter, you had an interesting conversation with Michael Saylor on your podcast. A lot of people noticed how his perspective has seemingly changed, or maybe he was responding to the market. He talked about the Ethereum ETF. He seemed to say that there maybe is a second best asset.
Well, I don't want to answer for him. I mean, if you want to get his opinion, you should ask him direct. He definitely didn't say there's a second best. I think if you asked him, I guess he'll say there is no second best, because even though these things are coming, the only place to put your money is in Bitcoin. I think Ethereum has trended down against Bitcoin since 2017. It had a small spike in the last bull market, but it's trended down again. If you want to trade and time the market, you might do okay. But it's the same with most of these shitcoins. They turn up, they have their initial pump, they outperform Bitcoin, then for the rest of their life, they trend down to get against Bitcoin. Do I think Michael Saylor is going to buy an Ethereum ETF or put any money in Ethereum? No. But Michael's a smart guy. Maybe there is some kind of practical acceptance. Let's not fight this, but let's get focused on Bitcoin. But I can't answer for him. But Ethereum ETFs here, fine. If you put your money on that against Bitcoin, you're going to lose money.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like a more pragmatic answer, but I definitely refer people to go watch the podcast for the full scope there. Munib, to your point earlier, you said you're a little more practical also. So when you look at these things, how are you thinking about these new ETFs launching?
I think my view over here is that Bitcoin is a very different asset. So when a Bitcoin ETF comes out, it is basically a hedge against inflation or a store of value. And if an Ethereum ETF comes up, it's actually exposure to a technology platform. Right? So smart investors would be able to differentiate these things very easily. And if anything, nothing is competing with Bitcoin. Whereas with Ethereum, if a Solana ETF comes out, or if a Bitcoin L2 ETF comes out, those are technology platforms that are directly competing with Ethereum, and they're actually taking market share away from Ethereum very clearly, right? So I think that's a much more competitive market. So to double down on what Peter said, that the reason why Bitcoin might outperform Ethereum is that Bitcoin doesn't have competition, but Ethereum has intense competition, both from things like Solana, but also from Bitcoin L2s like Stacks and others that are starting. They're actually using BTC as capital, like more than $1 trillion worth of capital, and deploying them into smart contracts, into the type of applications that people are using on Ethereum and other platforms.
I mean, but investing in a technology platform sounds like a pretty good investment, versus investing in something that doesn't have technology, like Bitcoin.
Yeah, so I think this is where I would say, so I'm a Bitcoiner since early 2013, and I've always kept most of my capital allocation to Bitcoin. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to touch anything else, which is the more hardline approach in some other circles. I bought Ethereum when it was 30 cents. Right? Was that a good investment? Absolutely, right? 30 cents, and it's trading at what, 3,000 now. I bought Solana when it came down to $10. Right? It's trading at 180 today. Right? So I think the way I look at the world is actually the way a lot of early Bitcoiners looked at the world, like Eric Voorhees and others. They're like, hey, I'm a Bitcoiner. I'm a Bitcoin maxi in the sense of economically, I believe Bitcoin is sound money, but I'm not going to close my eyes on other types of technologies that pop up, right? They're not competing with Bitcoin as far as I'm concerned.
I want to pivot the conversation a little bit, and Peter, jump over to you. So you've been running the What Bitcoin Did podcast for 7-8 years now?
7.5 years, I think.
Yeah, I think
can't remember.
Probably the best example of Bitcoin native media that has gone viral consistently.
Congratulations, yeah.
I want to hear a little bit about that story. The theme of this show is also kind of looking back over the last 10 years of consensus. But let's look back at What Bitcoin Did. Over the last 5, 6, 7 years, what have you enjoyed the most about the What Bitcoin Did story? What has it empowered you to do, and where are you looking forward from what you're doing right now?
Oh yeah, thanks. Time's gone quick. My beard's gone grey, and I've got a belly. It's not been good for my health and personal well-being. But look, it's been incredible. I started a podcast for no reason at all. I just thought thought I'll start a podcast. And, in 7 years, I've traveled the world, been to 40 countries, I've interviewed a president, I've spent so much time with so many cool people, I've bought a football team, I own a bar. I've lived every dream I could possibly have. It's been incredible. But it takes its toll. I mean, it's a hard graft. I've probably done 1,000 flights in this time. I'm away from my family. The time, I'm not going to be doing this for much longer. I'm in the final throes of doing this. I think within the next year or two, I'll be done. I'll have done my piece, hand the baton on. It can be somebody else to do it. But I've had an incredible time. I mean, I remember when, I was so lucky. I got to interview President Bukele after El Salvador made Bitcoin legal tender, and I remember after that interview, it was a real surreal moment. And I flew from there back to New York to get the flight home. And I just remember getting on the flight in New York and going, just kind of whoa, how is this happening? Reflecting back, and because my life was a shit show at the time. I got divorced, I was a recovering drug addict, and I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. I found Bitcoin. Because of the Silk Road, free Ross, and I went on this journey. It's been incredible. I feel very lucky. I feel a bit emotional whenever I talk about it. It's changed my life. It's changed my family's life. It's been an incredible experience.
For people who are trying to get into the Bitcoin landscape right now, whether it be media or something else, what are some things that you can throw them? Be like, this is something to focus on, or something to give them encouragement?
Yeah, find your local meetup and go. Shake hands with some Bitcoiners, hang out with some Bitcoiners, get on Twitter, start a blog, pick up a microphone. Anyone can do a podcast. You can pick up your iPhone, make a podcast, and release it the next day. If you want to get in, just go and do it. But any of this, you've got to work hard. It's just work hard and be patient and network. That's it. Try and have a point of view that's authentic, but different. But just work hard. I mean, most of anyone I know who's had a podcast who's done okay out of it, they've put years and years. Like you said, 7.5 years. I mean, it's 7.5 years of getting on planes, staying in hotels, away from my families, and grafting. And the last couple of years have been a bit easier, but it was a slog. So yeah, you just got to get out there and do something.
Okay, not media, but Manib, also been a long journey for the Saks ecosystem. Same question to you. What are some things that you reflect on looking back the last 5+ years?
I think one of the things that was pretty surprising was early days of Bitcoin, relatively early, 2013, 2014, there was almost this thesis that all the successful experiments from the rest of crypto would get implemented on top of Bitcoin. And people would just take that for granted. And I think it took much longer for that to happen. There was a time, especially between 2017 and early 2022, that I called sort of the dark ages of Bitcoin, where that wasn't happening, where it looked like, all the developer momentum, all the new users are actually going elsewhere, and they aren't discovering Bitcoin. So that was surprising. But it was great to see almost some grit and sticking with the thesis that no, I think Bitcoin is the number one asset, and eventually people will come around to it. And I think with the almost Bitcoin season 2 and all these new projects, not just Stacks, but there are 50+ other new projects that are starting now. And I think that thesis is coming true, and that's really, really amazing to see that eventually, even if it took a while, it's finally happening now.
Great. So what's next for Bitcoin for you then?
I think one thing I think about a lot is this Bitcoin dominance metric, but not just in market cap. I think there are a lot of other metrics as well, number of active users, number of active developers. And that is something that I personally think a lot about, that how do we increase Bitcoin dominance in all of these different metrics? Because I think overall, it's going to be good for the industry if certain standards start to emerge. If Bitcoin completely, becomes the default internet money. Right? There's no question that, hey, something else can actually take over. This is what happened with the internet. There were a lot of competing protocols back in the day, but when TCP/IP became the default, then people started building just on top of that. And that helps standardization, that helps all these back and forth that we see. And a lot of institutions, they sometimes stay back if there's market confusion.
So would you expect the dominance of Bitcoin to increase?
I would expect it, and I would want to play a very active role in that.
Right. Do you think it'll increase dominance?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't really think about it or care really, but I mean, it probably will. It depends. It's Bitcoin's dominance versus every other asset will increase over time. Everything, the trajectory of everything compared to Bitcoin is to zero, okay?
Right.
It's the hardest money, it's the best money, so that happens. You can skew the numbers by releasing a bunch of new shitcoins and maybe they'll grow, but it's like, I don't really care about it. It's like, is there any individual asset outside of NVIDIA that's competed with Bitcoin? Like literally NVIDIA share price, but like nothing does. So I don't really care. I care about what's more important as Bitcoin grows is that we work hard to maintain and protect the core principles of Bitcoin. So decentralization, we have an issue right now with mining centralization. AMP pool has effectively with the kind of like the other pools, which are basically AMP pool, got over 51% of the hash rate. That's a problem. You know, we need to be encouraging miners to adopt Stratum V2. They should, Matt Corello's done great work there. We should be encouraging that, okay? That's an issue. One we have to deal with, one we should make a noise about, one we should talk about. Secondly, on the regulatory side, we have to defend the right to self-custody. No, we absolutely have to defend the right to self-custody. Any of these goons in government would like to have us split our Bitcoin into good Bitcoin and bad Bitcoin, have you in the KYC, regulatory Bitcoin. We don't want this. And so we have to defend ourselves on the regulatory side. And we have to educate people about why Bitcoin, why it's important, how to use it. But so as Bitcoin continues to grow, as more people come into Bitcoin, the real OGs, that they'll become less recognizable, and the things they say might carry less weight because people don't care.
Right.
How many people in here have heard of Adam Back? Like, probably not enough. You go to Nashville, they will, but they might not have, and they might not understand who he is and why he's important, what he stands for, and why you need to think about it. So we have, the Nakamoto Institute, the work by Pierre Rochard and Bitstein's been incredible. We need to make sure a lot of people go and read that. Read up on the old articles. Understand all the important things about Bitcoin's history and where it's going. Because if we don't, it'll get co-opted by people who, we've already had all these, monkey JPEGs and Rune and shitcoins come to Bitcoin. It's annoying. We need to focus on the important things with Bitcoin. It's meant to be money, censorship-resistant, peer-to-peer money, and that's what we need to focus on.
So you think something like Runes is a distraction from that mission?
I mean, it's annoying. I've traveled the world with this job. I've been to places with high inflation. I've been to Venezuela. I've been to Argentina. I just went out to Africa. I went to Malawi, Ghana, and Kenya. These people need money. When I went to Malawi, they just had a currency devaluation. These currency devaluations are awful. These people don't need monkey JPEGs. They don't need Rune. They need Bitcoin, right? That's what these people need. And so all these things are a distraction. They're a distraction from the job. But look, they're going to get economically priced out, or people are going to lose their money and get fed up with it. They're just an annoying distraction.
Right.
Well, thank you both for joining. We're going to close out here. Thank you, Mandeep and Peter. That was What Bitcoin Did. Host Peter McCormick and Trust Machine CEO and co-founder Mandeep Ali. We're going to be moving over to Bitcoin mining after this, but first, a quick break and a word from our sponsors.
Consensus is the place to be to learn about the future of crypto and just have a great time.
Welcome to Consensus 2023.
There will only be more critical digital assets, and so thinking from the beginning about what that experience will be like will be essential to reach that adoption.
Blockchain is going to enable this unlocking of revenue streams.
People in this room are here because they see problems out there and they're trying to resolve them using technology, using communities, using art, whatever it is, but everyone is looking for a better way forward. So it's really encouraging and inspiring just to be around people like that.
Consensus has been great. It's insightful and overwhelming in the best possible way.
It's been an absolute amazing experience. It's my first year being here, and I feel like I've been vibing out in this crypto space for a while, and I finally found my tribe. I found the people that, I don't get questioned. I don't get looked at crazy being here, and it's a great experience.
We are back, and you're watching CoinDesk live from Consensus in Austin, Texas. The energy is here, and it's electric. If you've been following our coverage, you know that some of the biggest innovators, builders, and investors in Web3 are in the building. With the recent approvals of both the spot Bitcoin ETF and Ether ETF in the United States, you might be wondering how these products are reshaping the market. Our next guest spoke about this earlier today. 21 Shares co-founder and president Ophelia Snyder joins us now. Welcome, Ophelia. How are you?
Thanks for having me. I am having a wonderful day. It's been fascinating.
Awesome. Well, 21 Shares was one of the original Bitcoin ETFs to go out, and you guys were fighting for quite a while to get a Bitcoin ETF going. I've even actually been to your guys' office in Switzerland once upon a time. So I know that you guys are, there amongst like all the other Bitcoin OGs trying to get an ETF going. How does it feel to be in a post-Bitcoin ETF world?
It's great, actually. So we've been offering clients Bitcoin ETFs in other markets for almost 6 years. So actually being able to come to market in the US has been a long time struggle. And we were actually in this current batch of applications, the kind of first people in line, which actually drove those January dates, which was kind of interesting. And it's been wonderful to see. It's been wonderful to see the adoption. It's been wonderful to see how excited and happy clients are with the way these products are operating. And quite frankly, it's been really lovely to see a real bridge built between TradFi and crypto in the U.S. market, as well as the regulatory clarity it's provided.
So with the Ethereum ETFs that are going to come on stream eventually, we don't know exactly when, do you think they'll be as popular as the big Bitcoin ETFs have been?
So I think there's a real misconception about actually quite how popular the U.S. Bitcoin ETFs are. They are some of the most popular launches of any ETF in any category in any country ever. I think 3 or maybe 4 are in the top 15 for most successful ETF launches of all time. So I think the expectation that anything is going to come and be exactly like that is not necessarily realistic, but I do think that one of the really exciting things about the ETH products is that they are going to bring a little bit more regulatory clarity around Ethereum, and I think that's particularly exciting, and it should help unlock not just accessibility in terms of investability of the asset class, but also drive hopefully some confidence in what people are actually buying.
So you're expecting some kind of ripple effects from the ETFs on Ethereum into the wider Ethereum system?
I would hope so. I think one of the really nice things about ETFs is they are designed to foster accessibility. They're designed to get people like my mom able to access crypto in a safe way that she's comfortable with and fits within her existing financial infrastructure. So with any good luck, this will actually be a really important moment in terms of normalizing Ethereum within a broader financial context.
How do you guys think about launching other ETFs? So you guys also launched a TON or TON ETF recently for the Telegram Open Network. We're not going to delve into what that exactly is, but I just say there's a lot of other crypto assets out there. How do you guys think about packaging these into ETF products?
So we have more than 40 products outside of the US, and they cover quite a bit in that sort of long tail. We go well beyond just sort of the Bitcoin and Ethereum that we're now seeing in the US. We also offer Bitcoin and Ethereum products in the Australian market. But in Europe, which is our sort of original home market, and you alluded to Switzerland, we've been running quite a bit of product. And really what we see is clients have gotten educated, are really excited and interested about these products, and are starting to get pretty deep into that long tail. Typically when we launch products, we look at what's the underlying asset? Is it a real thing? What does the project look like? What does the capital markets infrastructure surrounding that look like? And do we think there's client demand? And fundamentally, we've seen a lot more institutional interest in alts and in that long tail over the last several years than people might realize. And not just sort of big names like Solana, but we've also seen quite a bit of interest in that longer sort of piece.
Yeah, a lot of interest in Solana at the moment because that coin's been pumping, and then Ether has been pumped after the beginning of the year. Where does this go into TradFi, though? I think maybe a rephrasing the question is, there's always a lot of crypto interest in buying these tokens. Is there going to be a lot of interest in traditional finance for these other assets as well?
So we've seen that. Our Solana product in the European market crossed $1 billion in AUM this year. So there's very clearly demand for it. And not just along the lines of Bitcoin and Ethereum, but also these other names. And I think we've seen that proven out time and time again in other markets. I think it remains to be seen what's going to happen in the US in terms of regulatory approval for these additional underlyings. I don't think ETH naturally opens all of the floodgates here, but I do think in terms of the demand side of the equation, it certainly exists.
Do you think we'll see baskets of digital assets as ETFs?
We already run them.
Indexing.
Yeah.
We already have them. We actually have several, ranging from smaller indices. We run indices on, specific market segments. We run broad-based indexes that we're developing more on a continuous basis. Actually, the first product we ever brought to market was an index.
Okay, so indexing is back for crypto assets. When you guys are talking to investors, how do you guys position these different things? We just had Peter McCormick from What Bitcoin Did and Munib Ali from the Stacks ecosystem on. Peter was like, Bitcoin is digital gold. Munib was more talking about like the technology aspects of some of these other assets and then also Bitcoin. When you're talking to investors, is that sort of the difference we see between the two investments? Is like digital gold versus tech, or is there another way you guys position things?
So I think with regards to Bitcoin and Ethereum, yes, we typically do talk to people about Bitcoin more as that, the store of value narrative, and Ethereum more as the platform narrative and what it means for the development of blockchains and the development of the blockchain ecosystem. As we talk about other assets as well, we have a tendency to get pretty far into, what's the thesis behind this, and we try to educate our clients as best we can so that they come into these products feeling confident and knowing what's going on and having quite very honestly like a real thesis about why they want to be in the space and why they want to own a specific name.
I want to talk about like all the different Bitcoin ETFs out there. How do you guys compete? We saw a lot of people bringing down the price of these things, offering a few perks here and there. It's mostly around like the management fee. In this huge landscape of ETFs now, what are you guys focusing on?
So obviously our products in the US have actually been quite successful. We've been lucky in that we've actually come in third place for net inflows in the spot Bitcoin market in the US. And I think a lot of that comes down to product quality. It's about spreads, it's about premiums, it's about this concept called your total cost of ownership. So it's not just the cost of your management fee, but it also involves these other components that are really big drivers in terms of what clients actually pay coming in and out of products. I think the other thing that we've done is we've really leaned into our infrastructure. We obviously have an almost 6-year track record of operating spot crypto products around the world. And that infrastructure is battle tested, has been through periods of intense volatility, black swan events in the crypto space. We know it works, our clients know it works. And I think that's been really impactful. It's not the most sexy answer, but it's a combination of that operational expertise, really, really strong client service, and quite frankly, a very heavy dose of research, which has been one of the core tenets of our company since inception, is really that educational component and leaning very heavily into that.
But it must be hard to differentiate an ETF if they're quite similar products, one company to another.
So I think on the surface, they appear to be quite similar products in terms of the exposure that they are producing. But the way that they operate under the hood is actually very different. And while that may not be something all retail investors are looking at super closely, that is certainly something that institutional investors are getting into the weeds on. And that's part of why you're seeing things like due diligence from different platforms and actual understanding of what's happening under the hood as being a critical component of that distribution process and, quite frankly, of the educational process with our client base.
So what is the split between institution and retail in terms of the Bitcoin ETF product?
It's a little bit hard to say because actually with ETFs, you don't 100% know who every single one of your clients is. And that's by design. That is the structure of ETFs sort of creates that natural break. But from what we've seen from the 13Fs, you're seeing a lot of non-13F reportings as making up a large component of holdings. You're seeing a lot of hedge funds. You're seeing a lot of trading shops and trading-oriented shops. You're seeing less in the RIA market, at least as of 3 months ago. And you're seeing a lot of people who don't need to report, which typically means they're either retail or offshore or using an investment structure that doesn't require that type of reporting.
Right.
So the answer is, there's a good chunk of retail, there's a good chunk of hedge funds, and there's a good chunk of other that is hard to tell exactly what it is.
Can you put a percentage split on it between institution and retail?
So I can tell you what we see in the European market, which is a little bit more well established. And so you can kind of look at that trend as being a little bit more real. The US products are still so early in their life cycle. They're not even 6 months old yet, and we kind of forget that. In Europe, we see, in terms of assets, it's probably a slight skew towards retail, but quite light skew towards retail. But obviously, retail make up a much, much larger number of trades. The trades are just a lot smaller.
Right.
Awesome. Well, Ophelia, thank you so much for joining us today. That was Ophelia Snyder of 21 Shares. We'll be right back to Consensus after a quick break and word from our sponsor. Okay, see you in a moment.
Now, getting this to work, of course, at scale is going to be quite non-trivial, but it is possible, and that's one of the things that we enable. That's not something I'm personally working on, but that's something that I see the value of, and I can't wait to see teams like Tufis and others tackle that problem.
I concur into a lot of the stuff that Emin, I call him Emin, a lot of people call him Goon, Emin Goonsider. And of course, people, they know Emin. And I feel there's something that we would all, if you were to think a little bit about it, we would agree that cooperative level is a lot better than having to be just like combative. And if we were to enable the cooperative, we can also enable the competitive, and then with that we can have a lot better emergence and a lot of intelligence that can come in through the cooperative. And so from that perspective, I feel like there's a lot of need for certain flexibilities, a lot of like the blockchains that they provide, and those that they don't provide flexibility, they seem to kind of like fall behind from that perspective. When it comes to what Sam Altman said, compute is the new currency. I feel that that's what he said precisely. And this is something that can actually get into fungibility quite quickly, which is really good for crypto. This is basic. It's kind of like we're not going into AI. AI is coming into crypto. It's kind of like they're realizing that like when you run a certain compute, it has a thing of value. Well, how can you transmit that? Do you want to transmit it using, let's say, euro, US dollars? Of course you can, but what's the transmitter? What's going to confirm that whoever is sending is not going to back off halfway? Well, if that thing is a blockchain thing, it cannot back off halfway. Not even if it wants to, it cannot. So it changes the equation from not wanting to cannot, and that's something that the machines, they like really well. And those, like the rest of us Homo sapien, that we operating those machines and building wealth on those machines, would like this kind of stability. So you can build it on a foundation that you can have the machines to grow and partake in that wealth creation without having to depend on a third party. The dependence on a third party will end up betraying us, and we're trying to make sure that future generations, they don't have to depend on third parties in collaborating and getting their machines to collaborate.
So I want to touch on identity for a minute. How are you each thinking about identities for not just humans, but for AIs? We have coin-operated agents. What is the sort of mechanism for identity that you each are working with?
So identity is something that I've thought about for quite a while, starting as a Cornell professor and continuing on to my career in blockchains. So look, this is actually quite straightforward. There are a lot of people in this space that treat identity as an unsolvable problem. It's quite easy to solve, and one of the things that, one of the areas where we encountered it is when we were building institutional blockchains. You absolutely need the ability to conform to societal norms, to be able to force KYC, AML for people who are deploying semi-public, semi-private blockchains. And so in those cases, what we do for these people is build a federated way by which anybody can be an identity provider. Essentially what we can do is issue on the Avalanche blockchain what we call NTTs. They're like NFTs, but they're non-transferable tokens that have identity details in them. And of course, there are different variants. There are variants where there's just a flag that says this is a US person. There are variants where there's a blob that's encrypted, and the user then extracts a ZK proof that proves something like he's over the age of 18 without revealing his actual birth date and age. So there are different variants of these identity providers, and anyone can become one. And the people who are consuming identities then have the ability to decide which identity providers they trust. It's fairly straightforward, and this is the general architecture or the general framework in which we tackle the identity problem on Avalanche. And I assume that the same kind of a thing is going to be applicable to any kind of an agent system, where you have people who attest to other people's identities, and then there are people who consume these attestations, these credentials, and based on their trust models of which of the attesters are trustworthy and which aren't. Now, there are some really cool things going on in this space where we extract some of these keys from people's biometric passports. So you sit at home, and without having done KYC AML with a centralized entity, we can extract a key from your passport and then present those credentials on the blockchain, where you become essentially your own independent attester. So there's quite a nice and exciting spectrum of technical solutions here, and I'm really, really proud that the Avalanche ecosystem is exploring these options.
I'm so glad that he takes care of that, because we don't do that stuff. So we're only enabling machine to machine talk to each other. So from our perspective, we're like, whether it is a person who's pretending to be a machine or not, it doesn't matter. There is no KYC for machines, thank God. We don't have to deal with this kind of stuff. It's just a network for machines to kind of talk to each other. It seems to be a lot easier than having to deal with KYCs. But it's at the same time, I was actually having this conversation a little bit earlier with Bettina, and isn't it a little bit shocking to all of you to realize the thing that I'm going to say next? Your bank is able to use a bot to talk to you, but you're not allowed to use a bot to talk to your bank. Okay? Just think about it again. That bank is actually what is that future AI is going to look like. Some people, they think it's going to look like the Terminator walking down. It is not Terminator. It's going to be just like, it's pretty much AI, most of it. So that thing has certain legal rights that you do not. You cannot hire a bot to talk to your bank. And maybe that some regulators would address that. It's none of my problem. But I think what I really think it's important that for us is that enabling machine to talk to another machine and make sure that they're secure and safe with each other. So we're focusing on that future. But I'm really thankful that these guys are looking after the identity, because that's a lot, big problem to tackle.
So maybe let's just end on sort of what is in the next 18 months. We saw so much change in the last 18 months. What is coming down the pipeline that you're maybe most excited about, and what's the scariest? What's the thing you're afraid of?
So that's a very hard question in the minute that we have left. There's so much happening on Avalanche. I would get lynched right before I made it over there if I tried to sort of outline the coolest things that are happening on us. I'm sure I'm going to leave things out. But there are a lot of people building their own L1 sovereign blockchains on top of the Avalanche platform. Some of these are games. Games require a very fast, very reliable chain. And of course, there's nothing out there like ours. And so they're building on us. There are some AAA games coming out. I'm not much of a gamer. I played a few of them and I got addicted. So I know how great these games are. So I can't wait, especially for, let's say, Off the Grid. Shrapnel's out. Shrapnel's also a great game. So I'm excited about that space. I'm also excited about institutional changes. There is a period of legal uncertainty in the United States right now, but it's clear what the future holds for us. No matter what happens in the fall with the elections, no matter what happens in the regulatory landscape, let me assure you that this audience, 20 years from now, when you are in power, right? When the boomers have moved on, when you control what happens in this country, there is no way that you will actually mandate that people use vertically stovepiped traditional old systems. You've seen how fast and elegant blockchain solutions are. We're not going back. There's an unstoppable tide. So I'm really excited about the institutional, built from the ground up to be compliant systems that we're building. That's 2. I'm super
There's
excited
no going
about
back.
DeFi.
There's no going back, right?
There's no
that's
going
it.
back.
Let's go to Tufi. What are you?
Genie is out of the bottle.
I really think that it's going to be a shocker to a lot what's going to happen over the next 18 months, because many people are going to realize that the biggest wealth that is being generated is AI based, and they're going to welcome it whether they like it or not. And it's the sooner they can get into partake in that.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus. It has been a day full of excitement, productive conversations, and fun. We're going to have an even more fun conversation now because one of my favorite people, Logic Julian Gilliam, is here with me. We met last year at Consensus.
We did.
I know, this is like our first anniversary, if you will.
Yeah, no, I'm like relishing in the moment. We're in Austin, Texas. It's beautiful. Tech, crypto, it's beautiful.
Well, talk to me about what's been going on for you in the last year.
Oh my goodness. Just, because a couple years ago everybody had euphoria in their eyeballs and everybody was excited about the rise of crypto. And since we had this I would say leveling out, I really took a moment just to identify and evaluate what's been happening these past couple years. And I've been developing for a long term, more so like seamless integration into Web3, more so than just like art on blockchain for art, blockchain's sake,
Well, let's catch the audience up here for people who don't know you.
Yeah.
You have a very long and weathered background in creating branded content and really understanding how to tell brand stories, right?
Yeah, for sure. I have over a decade experience in working in marketing and advertising. I worked at places like Leo Burnett, where I started a subsidiary agency called Naomi, named after the wife of Leo Burnett. So that's a legacy agency. They created Tony the Tiger, the Jolly Green Giant, etc. And then that took me to my last big boy job at Google, where I was a creative director, where I helped inform clients and agencies on how to create content first for YouTube and things of that nature under the Google umbrella. But with blockchain and Web3, it allowed for me to exit the corporate world and just go all in. So just taking those storytelling from a brand perspective, it's been able to aid into my storytelling as an artist and as a founder.
Well, Logic, you and I are going to be talking to a lot of people who are trying to achieve mainstream adoption in Web3 over the next hour. But I got to ask you, do you ever stop and think to yourself, like, I'm just going to go back to Web2? Web3 is really hard. There are too many challenges to solve here.
No, not even. I think this is I've been doing this stuff since 2005. I was 15. I got into flipping domains and selling web hosting and designing websites and working with programmers. So I really feel like the time and space. Unfortunately, it was the pandemic that kind of forced this time, to catch up with me. I just feel like it's perfect. I'm having so much fun with it. And also, I don't think there has to be, I think it's more of a spectrum with Web 2 and Web 3 versus we're going all in on Web 3. I feel like they both need each other, which goes into the present that I have for you, that it has a Web 2 component, but also a Web 3 component.
My favorite co-hosts are the co-hosts that bring me presents.
Yeah.
Do I get it?
Yeah, you get it right now.
Okay.
So, I created a bucket.
I'll hold this for you since you're giving me a present.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I created a bucket hat. It says head in the clouds. And then guess what? If you flip it, there's an actual cloud underneath it.
I love this.
Because I like the childlike wonder, you know? But if when you scan the tag here, it pops up on a blockchain. It's blockchain verified, and you get a PFP with the bucket hat. Your PFP actually is wearing the bucket hat that you get.
I love that.
Hell yeah.
I love it. I'm going to put it on right now. This is just what we do here at Consensus. We bring gifts for our co-hosts. Does it look good?
It looks great.
And then
it looks
I got
great.
my head in the clouds thing going on here. Hold on.
No, it looks great.
There we go, right? I'm going to
Yeah.
get my PFP, and maybe I'll make that my Twitter
Yeah,
profile.
no, that'd be
X,
sick.
my X profile.
Yeah, X.
Okay, cool. Well, Julia, thank you for bringing this for me. At Consensus 2024, like I said, we like to have fun. We just had Will Foxley up here. He was having very in-depth discussions about mining and Bitcoin and all that stuff, but we're going to have fun now.
No, yeah, I'm excited.
My bucket hat on. All right, let's introduce our first guest. Bernd Banksy is joining us now. When I first heard of you, Bernd Banksy, you were burning a Banksy, and then later you set yourself on fire, and now I believe you have $25 million that you're going to deploy out into the world.
All of these are correct.
I'm gonna start calling you Uncle Bernd Banksy. I need a loan, man.
Daddy Bernd Banksy, right here at the desk.
Want to laugh? This is the first time we've ever met in person. But Logic, I'm pretty sure you were in the clubhouse room when I sold the Bernd Banksy. That's how long.
Oh no,
ago
I definitely was.
We go back.
Yeah,
It is absolutely
it's good
crazy.
to see you
dude, you
IRL.
too.
Yeah,
It's freaking
man.
awesome.
Let's take our audience back to that back to that time, right?
Yeah,
like, and maybe through Logic's eyes, this guy was burning
Out
a
of
Banksy
nowhere.
out
It
of
was
nowhere. It was
crazy.
2021.
Yeah.
Things were crazy. NFTs were selling for $69 million, and this guy's burning a Banksy. Logic, take it away.
It was a time for like a lot of innovation, and I think this also goes into Zion because you were like ahead of like with the culture implementation into Web3 versus just like we're nerds, we love this stuff, right? But you understood like the level of what it could do, burning a Banksy and transferring that value into a blockchain. First, I have to ask you, since you're doxxed, because you weren't doxxed before,
wasn't.
what is your Govy?
My Govy is Anthony Anzalone.
Okay, Anthony Anzalone.
I didn't bring you a gift. If that could be the gift if you want.
Well, you're now your number two.
There it is.
You got to bring a gift.
Question for you. So, like, it was so early in the game. So many people are experimenting.
Yeah.
What was that trigger that inspired you to burn the Banksy and understand what it was going to do to the space? Because it really, I think, was a transformative experience. I think it opened up a lot for many people.
Yeah, and it's funny because it was before the $69 million piece. It was for most of 2021. It was the highest average price sale on OpenSea, and I'll be really honest. I had no idea this would happen. Right? Like I would have no idea we'd be sitting here talking about this. But it was me and a couple of friends who worked from Injective, another crypto, just a bunch of nerds, right? And we love Banksy, and the piece was chosen extremely deliberately. And honestly, we did it because it was fun. Like, we wanted to start the conversation, and I had been collecting, like, crypto kitties and some punks, but nothing is what it was
Some
now.
punks.
But yeah, well, like, at the time when some punks was like, what is this?
Yeah, for sure.
And, and so we did this, and I remember, I think at the time, the highest sale of NFT was probably like a Z horse for like $100,000. It was nothing. It was so not what it was. And we just thought it would be this interesting idea and spark the conversation of, well, if it's physical and there's value and digital there's no value, let's try to figure out the most kind of flashy way in a way to spark that conversation. And so we bought the Banksy painting for about $90,000, sold it as an NFT for $400,000, and I mean the rest is history, really.
You essentially transfer the value from a physical piece to a digital piece, and even furthermore, like ingrained the conviction behind Web3. Yeah, what that was beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
It was beautiful to watch.
I remember when we were in our clubhouse room, I'm getting screamed at by and the reason I was anonymous for so long is how many people were so mad at me.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, Anthony. Well, you were anonymous for a really long time, and now you're not. Is it to bring more, I guess, to legitimize the project, to bring more credibility to what you're building?
Yeah, I think that, especially in the beginning, first of all, I did it because I did it because I was a little scared. And then a lot of it was because I wanted to put focus on the project, not necessarily myself as a person. And I still kind of try to do that. But I think there is always going to be some element of trust where, if we're working with a bunch of projects and people want to work with us, there is this element of like knowing your face, being able to see you in person, and establishing legitimacy and establishing a track record, that really we want to move into like this next era of Web 2. And it's really, really hard where people are like, even checking in today, they're like, can I see your ID? And I'm like, I have my Twitter to show you that I'm Bernd Banksy.
Same. I'm Logic.
I'm like,
do you
I
have any
swear.
identity for Logic? I was like,
Here's my Twitter.
Now I feel like I need a pseudonym.
Definitely do.
I don't know what it would be.
It's exhausting. I'll be honest. Especially being as anonymous as I was, it was so exhausting.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a surprise to see you. I think like when you did when you burned the Banksy, which was in true Banksy fashion, which I was like, if he's seen this, he's definitely giving you a wink for that. It had a cultural resonance. Yeah. And I think you are really taking into account the Web 2 and Web 3. I think I was saying that earlier about the spectrum, and it looks like that's what you're doing with Zion. So you want to give us a little insight on why Zion?
Yeah, exactly. Why Zion is we want to make crypto completely disappear. You know, there's an entire world out there that has no idea anything about crypto. They don't know the benefits. They just see the Sam Bankman-Frieds and the Do Kwons of the world. And you know, obviously we sit here and we understand the value, and we've been building this for many, many years. But I believe, you know, even with the Banksy, right, it's you need catalyst events to transcend into that next tranche or that next cohort. And I think for us, we've seen, especially in this last 7 years that I've been building in this industry, that it's no longer acceptable to say, learn everything, don't click on the wrong link so you lose all your money, but more this fact of we need to come to you, right? We need to show you the benefits. You can't just simply believe it anymore, because you need to verify, not trust. And we need to have that both ways.
What makes Zion different, though? I mean, we've heard a lot of layer 1s, layer 2s, now layer 3s saying the same thing. We want to bring this experience to users. We want it to be consumer facing, want it to be easy. The user experience is going to be different. What's different about Zion? Yeah,
I mean, first of all is the collaborative nature of it. We just announced chain abstraction with AVAX, BNB, Saga, Injective, and we have a lot more coming. And I think first and foremost, we want it to be collaborative. And we kind of want to sit on top of a lot of other blockchains that act as this abstraction layer, right? Where we say, number one, it shouldn't matter what blockchain you're on, which is like the narrative of chain abstraction, but it shouldn't really matter that you're interacting with blockchain at all. Like when I order, a hamburger from Postmates or something, I don't care if it's on MongoDB or it doesn't matter. I just want my hamburger. Like that's it, right? And I think as we start to see the modularity narrative kind of come to fruition, more and more L1s are going to continuously come up. And so I don't like this tribalism mentality of a winner's going to take all. It's like, and I think Zion needs to be in this position where everyone needs to win, but at the same time, because we are really all fighting for the same people, right? And it's just to continuously expand what we're doing to everyone. And, I know you know it best, especially dealing in that intersection of culture. It's really, really hard when the only culture you have is that of crypto.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a question for you, Logic. I mean, you come from big brand side, Leo Burnett, Google. For these companies, when they're looking at innovation, they're looking at diversifying, trying new things out, what are they looking for? What are they evaluating when they're looking at a Zion versus another project if they want to implement the tech into what they're doing? Easy.
They want the idea to be big but simple. So if you can't explain it within like a 30-second, you got the elevator pitch, they get scared, and it really takes the person that's in a position of power to really take that leap. So, and they say the execution is only as good as the team, which is why you had some really, really great executions, and then you had some really terrible ones that were just kind of like cash grabs or whatever, because the team didn't really understand the foundation of what blockchain was offering, which is why a lot of brands were getting that cash grab mentality. They were extracting value versus putting value. But it's really like, it takes stuff like Zion, which is the agency won't even see something like Zion. It'll be another agency building on top of Zion that creates the UI needs to be beautiful, the UX needs to be beautiful, and Zion is going to help agencies implement those type of functions for brands to use it so that they don't just extract versus add value.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, from your perspective, what are the conversations like? You mentioned some other Web3 partners. What are your conversations like with more traditional firms?
Absolutely, and it's so funny that you actually say that because we have a really exciting project launching tomorrow called EarnOS. Really, really excited for this, and this is exactly what we're kind of talking about right now, which is taking the concept of, like, if anyone knows like Galaxy or Azalea, any of these Quest platforms, working with an agency who then represents like a BMW or an Uber or something like that, and saying, middleman of a middleman, of saying, hey, we actually can just completely directly market to people, right? You watch a video, you sign up for a newsletter, and we just give them 5 USDC, right? And so we actually have that launching tomorrow. Really, really excited for that, but it's so funny. Big. Yeah, it's awesome. Like, I'm actually very excited for it. But the thing that's interesting is because we always saw the polygons, right, which is the brand to chain of like a Starbucks or a Reddit. And it's so solutionist, and I think it's so indicative of like the genuine problem of this industry where you say, hey, brand, take crypto, and you try to mash that together, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Can I ask you both what you thought about Starbucks pulling out of their NFT project? Because I had thoughts about
Are you
it.
talking about the Odyssey thing?
Yeah, the Odyssey thing. They canceled the Odyssey project. That was on Polygon. I feel like Starbucks didn't give it a fair shot.
Yeah, a lot of brands have been pulled out very early, and I want to get your, because with Zion, you can use email to get right into the crypto thing, which is when you ask about big brands, they don't really want to change the behavior of their consumers. They just want to do a loyalty program, get the points, and it's all on chain, and they get rewarded automatically without all of the bells and whistles on the top or whatever. But yeah,
and I mean, especially you have companies now who have loyalty platforms. Like it's not a new invention. Amex, has a points meta, right? And I think being able to take that step back of saying, well, actually, crypto can completely amplify that and change the game in a composable way with a bunch of other brands. People are just seeing this and saying, they're looking at the money, they're looking at the dollar signs, right? It is like unintentionally a cash grab because the intentionality isn't where it should be. Where I think where it needs to be solved is like, we shouldn't be working directly with brands. We need to give projects who have a problem that they're solving the tools that they need to not only like reach the brands, but be able to reach the users of these brands, as you were talking like with email, where I don't want to download a wallet. I don't want to go to Coinbase and do the KYC and buy the token and then have to learn about all
and now
this.
I get a coffee.
And then I clicked on the wrong link and I lost it all. There it is.
The most expensive cappuccino of all
exactly.
time.
And then like by the time you've done all this, the $5 coffee is now $15.
Yeah.
And then you go to pay and it's now $0. And you're like,
What's happening? Everyone's just getting wrecked. Okay, Bernd Banksy, we got to go. We got to take a break and take a look at the stage. It was such a pleasure having you on set here. Before we go, what are you most excited about for Consensus?
Zion.
All right. He's just pumping his own bags out here. That was Bernd Banksy. I'm Jen Sanasi. This is Logic. You're watching CoinDesk TV from Consensus 2024. This is brought to you by BitGo. Let's take a look at what's going on stage.
Very attractive to illicit actors, but two, and this is I think the important point in terms of like how do we manage privacy versus anonymity. You have these mixing entities that are not doing meaningful KYC, there's no AML, CFT, there are none of the things that are in place to manage exactly this tension. So it's not that everybody needs to know who you are transacting with, but there has to be a capacity, we think, for a U.S. person to be in a position to follow U.S. law and not engage with a sanctioned individual or a U.S. financial institution to not unwittingly engage in activity that is supporting the building of weapons in North Korea and the like. So ultimately, that's the good news is we balanced it. I think we have sort of the policy framework to balance it. But we recognize that the technology is developing quickly. We recognize that we need to engage closely with industry so that we understand the technology. And as we think through potential new regulatory authorities and a new definition of financial institution that clearly covers virtual assets and virtual asset service providers and the like, that we are doing in a way that is informed by what we are learning from frankly from smart people in this room.
Right. And speaking of all that development, last year Treasury requested additional authorities and resources from Congress to specifically talk about or like go after and police crypto issues. And I think you even repeated that request in risk assessments over the last couple of months.
Yeah.
Can you just speak to how has Congress reacted? What's the engagement with them looked like? And do you think you'll get what you're hoping for?
Well, look, I think we're in a constant conversation with Congress. I think we've reflected and we've tried to reflect here some of the key risks that we perceive. One of them being this challenge with the jurisdictions out there that are developing virtual assets in an environment where there's very little or no regulatory infrastructure around managing illicit finance and AML CFT compliance in line with international standards set by the Financial Action Task Force. So how do we help our US persons and US financial institutions manage that risks? And some of the ways that we've reflected that we can do that is by creating an authority for Treasury to restrict financial institutions and other US persons from engaging or virtual asset service providers that are here in the United States from engaging with these other virtual asset service providers that are operating in jurisdictions that have no meaningful AML CFT compliance, or we know are behaving in a way that is allowing for a lot of this type of illicit finance that we perceive and are collectively concerned about. I think the second thing that we've been really focused on is the risks around stablecoins, and particularly as we have seen those become more attractive to terrorists and other bad actors. Is there a way to work with Congress to get an authority so that those stablecoins that are US backed are clearly subject to OFAC sanctions authorities? And then, I think overall, it's the work to ensure that virtual asset service providers and other entities that operate in the ecosystem know clearly that based on the activity that they are engaged in, they are required to register with FinCEN as a money services business, or really a financial institution that's subject to all of the AML CFT obligations that FinCEN administers. Right now, what we often see is virtual asset service providers, big and small, will say, "Well, that's not us. Like we're not subject to your regulatory remit." So making clear that no, you don't get to define whether you are or not based on the product that you are developing or you have promulgated, but really it's based on the activity that you're engaged in, and statutory definition of financial institution may be the way to get at that challenge.
Gotcha. So I want to switch gears for a bit now.
Yeah.
You mentioned Binance earlier, and we have an entire panel tomorrow on just corporate monitorships in crypto companies and their potential continued evolution. Can you just speak a little bit to the settlement itself, how that came to be, and then I know a corporate monitor has finally been appointed a few weeks ago. Can you just speak to what that engagement with them will look like in the coming weeks and months?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. So, just to set the stage a little bit, Binance, we, with the Department of Justice, CFTC, engaged in the largest enforcement actions that Treasury has ever undertaken, settled for $4 billion, but as a sort of a critical piece of that settlement is this monitorship that will last for 5 years. The reason the monitorship is so important is because of the violations that we saw Binance engage with, and that included apparent violations of our sanctions programs, which included US persons engaging with sanctioned jurisdictions, Iran, Syria, North Korea, Cuba, Crimea, and Ukraine, and the like. We saw that Binance had no meaningful AML CFT compliance program to speak of, and as a result of that, there were over 100,000 suspicious transactions that were not identified by Binance over a period of years. So the monitorship will allow FinCEN to ensure that Binance has a credible and comprehensive AML CFT compliance program in place, that they have fully and credibly exited the United States, that they will engage in a look back of that history of suspicious activity and file and provide information as it relates to those transactions. And one of the sort of foundational things, in addition to the monetary payment, were really these sort of historically important capacity to ensure for ourselves that Binance is no longer engaged in the type of activity that was so deeply problematic over the last number of years, and certainly to the extent that we identify that Binance continues to engage in those activities, they would be subject to very significant additional penalties to the extent that they breach the agreement.
Do you have any thoughts on just kind of moving forward as other crypto companies kind of, it feels like we're starting to get to a point where a lot of crypto companies are beginning to accept and understand that maybe they should have compliance departments and worry about these issues earlier in the stage. Do you have any thoughts or advice for them to make sure that they don't end up in a place years down the line where they are now facing down a court-appointed monitor?
Yeah.
Besides just...
You don't want a court-appointed monitor, I don't think, not knowing anything about your respective businesses. I think, I think the key is really that sort of tone from the top and compliance really built into the culture of an organization. That's like a day one principle. It can't be, we'll get to it once we've scaled some. I think that's a problem that we often see. We see, sort of the desire to sort of outsource compliance or relegate compliance to a certain part of your business, and that isn't as a successful operating model. I think that sort of tone from the top is critical. The other thing is really building in the sort of the tools and the technology to manage illicit finance risks, to do AML, CFT, the KYC, the sanctions list screening from the very beginning. Again, don't wait until you've scaled to do those type of things. And the thing that we really need and we really want to see and have for many firms, but for many others we don't see this, is really that sort of proactive engagement, proactively engaging us on sort of what you're seeing, because you obviously will be much closer to it. And that I think type of proactive engagement can help you better assess your risk and ensures that you're compliant.
Today has been fantastic so far. We are coming to you live from Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. The discussions we've been having here at the desk have been in-depth, fun, and have painted an excellent picture of what the future looks like. I am Jen Sanasi. This is Logic. We are talking about crypto and culture. And this is important because crypto is at the stage where it is really influencing culture, and culture is in turn influencing how crypto develops.
Yes,
right?
Even from the sense of Meg Thee Stallion giving away Bitcoin via Cash App.
Remember that?
Yeah, that was great.
When that happened, I made an Instagram account called Bitcoin for Hot Girls, and I never did anything with it, but I was like, this is the time.
No, but that's what culture does, right? It's amazing. And then since then, it's just grown, like even from, you got the hip hop situation doing it, and then I heard maybe Iggy Azalea might have a coin. It's crazy. But I think we need some of those signals in order to get, let's say, quote unquote, normies into the space, to transition them into the space, because the way a lot of this is packaged, like even coming to a place like Consensus, is as beautiful as it is an experience, it can be overwhelming for a lot of people who have no reference points. So it's always nice for some cultural signals to get people in.
I remember my first crypto experience. It was 100% overwhelming. I had no idea what was happening at the conference. Everyone was speaking in really technical language, and that's why I'm so happy to have a conversation like this with you now. For people who are watching, to see that it doesn't have to be such a scary thing.
No, it doesn't. You just need to start just a little bit, like within your comfort zone, and then it'll start to snowball from there, because once you learn something, you almost don't have to relearn it. You just have more reference points to continue your branch of experiences within crypto space.
Says the man who speaks Japanese.
Choto, muzakashi desu ne.
All right, so that's like one piece of innovative technology that is impacting culture, crypto, right?
Yep.
But we've had this massive boom when it comes to AI, and it has been so much larger, I feel, and so much quicker to have impact on culture than crypto did in AI, right?
Yeah. I mean, because once they let it out the bag, when they released ChatGPT and it became kind of open source, it was inevitable. Like, you couldn't put it back in. So with AI, it's done so much. A lot of people are scared, which I feel like is redundant because it's here. So it's like, how do we embrace
People are
it?
allowed to be scared.
No, they are scared. They are scared. I mean, to be against it, like
Right,
we shouldn't
okay.
have it. Let me reiterate that we shouldn't have it. But we can't put the cat back in the bag. So how do we move forward and keep the our morale intact and ethics in place? So that's where the heavy lifting is going to go. But it's enabling so many other things. Like, even with writing, it's almost like we don't even have to think anymore, which is that's the scary part, in my opinion.
It is the scary part. I'm curious, as a creator, I know you do a lot as an artist. My bucket hat is one example of what you get into. But as a creator, how are you using AI to help, I guess, help you in your artistic processes?
No, for sure. So really, it's allowed for me to streamline my processes. Things I used to have to mock up that would take me forever on Photoshop, I can just run it through ChatGPT, I can run it through Midjourney, etc., and get things quick and easy, and I can iterate faster than I ever have been able to. And also, it just helps, like, even with like, I'm doing a sizzle reel, right, from a platform I'm developing, and I'm doing VO, and there are AI platforms to create voiceovers, and I get all these different voices and things of that nature. So it's really allowing for me to have all these studio procedures just right in my home. So, and even like in advertising, you can do storyboarding, etc. So it's been a great experience. So.
If you had to give advice to creators who are watching, who are reluctant about crypto or reluctant about AI, what would you tell them?
Crypto, even if you're looking into, one thing, people get overwhelmed by trying to catch the dip and the up and downs. I just say do what you're willing to give away, like a little bit at a time, $10 here, $5 here, and just kind of do it and just watch and see how your money goes and does. And within crypto, that way you can start to educate yourself on why the market moves the way it moves from just a very, very small investment. But then with AI also, I think it's just you got to get in. Curiosity wins in this space, and just kind of see how other people are using it, and then just kind of reverse. Speak to it a little bit in regards to, like, if you're writing a poem, see how the poem comes out. If you want to do some math, see how the math comes back. And the reason why I'm saying this is because then now you can start to see how it can make your life easier. And what happens when you create a business is you answer problems that you have that more than likely everybody else has that same problem. And now you're creating dApps and applications, and now you've turnkey it.
I really like that. What you were describing with crypto, I call that your crypto tuition.
Yeah.
The way to learn is to spend a little bit of money, and that's your tuition to Crypto University.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's welcome our next guest to the show. We have Head of Policy at Protocol Labs and the President and Chair of the Filecoin Foundation, Marta Belcher. Marta, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks so much for having me.
Marta,
it's so good to see you. Hello, hello.
So, Marta, we were just having a very creative conversation, and I know that you love Broadway, and so I just had to get that in there. I don't know. Do you envision a world in the future where Web3 converges with Broadway and all of your loves could just be bundled up under one umbrella?
I love it. Yeah, look, I mean, I think that the NFT world has really made it clear the way that creators can really create something. And one of my other loves is actually the public domain. And one of the things that I have found really cool about sort of the NFT world is the ability to actually sell something and make money from it while at the same time actually putting that underlying artistic work into the public domain, right? The fact that so to me, that is something that was actually really amazing and important from a creative perspective.
Talk to us a little bit more about the public domain, because there's this kind of push and pull from artists. There's this way artists have been trained to think about their intellectual property, and the public domain is kind of like the opposite of that, right? Is there this mind shift that needs to happen?
Yeah, so for me, I'm on the board of Creative Commons, and what Creative Commons did is basically create a way for people who are creators, whether that's photographers or whatever they do, to actually specify very easily and understandably how they want others to be able to use their work. So basically there are these Creative Commons licenses. One is like CC0, for example, which is like, this is just in the public domain, use it however you want. But you could also say something like CC BY, which is anyone can use this as long as they attribute it to me. Or you could say something like, anyone can use this for non-commercial purposes, but not commercial purposes. So that is something that to me is really exciting and really compatible with the Web3 world, especially because now you can actually sort of make money without having to make it from selling intellectual property. You could make something whatever you want it to be, CC BY or, CC non-commercial, but then at the same time you can actually make money.
It's been a huge learning experience for a lot of creatives these past couple of years on crypto and domain and all these things. With Filecoin, with the rise of crypto and really figuring out how do we solve for problems, Filecoin is doing that because some people don't have access to internet, some people don't have access to storage, and Filecoin is kind of helping to solve that, right? Decentralizing storage and also with incentives, and that's pretty cool because now it's not just like money in one way or access in one way. The way Filecoin is doing is like a 360 economy.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Everything about that I think is exactly right, which is to say, what Filecoin is really doing is creating an alternative to big tech where people are actually in control of their own data, right? Because on today's internet, when you go to a website or you click on a link, whatever it is, that data is actually being stored by one of only 3 companies, which is Amazon, Microsoft, or Google. Almost always, one of those 3 companies actually has control of that data. So we really have no choice but to trust those companies with our data. So what Filecoin really does is creates a decentralized alternative to that, sort of like Airbnb for file storage, where anyone can kind of sort of rent out their storage hardware to other people who can store their files on other people's hardware. And that sounds sort of like a niche use case, but it's actually really important because it forms the sort of infrastructure for this decentralized version of the web where users can actually be in control of their own data.
Yeah, and it takes off just the top 3, taking in all the business. Now you're incentivizing other people to loan it out. And correct me if I'm wrong, when things go to the cloud, things are like fragmented, right? Like data's over here, data's over there. So if one independent server goes down, you're still in the clear, which still allows for, let's say, the mom and pop shops of servers still can participate and play. Yeah.
Exactly. What it really does is get rid of these single points of failure where, AWS will have an outage and then suddenly people's toasters stop working and they're like, oh my God, we really do have these single points of failure in today's centralized internet. But what you can do on Filecoin is actually store many copies all over the world that don't have interdependencies. So if one of them goes down, you still have the others, you can still access those. And that really enables you to make sure that data is stored reliably over time, which is really important for things like genocide survivor testimony, evidence of war crimes, right? Scientific data sets from CERN, all of which are examples of data that it actually is stored on the Filecoin network because it's so important to be able to store that reliably.
I want to come back to the Creative Commons because you're on the board there. And Creative Commons is great, right? But if a creator wants to use license from the Creative Commons, they need to trust that people are seeing what Creative Commons license they're using and that they are acting in good faith. Is the Creative Commons, you on the board, are you exploring how to implement blockchain so that creators can see who is using their work, how they're using the license, and be able to get credited for that?
Well, that would be super cool, and I will take that to the rest of the board. But for now, really, I think the thing that is so cool about it is really that anyone can use Creative Commons, and I think it's something that actually is really important for artists as well and creators, because that means that other people actually can use your work. They actually know they can use it, right? For example, my boyfriend many years ago uploaded a picture of a gavel to Flickr, and that gavel was Creative Commons licensed under CC BY. And so now that gavel is on literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of news articles worldwide, right? Just this random picture of a gavel that he took, not because he's a great photographer, but because it was Creative Commons licensed. People knew they could use it. People know what the rules of the game are, right? So it actually is really helpful for getting your work out there.
What was that passion, that passion point that got you into the file business, I suppose? What was that thing that inspired you?
Yeah, so I was a lawyer focusing on civil liberties. That's always been sort of my great love. And I was really interested in the technology back in 2015 because I thought it could be really interesting and important from a privacy perspective and resistance to surveillance perspective. So I got really interested in the technology, started representing companies in the space, and then ended up working with some of the early folks who were working on building Filecoin, and was just really lucky to be part of the team that was able to, with this huge community around the world of developers really create this thing.
That's beautiful.
I just got to say, we've been asking everyone at the desk all day what they're most excited about here at Consensus, since we're right in the middle of the floor. I know that you spoke. There's several events going on. What do you hope to leave Consensus with this year?
Well, honestly, I have been so excited this year about the focus on DePIN, on decentralized physical infrastructure, because fundamentally Filecoin is sort of like the original DePIN project. And like, we didn't have a word for it before. Like that was like a concept, but people didn't talk about it. And then suddenly this year, everyone's talking about DePIN. And to me, that's so exciting because it really sort of puts into words the way that you can actually use the programmability of cryptocurrency to actually create these decentralized alternatives to the way that we've done things, both in the physical world and in the digital world.
You got to break it down for the audience. What is DePIN?
Yeah, no, I'm
people are wondering. People are wondering.
I'm so glad you asked. DePIN is decentralized physical infrastructure. So the idea is, I explained Filecoin, right? The idea is that you can actually use the ability to program your money, right? This cryptocurrency ability to actually create incentives to do things in a decentralized way. And so Filecoin is a perfect example of that, right? Where you have, before Filecoin, there was IPFS, which was, the decentralized storage network did exist. It just didn't have any incentives. So the question was, well, with IPFS, we have this great decentralized storage network, but how do we actually incentivize people to put their stuff on the network for real, right? And how do we know that if someone puts something up, they aren't just going to take it down, right? And so Filecoin is the incentive layer on top of that. And what it really does is it enables you to know that your files are going to be stored, because people have to post collateral before they store your files. So if they stop storing your file, that will automatically go away. And also you can use the programmability to say, okay, is this file still being stored? Yes. Okay, then you get rewarded for it. And so that's an example of how you can use this decentralized technology to actually do something involving physical infrastructure, right? Involving, in this case, hard drives, right? And physical storage. And you can do that in all sorts of other ways as well. But Filecoin is just one example of this DePIN, decentralized physical infrastructure.
That goes into like mining Bitcoin. You get rewarded for mining Bitcoin and adding to the ecosystem. But with yours is like both sides. Me putting my file on, I get rewarded, and then also the servers who have finite storage space, they get rewarded for participating in the ecosystem.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like this the idea that you can suddenly use programmability to create these incentives, I think is really actually quite powerful.
In a nutshell, like, I don't know, blockchain is amazing because it's allowing for people just to work together, which a lot, like at first when we talked about just the top three companies, now you have all these other people being able to get a piece of the pie, if you will, of all these happenings happening in the cloud and whatnot. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I could not agree more. There's a philosopher named Hernando de Soto who has this idea of dead capital. And the idea is that like a lot of capital in the world is like, you can imagine like a plot of land. If you can't look at that thing and say, that is my plot of land, right, then you really are not able to sort of like take out loans against it, right? And sort of you aren't able to like monetize it. What blockchain really does is take a bunch of dead capital in the world, all the work that people have been doing anyway, and really create incentives around it, right?
Yeah.
Marta, thank you so much for joining us here. I'm sure we're going to see you around for the rest of Consensus. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much.
That was President and Chair of the Filecoin Foundation, Marta Belcher. That is a wrap for this section of CoinDesk Live from Consensus, brought to you by BitGo. But don't go anywhere, because the crypto culture conversations continue in just a moment with your hosts, Leah Callan Butler and Marissa True. Thanks for being with us. Stick around.
that, as long as permissionless systems exist, become sort of just impossible to prevent. And, we all know what those are. Then if both of these spaces continue to grow, then maybe 5 years from now, governments are going to just say, well, okay, it's going to happen, and we might as well let it happen on centralized systems as well, so it can be more efficient and we can keep track of it more. And at that point, what would the continued value of permissionless systems be?
This whole collection, this ecos brand, would not be possible without Web3.
The reality is that as with children, we don't need machines to be like us. We need them to be better than us.
I learned about Bitcoin in 2011, and after a little initial skepticism, that was an incredibly powerful idea, and so totally fell in love with it.
The 2008 financial crisis that got me very curious about money, and that got me down the whole alternative economic school of thought rabbit hole.
I see bear markets as times of clarity.
Really looking forward to discovering what the state of crypto and AI really has come to.
It was just so awesome just to be in the presence of thinkers and people who are really pushing the frontiers.
It's a really well curated conference. I would call it a scholarly conference where the papers and panels are well vetted.
Blown away by the quality of the speakers that are there.
I hear that it's the holy grail. You need to. That's where a lot of things kicked off.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
So weird. Oh. So, welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus, brought to you by BitGo. I'm your host, Leah Callum-Butler, and I'm joined by my co-host, Marissa True.
Hello, hello. It's so good to be here.
Isn't it? But are you jet lagged? You've come all the way from Singapore.
I mean, of course I'm jet lagged. I actually took 35 hours to get all the way here.
35.
So it was a challenge on body and mind, but I'm very grateful to be here. How about you?
I'm a bit the same too. I came in early and I spent Memorial Day weekend in New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah, bucket list. I'm so happy to have done that. And now I'm like, I'm feeling fresh for
So you revved up all of your energy in New Orleans, kind of danced in the street parties for a weekend, and then you came to Consensus.
Exactly, yeah. That's the way to do it, right?
So then what do you think is the vibe difference between, say, this Consensus compared to previous years? Because obviously, I would say the industry vibe has changed a lot in the last 6 to 9 months. So how has it felt since previous Consensuses? Because I know you've been to quite a few.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I've been coming since 2018, I think was my first one, while they were still in New York.
Yeah.
And back then I was just an attendee. I gotta be honest, I didn't even have a ticket. I was literally loitering in coffee shops outside, trying to get in front of the speakers. But I guess in the last few years, 2021 I think was online. 2022 was the first year in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
And I think last year, it was still 15,000 people, but probably a little bit quieter due to the bear market. And I don't know, I'm feeling this year we're so back. What about you?
So back. So last year was actually my very first Consensus, and I felt like there was a very different energy in terms of it was an industry that was struggling but very much had something to prove. And because of the way, everything is recovered to a level where we're sure on our feet this time. We feel confident about what we're doing. We have a lot more intent, a lot more direction. So I think there's just a lot of self-assurance in the vibe that I'm getting this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's only day one, so I'm looking forward to seeing a few more of the talks and kind of checking out what's going on. But
yeah,
I think this year too, there's so much going on in terms of policy. We're seeing a lot more acceptance, particularly in the US. I mean, I'm mostly focused on what's happening in our region in Asia. I'm based in the Philippines, but I think here too we're seeing a new level of acceptance and excitement for crypto, which is definitely kind of riveting through the crowds here as well.
Yeah, because you're based in the Philippines, I'm based in Singapore, and I think the Asia perspective is always a massive contrast to what we actually see out here in the West. And I also think that they're almost two separate industries. It's almost like they're not talking to each other.
Yes.
We have these huge events and everyone's talking about, Web3 is on its knees, blockchain is suffering, but then you'll go out to Asia and you'll see the coolest projects happening. You'll see so much, fundraising, so much productivity, so many new things being rolled out that it just doesn't feel like this is an industry that's struggling at all.
Yeah, 100%. What do you find actually are some of the biggest differences? When you come here to the US and, chat to your colleagues over here, what do you see as some of those biggest contrasts between here and Asia?
I mean, I would say the easiest one is regulatory bullishness. I think Asia as a region...
It's almost an oxymoron, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I think it's... I think we always see regulation as sort of this hindrance, something that's to slow down our innovation, slow down our momentum, or to kind of take the wind out of our sails. But I feel like in APAC, we've seen really progressive regulation where it's all about how do we set up safe guardrails but not impinge on any of the innovation that we're seeing. And I think there's like a much more collaborative dialogue that's taking place between the builders and the regulators, which I think is starting to happen here now, but I think Asia's sort of had that embedded in its culture for a much longer time, at least in my experience.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I mean, I spend most of my time, as you know, working in the Web3 gaming sector.
Yeah.
And I think we see a lot more bullishness, a lot more acceptance of Web3 games and the financialization of games due to Asia just being more open to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would say, actually, there's going to be a great panel on it tomorrow if you're around. I think it's around about 11 o'clock on the Gen Z stage. I'll be chatting to some friends from the Asian region just about this in terms of the bullishness on adoption of Web3 there. But yeah, the culture is just completely different. I don't think there's that hesitation in terms of, embracing the, shall I even say the gambling nature of some of these technologies.
I guess like the embedding of finance in so many different dimensions of lifestyle compared to here where we kind of understand money in a very, I guess, a much more siloed sense. But I think people are starting to understand that that's expanding a lot.
Yeah. So what are you looking forward to this week? Is there, what have you got planned? Side events, talks? Is there anything, must do that I've got to make sure is on my must do list?
I mean, it's hard to name specific things just because I think there's so much going on, but I think the best opportunity for these events is to reconnect with people that you've met and encountered all across the world, and it's always beautiful when they come to one place. It's so convenient, it's always fun, like spirits are great, and everyone's kind of keen to just enjoy themselves and reconnect.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very much looking forward to the week ahead. But without further ado, let's welcome our first guest to the show. We've got an artist who will actually be doing a live painting in the gallery later today. It's Die With The Most Likes. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. We're so intangibly and ungodly back. I can't even describe it right now. We are so back right now. I'm
wow.
stoked, right?
Yeah.
Horrifically back.
What makes you say that?
Horrifically back.
I don't know. You feel the energy here, right? Like you feel it everywhere. It's like a malt liquor energy drink to the veins. We are out here just buzzing. Like you feel it bleeding out of every rafter in this building and all the people in it. It's awesome. Like the energy's crazy here. Don't you guys feel that? It's wild.
Oh no, I've had this nervous energy.
I'm buzzing.
I was calling it adrenaline.
Right. It's adrenaline and these like insane lights that are beating on us. I feel like it's like fueling me. These are like tanning lamps maybe or something. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good right now.
It's like a UV dose almost.
Dose, yeah. So I'm feeling great. Yeah, we're back.
So I have one key question that I have not stopped thinking about, and I have to understand the genesis of the name Die With The Most Likes.
Oh man, it's a great question. Yeah, so about 6 or 7 years ago, I created an art piece where it was these kind of dying elderly folks in a hospital bed, and they were being kept alive by the last bits of pointless adoration that were being accumulated, like from Instagram, mundane Instagram interactions, Twitter interactions, and so it's kind of a dissection of our tendency to like feast on those like empty bits of digital adoration and like constantly be seeking that last little bit of dopamine. So a lot of my work has to do with that consumptive nature of ourselves and like just like I guess like kind of becoming insects in a way, like in the way that we like transact with each other. So hopefully there's humanity there too, right? Like as we dig further and further. And I think what you see like here in this space and like being around folks in real life, it's like, it's a really beautiful thing, like I think we've described the energy and like us meeting and everything. You can just feel it's like really cool to have this really human experience. So yeah, it's like the opposite of what my art is about, I would say. Like being like happy and nice, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those are pretty deep topics. Like what has been the reaction from the Web3 industry to your art?
It's been great. Like, well, so initially it was horrific. Like, of course, I was somebody who didn't sell anything for a really long time, and then like essentially just through relentlessness and like just getting at. There's a picture of me up on the screen in a cowl mask making a call to J.G. Wentworth. So initially it was really difficult, but like through the vision that I had and like creation for the sake of creation and really having this message that I wanted to get out and obsessively at times, I think that it's been awesome to have people like accept it and understand that it is like an absurd and mad take on it, but it's also very satirical and comical. So like, I just want people to find humor in it too, like there's some very sad aspects about life and our existence and like the constant transactions, but there's also something really beautiful and humorful about it. So like if people can find comedy in it, that's like what I want to do too.
I love that.
So where do you think you sort of found the soul in the space? Because I do think that this space is often associated with this transaction sort of nature, the financialization of pretty much everything. But when it comes to, you know, creating and building this artist community, where does that soul rest for you?
Interesting. I think it's folks who do like to indulge in that kind of the more absurd aspects of life, and like so I think there's a lot of people who have like kind of subdued real life existences, and then online we can just be whatever or do whatever we want. So it's like you get onto Twitter and you can just let loose, you know. It's like you can go insane and nobody knows like who you are. I mean, I'm fully doxxed and stuff, but I think people like the community itself and like the way that I try to nurture and indulge that is just through like the craziness of my art and always constantly pushing it to that next level. And I think like I consider myself a documentarian in some ways. So like, you know, taking what's happening in the space and then like satirizing it and just sometimes making fun of it, sometimes celebrating it and like keeping people on their toes. Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you.
And tell us about your Consensus collaboration. So you've got the live painting. Yes. I seriously want one of these tees.
Yeah, the t-shirt is great. It doesn't have anything to do with our relentless gambling addiction at all, you know?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
What addiction?
What are we talking about? So Sam had reached out and wanted to do a t-shirt. Incredible. I was so happy to design it. And it kind of like focuses on a lot of the parts of my work. So the transactions, kind of the listless nature of just like drifting around aimlessly. And then I'm doing a painting thing across the street as Beef Ross. So like a fake Bob Ross where I'll be painting certain parts of like Midwestern depravity and having people follow along with me and paint their own things. So it's going to be really funny and hopefully hilarious and not underwhelming, because like I'm a little worried it's going to be underwhelming, but I think it's going to go all right.
I mean, I just know that I really hope Bob Ross sees it.
I know, right? He needs to, I mean, right? Like,
he walks so we could run, right?
That's what I'm saying, right? So apparently somebody told me there's going to be like a wig and a beard, so I'm looking forward to wearing that in this Texas heat as well. It's going to be great, but yeah.
It's going to feel good on the skin.
It's going to feel good on the skin, not rashy at all and uncomfortable. Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
That's amazing. I've got to ask though, we've only got about a minute left, but I really want to know about the meat obsession. I've noticed that in your art, and I don't know the background to that theme, so...
Yeah, I'll take you through really quick. So, like, I mean, I think the parallel between us and meat bags is something that's been, like, explored, of course, right? Yeah. Like, that we're all just kind of rapidly oxidizing meat sacks in a butcher's office, and, like, you know, we're not all that different than the animals that we, like, consume. But I went to a high school where it was next to a dog food factory, and there was no AC. So, like, I would sit there all day, and there would just be these, like, these animal parts just being slaughtered and going into my nose. So I became kind of just, like, obsessed with that portion of it, and like, of course, like the tendency for us to be similar, just like from meat we were born, from meat we become, you know, and like just kind of the absurdity and I guess like arbitrariness of our existence in some ways, but also meat's good, right? So like I would say we're doing all right too.
We're in the land of barbecue.
That's what I'm saying, right? I've had some great meat here too, so it's been awesome. Yeah,
it's very like, it's existential. It's very visceral, and based on everything you described, I feel like we could almost smell it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. I'm an author, so that's like perfect. I love that I can describe that for you perfectly. But
well, I've never really been described as a meat bag, and I feel like in a weird, bizarre, and twisted way, it's a compliment coming from you.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I know we're probably at time, but I just wanted to take a moment and thank you guys so much for having me and the really like thoughtful questions, and just it's been incredible. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I'm looking forward to participating in this art installation.
Let's do it. I gotta run over there right now. Yeah, you'll see my face all rashy after with that beard, so it'd be great.
That's amazing.
Cool.
All right, well,
it was
thank
such
you.
a pleasure.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Die with the Most Likes. That was artist Die with the Most Likes. So crypto has had a huge impact on culture and vice versa. We continue to explore just how culture is evolving with new developments in Web3. Our next guest unpacks how major brands are embracing these culture shifts. So please welcome Adidas Studio Vice President, Erica Wicks-Sned.
Hi.
I really hope that I pronounced your surname correctly.
Probably not, but it's okay. How did you say it?
Wicks-Sned.
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 We nailed it.
Nailed it. No, I don't think I did. You did, but
it's all good. I know it's a tough name.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I believe that you guys might have actually met before.
We have met. We did meet in Paris last year.
It's been almost a 1-year anniversary for us.
Yeah.
But this is not an Eiffel Tower backdrop.
No.
That was, Paris.
Well, you know, it's hard to match an Eiffel Tower backdrop.
It's true. We're not in Paris. We're in Austin. I will say the food still here is great. I'm having a good time. How are you guys?
I'm great. We're both jet lagged.
Yeah, I was just about to say, is that you're like, I'm totally fine, I'm not jet lagged at all. Like,
we're running on gas.
Where did you guys fly in from?
Singapore myself.
Oh, wow.
I am Australian, but I'm based in the Philippines, so came all the way from there. We were
I flew from
30
Germany
plus hours.
because that's where the Adidas headquarters are. So I'm also on the jet lag wagon.
All in all, collectively, the energy is tired today.
Yeah, we're a little bit tired.
But I think we're making it work.
Yeah.
I think we look great, so that's always a positive.
We're caffeinated, yes.
We're caffeinated.
Well, and I think too, you must be running on adrenaline as well, because you've had an amazing panel just this morning, I think, about how brands can leverage Web3, or luxury brands specifically.
Yeah.
How did it go? Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
I would say it wasn't about luxury brands, because I would never classify Adidas as a luxury brand. I would say we're more of like trying to aspire to represent the business and the brand to a more discerning, more premium customer. But also that's on one side of the fence, because we are trying to break into and maintain a high quality clientele that's going to be purchasing footwear and full price sell through of the high quality products and innovative shoes that we're putting out all the time. But on the other hand, we're here because we're talking to youth culture, and updated values is super important to us to make sure that the brand is associated with the passions and the interests of the younger generation. And I think there's a lot to learn from crypto. Not that the crypto and crypto native space is necessarily made up of young, youthful kids and creators, but a lot of the tenets that I think we're seeing come through in how kids and youth participate with their own communities, and how they want to co-create, and how they aspire to be their own entrepreneurs, and how they're very much learning and participating and deciding what their purchase habits will be based on peer-to-peer influence. A lot of those tenets and values, I think, are being supercharged by the Web3 space. So there's definitely crossover. And so that's a big reason of why we're still building in Web3, and where the Web3 studio is playing a role for the larger brand of Adidas holistically, and how we should move forward.
So when we actually met the very first time, that was the real kickoff for Alts by Adidas.
Yeah.
And we saw huge momentum, so much success happen, but at the same time, as you said, this is still, it's like a learning process. So what are some of the major learnings that you've uncovered through not only that major activation, but also just broader across the industry?
Yeah. So I think we have seen a lot of first principle promises that came from the space, like interoperability, owning your own ability to create and like flex your identity across and traverse across whatever digital domain you want to be in. Those promises haven't really come to fruition yet. And so I think the protocols and the layers and the infrastructure, it's still kind of wet. Like there's still a lot that's being built and being stood up. And so for us to deliver on those promises in the way that we wanted to, it's just the timing isn't right. And I've been having a lot of conversations with different VCs, because they're the ones in the mix working with the founders every single day and understand who is enterprise ready and who is not enterprise ready. And I think there's been some things on our roadmap that we've had to slow down a bit, because our ambition of like wanting to really live our values and the way they show up in our projects hasn't been able to come fully in the way we want it to. It doesn't mean we're stopping our projects. It just means we've had to defer them a bit and then change the way that they're going to be going to market. So we've communicated that already to our holder base, and I think a lot of them are waiting for us to then reveal at least what the identity and the look of Alts by Adidas is going to be. And I can tell you, there's a lot to come, and it's going to be very exciting. And I got to see some creative, and I'm very thrilled with where the direction's going. And so hopefully we'll have a lot more to show soon and talk about very soon.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know, like when you were talking about, who's enterprise ready and who's not. And how that actually maps back to crypto cycles. Like, are you seeing with your community, for example, that say, bull and bear markets actually have a real impact in terms of the enthusiasm or energy that people are bringing to what you're trying to do?
Yeah, well, I think adoption requires less friction. It requires high quality customer journeys to be available. It requires not broken experiences. It requires a lot of de-risking. When a brand like Adidas is going to step into a space, it needs to have a technology solution that's not going to be broken or create problems for the end user when we're talking about currencies and wallets. And I mean, this could be a lot of high stakes if you mess it up, if you mess something up, if you're trying to reward someone with a program and you're using QR codes, for example, and it doesn't go right and people's wallets are getting drained or something happens, it's a huge risk for businesses. And we just can't take those types of risks. Maybe smaller companies would be able to, but like we're not in a position to be able to take those risks. And also, anything we do, we have a large platform and a big spotlight on us all the time, whether we want to or not. Whatever we do speaks volumes in just how we behave as a brand and a business. And I think a lot of markets, let's say media, other brands look to us to kind of be a guiding light. And so that level of responsibility also puts a lot of pressure on us to make sure when we do take the right steps forward, we're trying to keep everybody safe on the process and bring the community along in a way that keeps them safe and keeps them protected while having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with first mover advantage is always the risk that comes with it. But I think what's always been impressive about the Adidas business model is how the Three Stripes studio sort of continues to incubate and innovate within these domains. So when it comes to, while you're waiting for certain technologies to become more ready for you to adopt and implement, what are some of the innovations that are already available that you're starting to tinker with?
Yeah. I think one of the ones that I'm pretty excited about, for the first time ever, Adidas started to sell art. That was really exciting. We've done a program called Residency. We've launched it with a few artists. Monkey Moto is one that we just have such a huge affinity for, his work and their work. Those opportunities to give them ability to be discovered, to get them platformed and give them much more visibility than what they would have had otherwise, and in the same company as the likes of like a Pharrell Williams, a Ding. That also helps to establish digital art and art collecting, and also because 80% of people that hold art happen to be holding digital art, it lifts the whole space. And so I think activities like that are things we can do. Co-creation is another thing we're looking at and exploring. I don't know that I can say it's fully out yet. No, it's not. But like new evolutions of business models and co-creating are some of the things that we're looking at that don't necessarily require technology to change per se. What else? We've also done some pretty unique Dutch auctions that gave token-gated access for people to buy sneakers, whether it was a Bugatti Predator boot that we had done, or it was a Bape Forum sneaker that we had done. That was the first time ever that people were able to be invited to a whitelisting, so they didn't have to open an app, they didn't have to get into a raffle and wait with everyone else. If you had already proven that you were a core fan and you were on the journey with the brand, we just invited you in to a private side sale, and then you got access to the Dutch auction, so you could make the purchase on the size shoe you wanted without having to go through the traditional drop rails that exist.
So plenty to keep you busy then.
Yeah, there's been a lot.
It's like, so you really haven't been held back that much if you have this much to work on.
And also in this market too, like we're building infrastructure. It's not to say that we're waiting on everybody else to come up with these like, hey, let me put it on a platter and tell you exactly how it's going to work. We're also behind the scenes doing activities and activations to help stand up the scaffolding to be able to, let's say, onboard our membership platform, to onboard our players, our athletes, our fan base to more, let's say, digital wallet adoption, to be able to participate in the space, to introduce them to NFTs for the first time. So there's a lot of work that's been going on behind the scenes that's not the sexy stuff, but it's the things you have to get done now so you can do the cool customer application layers on top of it next.
I love the commitment to making this process a lot easier for people to come and enjoy and accept. I think it's the biggest problem still in Web3. We're still talking about these challenges with UX and adoption. And I think someone who is coming from a brand like Adidas recognizes that, you're not going to have Web3 without that ease of onboarding. So it's fantastic to see.
Yeah. And we work with some of the best UI UX developers in the space. I mean, we're in the business of sneaker drops. And so we've really mastered how to handle the hype drops. But when we were developing this new auction-based scenario, we did it differently for Bugatti than we did it for Bape. And that's because we had learnings from one and we got feedback from the community. So we implemented that feedback. And then the community also gave us feedback like that wasn't perfect either. So we're almost like learning as we go along with the community. And I don't think any single way you're going to do it will be flawless. There's a lot of different ways to execute Web3, and UI UX is also, it just needs to be intuitive. And I think one of the things as you're building UI UX, you also want all of the brands to be doing it in a similar way, so that when an end user sees a hamburger menu, they know what a hamburger menu means. When they see a button that says sign up, they know what that means, because everyone's doing the same thing. And I just think that's going to take time, right? And repetition and consistency. And so we're trying to do our part, but we're also watching what everyone else is doing, so we can kind of get in line and help make the consumer not have to think about it so much when they start to see it inside our experiences and touch points.
And I think it's a beautiful addition of the collaboration sort of culture that we need to see in Web3, rather than the competitive nature that I think most of us have been exposed to for the last couple of years or so.
Yeah, it's still business at the end of the day, but also if the whole goal is to onboard more consumers, more businesses to get a digital wallet, so we can have that interoperability, so we can have all the benefits that we're all hoping for, I think it's going to require all of us to think bigger than just our own competitive sandboxes.
100%.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Erica. It sounds like you guys are in it for the long haul as well. But that was the Vice President of Adidas Studio, Erica Wick-Sneed. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, one of the 2023 faces of crypto philanthropy joins us. Stick around to find out who that is even.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome back. You are watching CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024, and we are nearing the end of day one. And as you can probably tell, the energy here at the Austin Convention Center has been electric. Marissa, what's been the highlight of the day for you so far?
I'm going to say selfishly that it was my panel this morning. It's a rare occurrence that you get some of the brightest minds on stage with you all at the same time, and you just get to pick their brains about their domain of expertise, and it's always this learning experience. I think the crowd really kind of took away a lot of interesting nuggets of information, and it's just such a rewarding way to see active, collaborative conversations take place in this industry. I'm a huge fan of seeing that take place.
What was your panel about?
So we actually focused on what happens when we remove cookies from the internet, and how do we use blockchain to sort of fill that data gap. And I mean, I had Forbes, I had Publicis, I had Magic, and I had The Graph on stage with me, and all of them represent different layers of the tech stack, and seeing how all of them are sort of working together to fill that puzzle, I think is fascinating.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most interesting problems being worked on in Web3 right now in terms of solving some of those data privacy issues that we've seen throughout Web2. You know, how could we have a completely different experience that is actually better for consumers and marketers through using some of these Web3 tools rather than just old school cookies?
Definitely.
All right, well, let's welcome our next guest, co-founder of Morph and one of the 2023 faces of crypto philanthropy, according to the Giving Block, Azim Khan.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, welcome. So what's your reaction to Consensus this week? When did you arrive, and what have you seen so far?
Literally got here just now. I got off the plane at 2:30, or my plane landed at 2:30, went straight to the hotel, walked over here to be able to make it in time to not be late for this. So.
Oh my God, wow.
So another guest running on adrenaline.
Yeah.
100%. And coffee. Coffee and adrenaline, yeah.
Same.
Where did you fly in from?
From New York.
Oh, okay. How many? Oh, that's what? 5, 6 hours?
It was just 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, just 4 hours.
Okay. Lovely. Well, welcome. I'm so glad that you're able to join us. So you're working on Morph, right? Do you want to just give us, the quick 30-second elevator pitch for anyone who hasn't heard about the project yet?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to layer 2 in Ethereum, there are many, many, many. The flavor that we're going for at the moment is focusing on consumer applications, looking at what's going on in the global south for actual adoption, thinking about things like decentralized science. We've been fortunate in that we raised quite a bit of money recently, but
Congratulations.
Thank you. But compared to many of our competitors, we're less capitalized and have had less time in the market. And so looking at niches in the market that others aren't necessarily looking at, while also doing all of the degen things that you need to do in this space.
So talk to me a little bit more about your focus on the global south and why that was a particular domain of interest.
So my family or background is from Pakistan, and it's something just from family back home that I've seen that there's a real need for being able to get US dollars to people. I recently got married, and trying to send money back home to get clothes made was extremely difficult. And then just have friends in different countries where, you look and you see that the need for US dollars and the ability to actually transact is way bigger than a lot of the speculative things that we find ourselves like working on and playing in this space. And so there's a company that I admire a lot called M-Pesa, and so Safaricom and Vodafone launched this platform, and to me it's a pre-crypto wallet essentially, where people have been transacting. They pay their electricity bills with this in Kenya, they do daily transactions. And so I think a lot about how if you have mobile money working that way, it's a lot like crypto. And so being able to look at some of those kinds of issues where I'm a JP Morgan banked person. I'm not leaving JP Morgan regardless of the fact that I've been in crypto since 2013 now. It's just not happening. I think the idea of banking the unbanked makes way more sense than unbanking the banked. So yeah.
Yeah, actually, looking at how crypto asset-backed remittances could really be one of the major use cases in terms of widespread adoption was actually one of the things that got me into this space.
Tron has been doing an amazing job, even though people don't really at times give them the credit I think that they deserve, but for being able to use the USDT, like they far surpass any other stable coins on the market, but it makes sense, low transaction fees, ease of use, and they've been pushing in other markets. And so being able to look at some of those kinds of things has been what's been really interesting to me.
Yeah.
So something Leah and I often discuss is the fact that crypto and Web3 have a very different relationship dynamic within emerging economies than we do see out here in the West, whether it's North America or whether it's Europe. And so trying to bridge that gap in understanding between these global markets has always been a bit of a challenge, because I guess the use case for crypto in the case of whether it's remittances, cross-border payments, or just providing access to more stable currencies has always been a tricky problem for people out here to understand, because we have the privilege of having that access. So how do you sort of reconcile that educational or like that learning curve?
For me, a big part of it comes from accepting that unlike the usual approach of I'm an American, so I know everything, is that I go to markets and say I'm an American, I don't know anything. And so one of the things I've seen in most markets, you can get by without speaking the native language of those places. Latin America is one of the places I've seen where unless you speak Spanish, you're not going to succeed. And so we hired Spanish-speaking native to Argentina DevRels. And so when I'm looking at different areas, what I'm doing is taking the approach of I actually don't know, and I would love for you to tell me how I can unblock or offer resources that would be helpful to the problems that you more intimately know that you're facing.
Got it. Just back to Morph for a sec. I really wanted to get your thoughts on the future of layer 2s. I got to admit, sometimes I feel like there's so many layer 2s right now. Like, do we need another one? I was just wondering your thoughts on that. Like, where are we going with L2s?
I tell everyone all the time, we're one of 200. It must literally be 200 at this point, so I don't take that part too seriously. But when I look at what's gone on, it's something I've been meaning to write about. I think, and it's rich coming from an L2 founder, but L2s feel a lot like the new versions of ICOs, where you can raise money, use Rollup as a service, do a bunch of marketing, get hype going, launch a token, get high FDV, and then you can shadily sell tokens, OTC, that haven't been unlocked with the market makers that you wouldn't necessarily want to work with. And so when I look at the reality of the space, it's like thinking back to 2017, it feels a lot like ICOs all over again. And so my opinion is that there absolutely are way too many L2s. And what my hope is that over the next 18 to 24 months, unless the bull market just carries tokens because there's speculation and arbitrage to make money on, that we start to see who's actually doing real things to push this forward, and then the other ones die out, hopefully.
Yeah.
So I guess we're sort of just in an early growth phase of the layer 2 movement. So we sort of need it to go through this motion before we see the attrition that we really want to see, before we attain the value out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the things that Base has been doing in recent months is spectacular. I have so much admiration for what Jesse and Brian Armstrong and all of them have been doing. And so they've been showing really what's possible. And I think what we might end up seeing, and it's something I've seen in a lot of travels, is that there's going to be ways to be able to have success regionally or based on countries, and that's the place where I'm interested in how we can go about doing Morph, because I think that it would be silly to think we can just go head to head with Base at the moment in North America, but can we go and take parts of the market in Brazil or Argentina or Nigeria and Kenya and Tanzania? Absolutely. And so for me, it's taking a look at how we go about doing that. And what I imagine will happen will be that there will be certain regions where certain L2s take off, or even the Bitcoin L2 has been something that I've been paying attention to a lot. And so I think it's going to end up being something like that, where we'll see attrition falling off. Some will take, the number one ranking, and then there will be ones that are able to succeed because they're doing well in certain regions.
Really quick question before we go. I noticed you've got a sponsored session tomorrow, which is about crypto and AI. I was just wondering, how does AI play into all of this for you?
Honestly, we're in the really early phases of the research side of things. I'm big on not doing the BS where AI and crypto is the future, and because of that, you should give us $80 million now. I think that's the reality of how it's usually used, and maybe I shouldn't say this since we're probably going to raise another round at some point, and I'm supposed to use AI and crypto in my talking points. But for me, I think that we're at the earliest stages of research and seeing how it would be able to get used. We have some ecosystem players that are looking to start doing that on Morph and building out different tooling that has AI involved. But at this honest moment, I think like anyone who thinks that they know how AI and crypto is going to turn out is just completely making it up.
I mean, I think it's about time that we took a more measured and critically minded approach, bar all the evangelism that we usually use to generate all the hype in every single crypto cycle.
100%. And so I do my best, and maybe my investors and other people would say I shouldn't, but I think we really need honest assessments and then critical feedback from within our own space of what's going on, because we have so many attacks from the outside that I think it's unfair to be upset at those attacks if we're not also already being critical enough of the things that we see. And so one of those things, like the grandiose statements of how this should be a $1 trillion thing, it doesn't ring right for me.
Wise words.
Absolutely wise words. And also, you're going to be taking part in a town hall on Friday, which is all about how to do good new ideas for funding social purpose. So if you want to hear more from Azim, you can check him out there. But thank you so much, Azim.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
That was Morph co-founder Azim Khan. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be one of the founding team members of Boys Club.
that as long as permissionless systems exist, become sort of just impossible to prevent, and we all know what those are, then if both of these spaces continue to grow, then maybe 5 years from now, governments are going to just say, well, okay, it's going to happen, and we might as well let it happen on centralized systems as well, so it can be more efficient and we can keep track of it more. And at that point, what would the continued value of permissionless systems be?
This whole collection, this ecos brand, would not be possible without Web3.
The reality is that as with children, we don't need machines to be like us. We need them to be better than us.
I learned about Bitcoin in 2011, and after a little initial skepticism, that was an incredibly powerful idea, and so totally fell in love with it.
The 2008 financial crisis that got me very curious about money, and that got me down the whole alternative economic school of thought rabbit hole.
I see bear markets as times of clarity.
Really looking forward to discovering what the state of crypto and AI really has come to.
It was just so awesome just to be in the presence of thinkers and people who are really pushing the frontiers.
So it's a really well curated conference. I would call it a scholarly conference where the papers and panels are well vetted.
Blown away by the quality of the speakers that are there.
I hear that it's the holy grail. You need to. That's where a lot of things kicked off.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live at Consensus. Our next guest is an investor at the FinTech Collective and one of the founding members of Boys Club. Welcome, Parker J. Patcherat.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
Yeah. So when did you get in? Tell us about your first day at Consensus.
It's been great. Really busy. Actually got in on Friday and just spent the long weekend here. I love Austin. Great nature, great parks, and yeah, so far it's been really busy meeting with prospective founders, portfolio companies, other investors, and yeah, just a great group of people and always great to get the community together.
Amazing. So you're a founding member of Boys Club. For anyone watching who may not have heard about it, do you want to give us a little bit of background as to how it got started and what the club is all about?
Yeah, glad you asked. So Boys Club was founded in 2021 with the purpose of really just creating a space where builders, investors, even people just curious in crypto could get together and find a group and community that actually had a very different cultural attitude towards a space. So somewhere that is playful, fun, a little bit edgy, a little bit based. Boys Club actually just started out as a simple experiment of what would happen if we got a group of women and women identifying people together in a room, hosted a dinner, and let them ask questions about crypto. So I attended that event back in 2021. I was amazed by just the diversity of women in the room. There was, there were women that were teachers, there were women that were biochemists, there were women that were programmers, interior designers, and all of them showed up with the courage to learn something new about crypto. And I left that night feeling like this is absolutely electric. And I was like, I really believe that this has the potential to scale and potentially become something really big and also make a big impact. So I contacted the co-founders, Dina and Natasha, who are amazing. And I was like, look, I really want to be on your team. Here's what I think I have to offer. Here's what I can bring to the table. And we just hit the ground running from there. So today, we're a social club, we're a community. We have a media company. We also do events. And I'm really proud of how much we've grown. I mean, we've scaled to over 6 countries in the world. At peak, on average, the demand to join our community and social club was at over 300 weekly applications.
Wow.
Which is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
But most of all, and most importantly, I think there's really been an impact of creating a space where people have found their co-founders, they found their investors, they found people that they can actually connect with. And that's really important to us.
So I think none of us are ignorant to the fact that we talk about diversity a lot within this industry, and there's always, this argument about lack of representation. But I would say, as women working within this space, I would say we're quite tapped into, and we know there's a lot of women around who are heavily invested in this space. So what do you think we can actually do to give greater visibility to the amount of women who are already here and already building amazing things?
It's a really great question. I think one very important thing that we've tried to emphasize with Boys Club is that while our voice, while our brand is definitely tailored towards women in the sense that we want to be relatable, we want to be accessible, we want to be funny. That being said, we are not a sorority, we are not a women's affinity group. And so while our design focus has women and women identifying people in mind first, we actually made a very clear distinction between we didn't want to create a space that was gender exclusive, because our vision of inclusivity is a world where crypto includes everyone. It's not just a space for only men or only women. And so what's more important to us is actually the values alignment. We actually don't frankly give an F what your gender is or isn't. It's more about values alignment. And what I think we can do in this space, as strange as this may sound, recognize women for what they're building and doing, not for the fact that they're women. There's been so many panels that I've been on and things that I did, especially starting my career in the space, that were fully focused on just being a woman in Web3.
Yeah.
But none of those things were actually focused on what I was building or interested in or what my opinions were. And so I actually think it can be counterproductive to elevate women for the sake of their gender, rather recognize what they're building and elevate that.
Amen.
We
Very
have
well
spoken
put.
about that so many times. It's almost condescending when they have, a one panel at an event, which is like, oh, that's the women in blockchain panel. And let's talk about the challenges of being a woman in Web3. It's like,
so
actually,
hard.
we just have perspectives on Web3.
100%.
And I just think it generally puts the barriers up against us rather than involve us even deeper into the conversation. So breaking that down and basically creating this all-inclusive community is a wonderful thing to see. But you were alluding to some of the values that drive the Boys Club. I'd love to dig into a little bit more of what those are and how that sort of maps out onto the things that you work on and what you are building.
Yeah, great question. I would say some of the values that come to mind for me are, number one, transparency. This is something that was a huge, very different experience for me working with the co-founders, and a huge realization that actually being vulnerable about how you're feeling or what you don't know or feeling imposter syndrome or feeling stupid, it's okay. So let's be completely transparent about what we do know, what we don't know. And that creates an environment where I think people feel way more comfortable, but also where learning is actually accelerated. So another one is just learning. We have a very active Discord channel, and one of the most active like channels within that is called No Dumb Questions. So people go in there, ask all kinds of questions, and it's awesome because the whole community just jumps in and answers them. I think another value of ours is just like humor. Like, let's make it fun. Let's make it funny. We don't take ourselves too seriously. We're serious about what we do and the quality of work we put out, but we are not here to, pretend that we are perfect.
I think that's awesome. And I think I'm going to join that Discord channel because I have plenty of dumb questions to ask. And I think what's refreshing there, again, is the fact that I would say in the last bull run, a lot of the industry was propped up on all this hype and gassing each other up and evangelizing this technology that a lot of us forgot to take a second and apply just a lot of critical thinking and just humility to what we don't understand yet and what we need to build an understanding around in order to move forward. So developing these communities where that's sort of embedded in the root of it all, I think it might be slower, but I think it'll take us farther. And so I'd love to understand, what's the next step for the Boys Club? Like, what's your immediate next move?
Great question. I think first it might be helpful actually to give a little more of an overview on like what we have done so far and just kind of what we do. Because the eternal ongoing question and joke is like, what is Boys Club? No one knows. No, but really, so I would say there's a few core like pillars of kind of who we are and what we do. There's some amazing educational programs like SheFi that actually are very curriculum driven and based to help educate women or women identifying people on the very technical logistics and details of what crypto is. We do offer some kind of avenues for that type of education, but I would say we're mainly centered around a few things. One is, like I mentioned before, media. So we have a podcast, we have a newsletter, we have several newsletters, and these are informative, they're light, they're funny, but they really have their finger on the pulse of like what is going on in the space and in the wider ecosystem. Then we also have our events, which are a very big part of Boys Club. We have everything from educational events and more focused like fireside chats to just hosting absolute bangers, really fun parties, and those are just a great time and place to get people together to socialize. And then most importantly is the third kind of pillar of who we are and what we do, which is our community. So as I mentioned before, we have a very robust community. It is gated by a merit-based application. So it's non-financialized, but we do look for high ownership members with diverse viewpoints, diverse backgrounds, diverse political opinions. For example, we don't want just a homogeneous group. And within our community, we also have a DAO, which I helped kind of get off the ground and found. And the DAO has evolved over time, but essentially it's just sort of an experimental incubator to launch projects and services out of into the wider community. So some of our projects have really come out of that and been a success, like our physical and digital zine, which we had 2 editions of, sponsored by Ledger, OpenSea, others. We also raised a kind of seed round treasury from Framework Ventures, non-cap table raise, as well as other amazing ecosystem participants to help get some of these projects off the ground. And then we also have just like a lot of experimentation. So we've done experimentation around product studio, a grants program, as well as other more like portfolio tracking tools. And what is ahead? I mean, a lot more to come. One thing that we've been developing is I can't say too much, but it's kind of like a consulting studio for brand, for marketing, for storytelling for Web3 companies. So yeah, more on that later.
So plenty keeping you busy.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. So much going on there. And I think if people want to learn more about Boys Club, you're having one of those banger parties tomorrow night. So people can definitely go and check it out there. Well, thank you so much, Parker. That was Investor Parker, and at the FinTech Collective and founding team member at Boys Club, Parker J. Patrat. The conversations have covered every aspect of the industry today, and we're just getting started. So let's listen into one of those stages now.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello, day one of CoinDesk Live from Consensus, brought to you by BitGo, has come to an end. We covered everything from the state of crypto in Washington to culture and everything in between. We heard from Majority Whip Congressman Tom Emmer, Trust Machine CEO Muneeb Ali, and so many other guests. I hope that you come back tomorrow. We are doing the same thing, same time, same place. We're going to be taking you to the stages. We'll be talking to people right here at this desk. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in. I'm Jen Sanasi. We'll see you tomorrow.
that, as long as permissionless systems exist, become sort of just impossible to prevent, and, we all know what those are, then if both of these spaces continue to grow, then maybe 5 years from now, governments are going to just say, well, okay, it's going to happen, and we might as well let it happen on centralized systems as well, so it can be more efficient and we can keep track of it more. And at that point, what would the continued value of permissionless systems be?
This whole collection, this ecos brand, would not be possible without Web3.
The reality is that as with children, we don't need machines to be like us. We need them to be better than us.
I learned about Bitcoin in 2011, and after a little initial skepticism, that was an incredibly powerful idea, and so totally fell in love with it.
The 2008 financial crisis that got me very curious about money, and that got me down the whole alternative economic school of thought rabbit hole.
I see bear markets as times of clarity.
Really looking forward to discovering what the state of crypto and AI really has come to.
It was just so awesome just to be in the presence of thinkers and people who are really pushing the frontiers.
So it's a really well curated conference. I would call it a scholarly conference where the papers and panels are well vetted.
Blown away by the quality of the speakers that are there.
I hear that it's the holy grail. That's where a lot of things kicked off.